Richard Morris, who's representing, of course, the Ruakaka Parish Residents and Ratepayers Association. No, he's not.
No, we exterminated the word parish.
I do beg your pardon. The Ruakaka Residents and Ratepayers Association. And thanks to Jules, who's also in the room. So a warm welcome to you, Richard. And the submission is on volume 5. Volume 6, pages 2 and 5. Welcome, Richard.
We're on the Acting Secretary of the Ruakaka Residents and Ratepayers Association, or Warren's I'm not going to go through our submission, it's there for the reading. I'd just like to make a couple of key points and then hand over to our Chair Jules for some final comments. The two key points we'd like to make really is that a 6.5% rate rise just simply isn't warranted. Secondly, I think the city central projects, and in particular the convention centre, should not go ahead. 6.5% rates rise, it's described as being in 3 parts really, 2% for growth and improvement in services, well perhaps fair enough. The second 2% relates to the deferral of the 2% increase from last year and is described as a catch-up. 1920 you came in on budget, and in the council papers to the end of February you're showing an expected surplus this year of over $20 million. There's nothing in your papers that suggests that there's any backlog of maintenance or service delivery, so it's difficult to see why 2% catch-up's needed. The other 2.5% relates to an expected increase in the ongoing cost of service delivery, inflation if you like, and that's based on Bill figures, which shows that over the last 10 years local government spending in New Zealand for business as usual has gone up by 2.5% a year. It's not really some scientific formula that needs to be applied to council spending to achieve a true result. It's really an indictment of the inability of local government across New Zealand to keep control of its costs really. Again, you're sitting on significant surplus for last year, so it's difficult to see why an indexation to costs is needed. The convention centre, notwithstanding that the government's willing to front up with most of the capital cost, the remainder of the capital cost and all the operating costs, including the risk that this doesn't prove to be a financially viable project, is going to fall on ratepayers. Local government council should probably deliver an iconic project about once a decade or so, and with the Hunter Arts Centre coming along, that's probably our iconic project for the time being. It's difficult to see why we need such a facility now. Finally, I'd just like to say that it's easy for us to turn up and complain about things we don't like, but I will acknowledge that there's a lot that you guys do that we do like. Really, I use the library and a lot of other council facilities. I think if you look around councils in the rest of the country, you've got Wellington's failing water network, and lead in the pipes in Otago, and boil water notices on the east coast and so forth, and your own documents describe a set of infrastructure which is generally in good health, so that's excellent. Certainly the cleanliness of some of the facilities like the around freedom camping sites is also excellent, so we would commend you for delivering your core business well. We'd just like you to stick to core business and do it efficiently. I'd like to hand over to Jules just for some final things.
Thanks, Richard. Welcome, Jules.
Thank you, Richard, for the board long-term stuff. I'm going to bore down. Richard always talks about people's potholes. Well, it's not quite at the pothole level, but it's at a hole level in terms of a black hole which has had no funding. And I'm talking about the bridge into the Ruakaka Beach settlement, where around about 500-600 residents there. There's been a little bit of new development, and the batches are becoming increasingly occupied on a permanent basis. During the tsunami, this highlighted what people have been talking about for years. One of our committee members made representations to 3 of the mayors I can see there, and was promised that something will be done about it, and nothing ever has been done about it. When you have an emergency and you've only got one way out, which is across a bridge, which is about 3 metres wide, a single lane bridge, it creates a problem. It's like the proverbial camel trying to go through the eye of a needle, or in this case it's not camels, it's cars. And perhaps I could use a better analogy, and I know it's an overworked one, but it is the epitome of a bottleneck. And in that bottle, we've got the residents I've mentioned, but we've got 2 other ingredients. We've got a camping ground, and one of your councillors here is the chair of the Domain Board, and he knows exactly what I'm talking about. It's become increasingly popular. It's one of the biggest camping grounds still existing in New Zealand, and we council have successfully attracted internal tourism into this area, and that's one of the hotspots, I tell you. Now, the third ingredient, and mind you, that campground is only 40 metres from that bridge, 40 metres. The other ingredient is all the events that we have there. Now, the last weekend was the Surf Lifesaving Championships, and the same person that made the representation to these 3 mayors went around and measured that there was 7 kilometres, and that's just about every street in that area had a car parked on it. If you average 4 people in those cars, you're talking about another 2,000 people plus in that area. So you've got 3 ingredients there. And I'll just finish on that. You've got the residents, you've got the camping ground, and you've got the events. And just to tell you what events are on here, apart from the National Surf Diving Championships, this is the National Volleyball Championships, Surfing for the Disabled, and the IRB competition. And that's the inflatables. And they all bring big teams, big supporters and so on. We need a proper access and egress from that area, because when you have an emergency, there's people trying to get in there to get elderly people and what have you, their family out of there. And we get dominant flow of traffic, they just can't get in. This is a disaster waiting to happen. I try not to catastrophize when I'm talking about things and make them more ironic and make them more what they are. But this is potentially a catastrophe. Thank you.
Thank you, Ross. Thank you, Jules. Jules and Richard, are you happy to take any questions? Are there any questions, councillors?
Just
Councillor Bruno?
Jules, just a quick question for you. You've talked about the bridge itself.
Yes.
What about the intersection because from that bridge there's 3 intersections very close to together.
Correct.
If the bridge is done, will these other intersections become bottlenecks?
Yeah, well, indeed they would. It might be shifting the model further on, but something's got to be done. I mean, we're putting a 4-lane highway and we're going to create a bottleneck at the other end of it. So, still, you know, we can't say that we can't do anything about the bridge because it will create another bottleneck. I mean, I think in long-term plans that's been scrubbed out, there was something about a paper road as another way of getting in and out of there. And I don't know where that is. The priority for us is the bridge. If we could have another access into the 10-year plan as well, would alleviate that issue you're talking about.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you very much for your submission. Councillors, our next submitter is Rod Gates, Volume 2, page 230. Welcome, Rod.
I'll stand up also. Your Worship, Deputy Mayor, Councillors and staff, Chief Executive, I also want to touch on the issue of risk management. I've read through the documentation, both the short paper and the long one, and the only reference I could find was in the long one, where of the 324 pages, there were 6 paragraphs on the issue of risk management. And I thought, given the risks which follow over us, that is fairly light in terms of the approach. And I won't go into the detail of risks, you know them as well as I do. You alluded to them, Your Worship, in your introduction. There are the urgent risks associated with the recovery, re-entry of the country in a post-COVID environment, and the other the global risks associated with climate change and global warming. Looking at the decisions that you want to make in terms of long-term planning, I found it very difficult to see that you had taken a great deal of consideration as to the magnitude and scope of those risks. They're there, they will affect the decisions you make on the building program, the gatherings of people, whether in a post-COVID situation, the type of structures that you have in mind will take account of public safety. And the global warming risks and climate change risks are going to affect very strongly decisions you take on transportation, on flooding, on slips, on access to essential services, the ability of emergency services to operate, and also the security of the power supply that the district is going to require. We're at the end of a very long power line from the main sources, and we've known from previous occasions that if it goes out somewhere south of here, we have very little security of power or the ability to deal with it. So I think, in my view, the 3 years coming up is as important a 3 years as we are ever likely to see. I wish you well, but I would also suggest you tie hold and think carefully about some of the investments you're looking and whether they will deal appropriately with the long-term business.
Thank you, Rob. Councillors, any questions for Rob? Councillor Peters.
Rob, would you suggest from your thing that we put more energy and investment into climate change solutions? You haven't mentioned it yet.
Yes. The post-COVID risks and the uncertainties which are associated with those, they're urgent, and as always, urgency tends to trump importance. The most important risks are, in fact, those that are going to be associated with climate change. And what I would like to see the council do for this 3 years is to put its hand up and say, this council is going to address what the government wants us to address. And that's action, not words, on climate change.
Any other questions for Rob? Thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Good to see you.
Thank you, Rod.
Councillors, our next submitter is Lisa Clooney. Lisa's submission is in volume 9, page 130. Welcome, Lisa.
Hello, do you mind if I sit?
Welcome.
I'm only going to address a couple of points because, as you'll see, I submitted on quite a few things. So first of all, context. I'm Lisa and I teach at North Tech, but my partner and I just had the exhibition about Whangarei District Council at the Whangarei Museum. So the submission, what I'll be talking to mostly today is around climate change and sustainability. However, I just want to touch upon what a couple of the prior speakers have talked about, which is rates increases. I think we're too soon after COVID. My husband's German. We're seeing what's happening overseas. I think it's too soon to be thinking to be to really know what the fallout, the economic fallout is going to be, and so I think the rates increase is too great. The other is regarding what Bob was just saying, which is we can't do it on our own. We understand the Whangarei District Council can't, but we need to signal to the government that if they want us to take climate change seriously and to meet their targets, then they need to support us in order to do that. So starting with that, I think the 3.7 million that you've proposed to spend is pathetic, to be short. That's, if you think about in terms of the consultation that you're proposing to do, 370,000 per year over 10 years, if you look at how much community consultation costs, I just don't see how that is actually going to do anything than just be more talk. So when I looked at, and I'm an artist, I believe firmly in having event centres and places for people to gather and to share culture. However, I think if climate change is an issue, and whether you believe in climate change or just a cycle of more severe weather events going between droughts and flooding, I think it's ridiculous, sorry, my language is a bit impatient, to be proposing to build at sea level. We already have the Hundertwasser, the Whangarei Art Museum, which is not insulated properly, and you have the Hihioa. So I personally think out of those suggestions to update Forum North would be the best, or to, but I personally think instead of the event centre where this council would have to borrow a substantial amount of money and have ongoing operating costs, would be to say, while interest rates are low, let's borrow some money to look at how we can work with farmers in the Hikurangi level to try and mitigate what's happening there. So with the current drainage system that was put in the 70s, we can see that we have events such as the tuna fatalities, but we also have increased droughts, and we see that when we interviewed farmers, they said one of the biggest issues they have is not so much flooding, but it's the droughts that really kills them in terms financially. And I understand that there are some farmers in the swamp who are prepared to sell for a fair price a large holding of land, which if was allowed to be reflooded and infrastructure created in order to allow that to be a permanent wetland, then there would be no more need for those pumps. Now, I don't have those exact details here, but that is what I've heard. Also is to understand that wetlands are actually far more important carbon sinks than forests are. And over 96% of the Hikurangi wetland has been lost through drainage. That's larger than New Zealand's average of 90%. And we have an opportunity here for the Whangarei District Council to lead, and with the government, these drainage districts all throughout New Zealand that are having this issue, and to say, okay, well, we're actually going to be focusing on what we can do to use wetlands as a carbon sink. There's a possibility to lobby the government to, at the moment, I understand wetlands are not included in the emissions trading scheme, but that's something that people are talking about, so there would be an opportunity to offset the actual cost. And of course, farmers would then be able to access the water in drought conditions. You could explore aquaculture. We wouldn't have issues such as the sediment runoff and the issues that are affecting the kaipara. The government's putting a lot of money into the kaipara, but they're not looking upstream and seeing how we actually contribute to that. So in short, I think what I would like to see is for the council to reconsider the budget they wish to put towards climate change, to approach the government, to look at borrowing, say, something like $10 million, the council, and saying to the government, can you meet us with another 20, say 30 million, and then to look at those costs and how that could be offset against environmental gains, but also other possibilities there. The other, so just some facts. So carbon storage, so they say that in 2019 the estimated the global wetlands, which they say is between 3 and 5% of the world's land, they stored 225 million metric tonnes per annum of carbon. And that's equivalent to about 189 million car emissions. And so if you think about, we have an opportunity to increase our wetlands, to say to the government, look, we're taking what you're trying to do seriously, but you need to support us. The legacy we've been left with is that the New Zealand government thought in the turn of the 20th century to drain the land of New Zealand was to enrich the Dominion. So we've been left with that legacy, and we know that farmers are incredibly hardworking, but we need to look at the environment as not just about industry. We need to look at it in terms of ecosystems and look at our taonga species, which are plants, animals, insects, and not just what we're going to get out of it in terms of money. One last thing I'd just like to say is I think it is really important. Kaitiakitanga is something that we all take seriously, but please pay people to do that work. Don't expect people to do it mana whenua. People who do things, we get asked to do this all the time as artists, we work for free because we love it or we want to, but actually support people and actually give them contracts to do this work, to work alongside with farmers and hopefully some good outcomes.
Thank you, Lisa. Councillors, any questions for Lisa? Councillor Murphy.
Just to clarify on that last thing you were saying, so you would support council actually putting the budget aside so that local hapu could do monitoring of the waterways?
Absolutely, because they're doing it anyway, but I think you should fund, we don't go to a dentist and expect to get our teeth done for free. So if people are, if you really support this work, there should be budget for it.
Thank you.
Councillor Reid.
Lisa, thanks for that. Just a question. Have you worked out how we're going to repay the funding option you've put forward, and how we're going to compensate farmers for loss of production?
Well, loss of production, you would have, no I haven't, but I think it's not reflooding the whole of the depot. It's a holding of land so that other farmers would still be able to farm their land. It's just who is prepared to sell, that area would be turned back into a wetland. But you have the potential such as aqua crops, which other countries are looking into. Like I said, is the carbon emissions trade-off. But one of the suggestions I put forward is possibly like a little tourism centre where people could actually come out, see. It's something that Doppler Living Water have actually proposed. Wire rush, which is a plant that contributes to, is a peat forming rush. You could have plants such as that on display. Tuna, people could actually get up close, so there is an opportunity to reap across there.
Thank you. Any further questions? Lisa, thank you for your submission and your time today. Councillor, our next submitter is Grant Faber and is coming in via Teams. Grant's submission is in volume 2, pages 138 and 140. Hopefully, welcome to you, Grant. Those wonderful terms of 2020, you're on mute. Here we go. Morning, Grant.
On.
You are indeed.
Right, thank you. Good morning, Your Worship, councillors and members of staff. Thank you for your time this morning. I appreciate you have a busy schedule to get through, and I'll be as quick as possible. My submission is relative to the proposed changes in the qualifying criteria for the rates revision under policy 17/115. Basically, my submission is that the proposed new policy confuses two areas of rating criteria, and if adopted, would have long-ranging and unintended consequences. I'd just like to speak to the proposed change in two parts. The first part relating to the rates remission itself, and the second part to the rules that council places around that rates remission. Firstly, in relation to the rates remission, as you're all aware, the council rating formula has for many years, against certain properties, thrown up a result which results in those properties incurring a very, very high rating cost, and to use council's own terminology, a disproportionate share of general rates. To rectify that, the remission policy was introduced many years ago, has worked successfully, and that remission policy simply changes rates which are very high to rates which are still high, but from untenable to at least tenable. It's worth looking at the reasons why certain properties are thus affected. Typically, these properties are unique by way of location, have very high landscape and conservation biodiversity values, and so attract high value because of their uniqueness. It's notable that the value of these properties does not result from any ability to actually raise money from the land. In fact, by their very nature, they're not really viable bits of land for farming, horticulture, or many other uses. In our particular case, it's an area of coastal land, a farm that was subdivided some 25 years ago, which we purchased. Steep coastal property running from Carry Mountain down to cliffs on the edge of the ocean. Difficult to move around because of its terrain, but obviously sought over after because it has good sea views and very high natural landscape values. Of note also, the landscape values are often derived on these properties from significant work put in by the owners. In our case, we've planted in the time we've been there over 50,000 trees and have been heavily involved in conservation, removing all the goats and wild pigs that used to run freely, and being more latterly very heavily involved in Kiwi conservation and helping as founders of the Backyard Kiwi group way back some 17, 18 years ago. Of note also, these properties tend to be rural and low users of council services. For example, in our case, despite what is a high rating even after the remission, we have no water or sewage services. We are accessed over a kilometre of poorly maintained, unsealed road. We do have a rubbish collection if we take our rubbish 1.5 kilometres to a collection point. So overall, we're not big users of council services. To put this into real numbers so it can be easily understood, in our case, for example, if the rates remission was removed, our rates would go up 27% overnight to a level which is untenable and excessive and compared to other areas throughout New Zealand. And the question then is for landowners, what do you do when this happens? You really only got two options, what I call the two S's: sell or subdivide. If you're forced to sell your land because of high rating, typically these types of blocks go to overseas owners. And while the current government has tightened provisions around the overseas investment of special land, you all know that it's quite easy for parcels of substantial size or significant size. The landowners have the opportunity to meet the various criteria for these rules, and the end result is it goes into overseas ownership. The other option, of course, is subdivide, and that's the last thing we want. I mean, typically these properties, because of their high values, are notable. In our case, outstanding coastal landscape, and all the good work that the WDC and NRC have done over the years has really been focused on preserving these lands and minimising development. That's what we all want. So in removing a rates from remission, driving up the rates, the end result is actually counter to council's own objectives. So those are the fundamentals when you're looking at rates from remission. They're there for a purpose. They're there to address an anomaly, and they have historically done a good job for the purpose for which they are intended. They in fact protect indirectly many of the areas that we all seek to protect that are so special. In looking at the rulings around council property, rates remission property, which council has introduced progressively over the years, There is I guess, a concerning trend that one would raise the question of, does council have policies to try and actively remove properties from rates remission? Several years ago, council focused on these properties that had dual dwellings or two dwellings on the property. Now, there are many reasons. Most of these properties are rural, and a lot of them have dual dwellings. In our case,
it's a 5-minute bell, Grant.
Okay. In our case, just point of clarity, how long exactly do I have?
5 minutes.
Okay. All right. So I'll cut to the current proposal. The current proposal is that for any landowner with dual dwellings, and the dual dwellings in our case was simply a design issue because of council's restriction of height on the land. We divided our house in two and put our guests' accommodation in one building and our main house in another. So we have two dwellings. Council seeks to introduce a ruling now that if one of those dwellings is rented for any period at all, then rates remission shall be removed. Now, it takes no cognizance of the time that it may be rented, whether it's 12 months or 12 days. The other relevant point is that the backbone of visitor accommodation in Northland, in particular in the Whangarei District, is provided from people like my wife, Rhoda, and I, who provide low-level accommodation on a low-usage basis for occasional visitors. In our case, we typically rent out our property between 30 and 40 days per year. We do it as a hobby.
Grant, sorry, I'll cut you short there. We have read your submission as well, so thank you very much
for this. I'm just checking if there are any questions from councillors. There are no questions, so we appreciate you coming in this morning via Teams, and thank you for your submission.
Sorry for not sticking to time. I understood that a lot of time slot, but never mind.
Apologies for that. Thank you, Grant. Good to see you.
All right. Thank you all.
Councillors, our next submitter is Jude Thompson. Jude is speaking to two submissions. They're both in volume 7, pages 276 and 279. Welcome, Jude, and support. Representing Whangarei North residents and the Whangarei Community and Sports Association. Will you be speaking to both submissions, Jude, or keeping them separate?
Keeping them separate.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay.
Has the bell rung?
Time starts now.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jude Thompson, and this first submission that I'm talking to is the submission on behalf of the Whangarei North Residents and Ratepayers Association. But I'll just introduce the two roses here. So this is Peter Gunn, who is the former chair of the Ratepayers Association on the North, and also is the former chair of the next submission as well for the Coastal Community Group. And this is a phenomenon here, Hamish Hiker, who is a talented fellow from out in the Whangarei area. So just want to firstly acknowledge our councillors, Councillor Martin, Councillor Murphy, for the support that they give us for the Whangarei North area. And I have just to acknowledge we are the northernmost and considered the most remote area of this district, and I have driven this morning the hour and a half here to come and give this submission. Would like to acknowledge to council the support you've given us to date for our community centre, which is underway out in the North Bay area. And on that note, we encourage council and ask that you retain any type of community funding that you can for smaller communities such as ours. Also acknowledge that we as the ratepayers support the submission for the Whangarei Coastal Community Group around fields and lights in particular. Come as no surprise that we are here asking council to prioritise money for our road, particularly in the Punaraku section. Our kids lose on average between 2 to 3 weeks a year, and now that is a promoted route as the secret coast under the Twin Coast route, it at times makes it very, very dangerous for our visitors who are encouraged to go there but don't realise what that particular section of road, the issues that it can cause. We're also asked for support around ongoing maintenance around the roadsides and weeds, get our drains cleared with the rains that are out there at the moment. A particular concern for us is around the tsunami sirens, so we appreciate that money's been put in to replace the system, but what we understand is not in there is to expand that system. So in our area, as in many coastal areas, we've identified where the gaps are, so if the system's going to be replaced, we need to have some clear understanding as self-determining communities as to how we're going to deal with those gaps. So we'd ask that you give that consideration around those some extra money to go into that budget. Lastly, from us, you will probably well be about stop on the roads issue. There was some this morning, and I did give thank in particular to our councillors and to Councillor Benny, who I know is putting some effort behind this as well. So we would like to see if there's any possibility that council may be able to help contribute if we as a community came to the party with some funds to try and address particularly some of the fences which repeatedly, particularly in one of the worst sections where stoppers on the road, the fences keep getting washed out when the floods come because of the issues around the road and flooding. So it's something that we would like some help with, but we acknowledge the help that we've already had. So if we can continue in that partnership and find a solution, we believe it probably is only a matter of time before somebody is very seriously hurt or worse. So we are, as a community, committed to doing our part as best we can. That's it, unless there's any questions.
Jude, thank you for the layout of your submission. It's very easy to figure out what it is you're asking for. Councillors, questions for Jude, Peter and Hamish? No questions on that one? Thank you so much.
So this submission is on behalf of the Whangarei Coastal Community and Sports Association. So again, Pete was the former chair of that particular group, and he was the chair for a very long time, and when this particular wider initiative that we're going to talk about was brought to the table. Hamish has a number of hats as a community member, tangata whenua, also very instrumental in the great Whangarei rugby team, which we'll talk about as well. So this group has been going for about 12 years, and we understand that we're relatively unique because we do have representation from all of our community in the sense that we have the Ngā Marae, all of the Marae, all of the ratepayer groups, our community at the table as well. I'm going to hand over to Hamish and then let Pete fill in some gaps if there are any. But I did want to acknowledge that you have had a submission from the Whangarei South Ratepayers Association who come to you around the wetlands, and we are in full support of that. I might just hand over to Hamish.
Kia ora. Just speaking on behalf of Section 7 of our proposal, the request to move budget set aside on year 8 and 9 for Waikato Field development and years 7 and 8 for the Waikato hard courts to year 1 and 2 within the long-term plan. This request comes at a time where we're at the stage of completing our the first stage of the complex itself, and to see it be pushed out to years 8 and 9 on the next stages is we feel too far for us. We're at the stage now where our facilities are halfway in between being completed and fully usable. So, and along with that, on section 10, where we're also seeking assistance in budget for the lighting at the Whangarei fields also. For the past 7 or 8 years, we've been training out of Tikipanga Rugby Club. Most of this due to the fact that we don't have field lights out here, and due to safety and all those aspects, we can't train on our current fields at night. So those requests would be appreciated.
Yeah, just to clarify around the lights, previously the rugby club had acquired and installed some limited lighting on the single field. The build where we built our community hub project essentially chopped that wire off, and with the understanding with council at the time there would be a field realignment to the facility, and at that time we would rerun electrical cabling to where the lights would be moved to. So essentially the lights are disconnected at present, which had been previously funded by the rugby club themselves. And they're probably not on the standard that you would install, so they're essentially redundant. So it's essentially replacing something which was already present on that piece of land. And just to acknowledge, there's no coincidence that Jude and I sat on both, because the residents and ratepayers as of right actually sit, and the chairs of those groups sit on this whangarei-wide collaboration essentially between tangata whenua and residents and ratepayers and community, so, and council. So we must acknowledge that council have attended nearly all of our meetings since in section.
I guess I just want to say too that out in our whangarei area, we have growing numbers. So many are coming home since COVID. We have growing numbers of children coming to our area, and we're very proud and have a long history of being very successful in sport. But in terms of facilities to be able to foster that in and around where we live, it's really challenging, and so we have to do a lot of travel, as others do in those communities which are further away. So that is why with this community hub facility, we have worked really hard to get our stage 1, that's almost done. It's a community sports hub for all codes and for all of the community, but certainly in terms of being able to take the next step for our rugby team to be able to come home, to have 2 fields, so that, you know, should they continue their winning streak, of which they have over many years in the past, they would have the opportunity to go up into the Premier grade, because as those involved in rugby will know, if you can't present with 2 fields and 2 teams, then you can't be in that Premier grade. So yeah, from our small remote community in Whangarei, we just ask when you consider, you do your deliberations, that for the many millions that will be spent in more urban areas, that you give consideration to us.
Is there any questions?
Yeah.
Councillor Martin.
How many championships have the netball won?
Oh, for those that aren't aware, the netball team for Whangarei was very successful. Greg probably knows the answer to the question.
5 last year.
Yeah, I thought it was 4. They are actually formed and affiliated to the Whangarei Rugby. So Whangarei Rugby is the umbrella organisation for other sports teams. So it's not just about rugby.
Netball and basketball.
And netball and basketball operate under the umbrella of Whangarei Rugby.
Just a quick one. So do you envisage that the lights would cover the hard court as well?
The hard court will be adjacent to where the number 1 field will be, and it's intended that they would be somewhere where the kids could play basketball in the evening, etc. The standard cabling would be there for lights to go both ways.
Councillor Peters?
Sorry, it's for the first first presentation. How many more sirens are necessary to cover the holes of?
In our area, it's only a small number, so it would be less than 6, or a maximum of 6 in the area.
Any further questions? The only one I had was around the, do you have any idea of the budget for the lights have you done any costings of what's required?
I can't recall the exact number. Albury had worked with us to put some ballpark figures on these prior to his retirement. So so I haven't got an up-to-date number. Do you recall, Bruce?
It was a chicken and egg thing. We need to do the fields before we put the lights on, so we see where they need to go.
We could have a look and see if we've got that on the book.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for coming to speak to your submissions today. Great to see you. Councillors, our next submitter is Marilyn Cox. She's got 2 submissions to be speaking to. The first one, volume 7, page 199. Welcome, Marilyn.
Good morning, my name is Marilyn Cox. To start with, I'm going to represent the waipu residents and ratepayers. And then Kath is going to show a video which will tell you the story of the waipu cycle and walkway and where we're at. And I can answer questions on that as well. I drew up this list of priorities for waipu in consultation with other members of the Waipu Residents and Ratepayers Association. And on advice from our councillor, Shelley Deeming, we have kept the list short. Number 1 is the completion of the Waipu to Waipu Cove cycle and walking trail. The Cycleway Committee, well, we'll be talking to that next, so I won't spend a lot of time on that. Just to say that completing this trail, which has been 10 years in the making, is quite a high priority for Waipu people. Rural dwellers in Waipu are pleased with the council's proposal to allocate an extra $47 million to road seal. We also understand that road sealing is very expensive, and this amount will only pay for the sealing of a small proportion of the metal roads that remain in the district. We just ask that when it draws up its priorities, the council will take into account that there has been substantial subdivision on many of Waipu's rural roads over the past 20 years. The people who live on unsealed roads would like to see an improvement in the maintenance program on those roads. It has become common for roads to become badly corrugated with large patches of bare clay before they get any attention from the council contractor. Last year, the residents of Harwood Road took it upon themselves to hire a grader and get the road dealt to themselves. And while preparing the submission, I phoned one of those residents and asked if there had been any improvement. He said the road was currently in a terrible state, and he and his neighbours were wondering what they pay their rates for. And lastly, we would like the council to conduct a review of the parking in the Waipu Town Centre. The angle parking outside the Caledonian Dairy and the Four Square is very dangerous. The footpath on both sides of the road turns at right angles to go behind the angle parked vehicles. It's particularly dangerous for children who might not be seen. People tend to just walk, they don't bother. We've stood on the road and watched, and people don't bother to turn in around the back of the parking. They just tend to walk straight behind the parked vehicles. Particularly dangerous for children who, a big vehicle might not see as they back out. And I have been told that one elderly lady was knocked over by a backing vehicle and died several weeks later, so a fatality has already occurred because of this situation. One of our members has a son who happens to be a traffic engineer in London, Alexander Razima, a transport project manager from London. And when he was visiting Waipu a couple of Christmases ago, some members of the Ratepayers Association met with him in Waipu and asked him to take a look at the parking situation. And he came up with what I think was a very simple, probably quite inexpensive, elegant solution. He just suggested that angle parking be moved out onto the road. He said that this would have the effect of slowing traffic in the main street anyway, and that you could widen the area between the four square and the parked vehicles, so there's plenty of room for people to walk on the footpath. Whenever there's a COVID-2 lockdown, the owner of the business, the four square business, has been blockading the footpath so that people are actually forced out behind the vehicles. We took her to task and we complained to the council, but it turns out that that footpath is owned by the four square, so we couldn't actually stop that blockade. But you can imagine that for elderly people, and we have lots of elderly people, we have 2 retirement villages in Waipu. That's really difficult to have to manoeuvre their walking frames and mobility scooters out onto the road behind a line of angle parked vehicles to get into Waipu. So that's what has happened each time we've had a level 2 lockdown. And that's basically, we forwarded that report of Mr. Razima's to the council, and it was passed on to Nick Marshall, and he commented that there hasn't been an investigation into the safety improvements of the angle parking in Waipu to date, and he was going to recommend that for the long-term plan. So we just want to support that recommendation of
Thank you, Marilyn.
Mr. Marshall.
Councillors, any questions for Marilyn on the submission for the Waipu Residents and Ratepayers Association? Thank you very much for...
Can I just make another quick comment? Lots of people have ideas about this parking situation. So if the council were to do a review, it would be really good if they would do a bit of consultation so that these people can put their brilliant ideas forward.
Thanks, Marilyn. And next one is the Waipu Cycle and Walkway Trust. Is it here?
And that should be a video presentation.
Fabulous.
Waipu Cycleway Walkway would love the council to please prioritise funding for the completion of the last 3 kilometres of this 10-kilometre bridge. Waipu Cycleway Walkway would like to thank Whangarei District Council for their support in our community project so far. It's awesome, we really appreciate it.
Please put our cycleway first in your long-term plans.
The first 2 stages of this community project are completed. Stage 1 is a 2.5 kilometre stretch from Waipu Village to Riverview Place. Commuters use it for school and work. It is also used by the Te Aroa walkers and many, many others for active recreation.
Where do we go now? Oh, bus stop.
The second stage of the cycle walkway now goes from McLean Road to Waipu Cove Beach. Our surf lifeguards use the cycleway to get to the beach for patrol.
The campers would love to be able to cycle into Waipu. We get asked about the bike track all the time, don't we? Yeah.
Our team have worked hard to secure funding and donors for each leg. Presently, we are working on the next stage, McLean Road to Waipu Cemetery. We are talking to landowners, obtaining grants, We've already secured 60,000 of the projected 200,000 to complete this section. The last stage is much more complicated, corner, and the council staff have estimated it could cost up to 700,000. The wider waipu community are very supportive. Recently, over 100 volunteers turned up for our planting day, and our fundraising team have raised to the tune of $40,000 from e-bike raffle tickets.
The landowners have been extremely generous, with large amounts of land provided for easements. For one section, the landowner allowed the path to go up to 30 metres within their property, and it enabled the creation of 2 ponds for birdlife.
The cycleway's fantastic. The trouble is, I've got nowhere to go. The road's really busy, it's just not safe for me to keep on going.
We are currently working with property owners to gain easements for the final stages.
I was going to say, we've got a superstar in the room, don't we? Councillors, any questions for the trust members who are present? Councillor Deming?
I've been trying to think how to phrase it into a question, but I can't. I just love the ingenuity and initiative and tenacity. Waipu people, that was brilliant. Thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Murphy?
The 700,000, can that be broken down into a staged approach so that instead of having that...
We actually think we have 60,000 left in our account, and we're busy trying to raise money for the next 2 kilometres, I think, and we're pretty confident we can get some of that anyway, or a lot of that. We usually get help with the legal side of the easements from the council. The council has been very good doing that for us all along. We're negotiating easements, but when it comes to the legal, making it legal, the council. But that last section, Nick Marshall made that. I mean, I was astounded by 700,000. I hope it doesn't cost that much. But that's Nick Marshall's idea. It's a really narrow corner, and that we just have to negotiate around. It's going to need some engineering expertise to do that. We could end up down by the estuary, but that's got its own problems. So just that last corner is quite problematic. We hope it doesn't cost that much, but that is in fact your engineers. He possibly put the higher amount thinking. I don't know. It does astound me, but that was an amount that he put on that corner.
Thanks, Margaret. Thank you very much for your presentation and your submission. Councillors, our next submitter is Tricia Kulina. Tricia's submission is in volume 3, page 67. Welcome, Tricia.
I'm Tricia Kulina, and I'm here today in support of the Hihiahua Agricultural Center and their plans to build a world-class Indigenous center. One way to keep culture alive is through education, celebration, exhibition, and special events, all of which take place at Hihiahua already. Understanding, appreciating, and continuing the rich cultural heritage that we have right here in Whangarei is important to all of us. It adds depth and richness to our already complex society. There's a wealth of knowledge and skills that are transmitted at Hihiamoa. I'm continually amazed at the quality and talent of the carvers there. There's art of great importance being made there. The in progress right now, the hoe for the Kala Kala roundabout, a large carving to the soon to be relocated Whangarei Land Court. Just yesterday, a retiring judge came up from Auckland to commission a hoe, a paddle for his successor. Things like that are happening all the time there. A lot goes on there. The building itself is prize-winning, winning the regional and national architectural awards. They recently received a first place in the Maori Business Awards. It's a place where waka are being built and restored. They hosted the Rata Festival, which had waka builders from Hawaii and Tahiti come and build traditional vessels. There's very few places in this country that do this, and think of what can be done there. The future is exciting. Hihiamoa has also hosted large festivals like the Tuya 250, the Matariki, and the Pacifica Fusion that were all great successes. And on a daily basis, I'm impressed by the variety of people who pass through. I am a volunteer there. I go there once a week. All races, all ages, all types of people come through. This is a cultural center not just for Maori, it's for everyone. Now, before I get on to the long-term plan, there has been a long-term plan which was seeded in 1980 by the ancestors of Te Warahi Hataraka. They saw the youth were losing their culture. They saw a need for a place where cultural traditions and skills could be passed down. Working for several years in Whangarei's alternative schools with marginalized youth, I saw firsthand what connecting to your culture can do to a person. I also saw a country in a state of unbalance due to the effects of colonization. Our students, with no other school they could go to, were 95% Maori, the evidence of this imbalance. I feel it's a responsibility for all of us to help rebalance in any way we can with such things like supporting Hihiamoa. In my work, connecting with your culture is the single most effective method for altering the path of a person's life. It had long-lasting effects with many of the students obtaining degrees and meaningful jobs. So, in your long-term plan, and for a multitude of reasons, I encourage you to help finance Hihiamoa to reach its goal by entering into stage 2 of its construction. Stage 2 will include a theater, a conference center, an outdoor stage. A gallery already exists there, representing over 50 artists, both Maori and Pakeha. Fantastic exhibitions are changing monthly. After building stage 2, Hihiamoa will be able to host larger events for all types, for all people. I ask you, as council members, to realize the enormous difference in supporting something with deep meaning. Please look through a lens that doesn't focus too much on the tourist dollar, but look for quality, cultural, and long-lasting outcomes. And for those of you who still see the tourist dollar, studies have shown that people who seek cultural heritage tourism have more money and are willing to part more easily with their money. Cultural tourism helps reinforce identity, understanding, and preserves the heritage of our area. And with a focus on quality, we are about to become players on a world stage. In pre-COVID days, I traveled to Alaska and Canada on behalf of Hi'iawa to initiate artist exchanges between carvers, canoe makers, and dignitaries of indigenous cultures. I spoke with at cultural centers for Tlingit, Haida, Shimsham, and Coast Salish tribes. They were all extremely excited about building a connection that will be long-lasting and prosperous for all, making the world a better place. What we have going right here in Whangarei, what is happening on a daily basis at Hi'iawa is important. In conclusion, I ask you not to bypass one of your biggest treasures here that is alive and well, that has so much to offer. It will help put Whangarei on the map, supporting Hi'iawa in completing its cultural center, support Hi'iawa in completing its cultural center, and be proud of the contribution it makes to all our lives.
Thank you, Tricia.
You're welcome.
Councillors, any questions for Tricia? Councillor Peters?
How much do you think that the council should contribute towards the next stage of the year?
I'm not on board, and I don't do books, and I'm not a counselor, and I don't budget for the council, but I would say the most they can. But I would also say in the submission I read there was a $5 million term, and I would say please support it with the $5 million.
Thank you, Tricia. Thank you very much for your submission and for speaking to it today. Councillors, our next submitter is Victor Winkowski. Victor's submission is in volume 9, page 43. Welcome, Victor. Victor, would you mind coming forward so that we can hear you? Yes, please. Thank you. And I know you have a lovely soft voice, but if you could speak up a little, it would be appreciated. Thank you.
You can't stand up, Victor. Don't be a retiring flower. Like this.
The time is yours, Victor. Over to you.
Oh, thank you. Presentation in response to the long-term pain. Hello, short intro for the coffee. I am a ratepayer, not yet a pensioner, living in Karma. I have 40 years of work history in horticulture and landscape. Increased rates are a complexity for myself and others. Keeping budgets in balance is a challenge. Sad to see the poor turnout at the Whangarei District Council presentation of the long-term plan at the Kano Bowling Club. I also attend the Kano community meetings. I am a member of the Kano Lions. I have worked with Cheryl on conservation work, and Tricia and Gavin also attend the Kano community. Ongoing appropriate funding is obviously critical to maintain a healthy infrastructure for the population. However, there seems to be a casual approach to excessive spending on fancy high-profile projects within Whangarei. We are told of a major increase in visitor numbers in the near future. Hopefully, the council have credible costing estimates for the CBD upgrade development. Where is the parking for these tourists? Yes, we do need a social, interactive civic centre, large enough for music, dance and conference events. The forum north renovation may not be right for such a large creative development on this site. The future climate change issues may be very limiting on developing any harbour-side sites. I am not keen on Whangarei District Council partnering with a business group that may have a free overspending thinking. Present town basin development is a good example of this. Thanks to the councillors who pushed for the end of covering their financial deficit on construction. Council staff are apparently aware and accepting the excessive planting of large grown specimen trees in the undersized open public areas. This will potentially be unpleasant and controversial when the chainsaw comes out in the future. Maybe sometime we can walk around town and I can draw your attention to what I am bemoaning about, if you like. Thank you for listening.
Victor, thank you very much for your presentation. Councillors, any questions for Victor? Councillor Murphy?
During your written submission, you referred to a safe crossing at the shops, and I'm just wondering if there was a particular shopping centre or area that you're referring to where we need to do a crossing, or if it was just a general
community would very much appreciate some form of coordination or accepting information on the Kano shopping area. I know that Tikipanga has had that experience. We seem to be at the back of the line.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Victor?
Quick question. For North renovation, did you envisage renovating what we already have, or were you thinking of knocking it down and building a new one? Just fixing this building.
Victor, thank you very much for your submission and for the time you've taken to come and to speak to us today.
Thank you.
Councillors, our next submitter is Alice Cove-Smith. Alice's submission is in volume 2, page 79 and 83.
Good morning. I'm the speaker for the Disability Advisory Group presentation today. My friend Will is here for stats and other information. I just wanted to talk a bit about the more human elements of the submission. So in the submission we've put forth, we're asking as a group of disabled people and on behalf of the wider disabled community in the district that you look at improving roads that have not been fixed up. I can think of a couple of examples, James Street in particular, where there are low curbs that, or high curbs rather, that don't drop down enough, so when mobility scooter and wheelchair users go over them, it can be a tipping hazard. There are many potholes in roads throughout the district and pavements that are tripping and falling hazards for the visually impaired community in particular. We want a voice to be listened to, because the state of the actual district when it comes to public accessibility is very much sorely lacking. And our accessibility is a fundamental right. We want housing that is not segregated, that is accessible and incorporates universal design. We want sensory areas for autistic and neurodivergent people. We also would like proper fencing so that for example, members of the autistic community that are more likely to be vulnerable to water and traffic hazards in areas like the town basin, we would like that to be fenced off and properly secured. We want better mobility parking. There aren't enough mobility parking spaces. A lot of things feel very much like an afterthought, to be perfectly honest with you. And our accessibility is not something that can be flexible. If we have to go out, you know, and we have to do our errands, you know, and the lack of accessibility is stopping us, then we can't live our lives fully and independently. And that is something that needs to be seriously rectified. Basically, we're all people from different backgrounds, but we all have our own stories to tell. And if we can't access our own community, then we can't tell our stories. I'm going to defer to Will for a bit more stats and financial information. Will, if you would be so kind, just to...
I came onto the Disability Advisory Group last year, so it was my second and final year, unless I go for another term. There are up to 12 of us, currently 11. The DAG, I'm very surprised at this, I asked the other day, the DAG has been going for 17 years. So the influence of the long-term plan, we're coming into the third cycle of influence that group should have on the long-term plan. But honestly, I've been coming to Whangarei for about 30 years, and I really don't see, you know, there are some accommodations and concessions and parking and taxis and things like that in partnership with some of the charitable trust and NRC. But yeah, there's a lot of infrastructure was failed to begin with or failing, and the spend really should be on fixing things like ramps off sidewalks into roads, crossings, things like that. Quite often at meetings, I'll hear of you know, people that are associated with some of my fellow members that are flipping their wheelchairs and their disability scooters simply by leaving the sidewalk going onto a crosswalk. It's just not really acceptable in a health and safety sense. We have two primary functions. One is to hear every plan, policy, strategy under the sun, just like you guys do. And largely our meetings, which are 2 hours a month, are subsumed by just that. Whether they're relevant or not, we're working on that. Like, we really don't have time to listen to things that have no relevance to the disability community. But yeah, we hear everything that's going on. And we're expected to put in our expertise. Our second function is to represent the wider disability community. Now, who is the disability community? According to the 2013 disability survey, in Northland, sorry, I don't have all the Whangarei District stats, but in Northland it's around 44,000 disabled people. We're second from the top in terms of rate. Taranaki, then us, then Bay of Plenty. The national average is 24% of people who are disabled. We're at 29%. So essentially our Disability Advisory Group represents 30% of people within the region. That's the task we have within 2 hours a month. You know, so we do have to work on our networking collectively, because of course we're a function of you. You called us into being, we volunteered, and here we are. So yeah, I think from what I've seen so far, we have some improvements to make in terms of communication loops and making sure that what we say is taken on board. Ellie was the author of our submission, and it came in the form of an advice paper back in November. I did a bit of a word search across the text of everything in the long-term plan, and disability is mentioned twice. One is in reference to us, which is, you know, just a box ticking mechanism. The other is a highly...
I'm sorry, I turned it off.
And yeah, I just want to acknowledge my other colleague with the trucks in front of our disability. Sorry. But there's three of us here anyway today.
Save one, do it.
This is one issue. I have Asperger's, so I talked to you before about 3 hours. I think it's 5 minutes. Anyway, yeah. So that's what our task is, and I'll hand it back to Allie for the close.
We just don't want to be segregated or shut out. We want to know that our opinions of how to make the district better, that they matter. And we don't want to have to wait years and years for real tangible change, because we really do need it now. The amount of times that my day personally has been ruined by not being able to access somewhere, it's basically countless. So we would really encourage council to really go on physical scouting with the disability community, look at these problem areas that need fixing and really do something about it. Thank you so much for you guys' time. It's really appreciated.
I would add too, when you see age issues,
Yes.
that disability at over 40, people over 45, on average, they have acquired 4 different disabilities, which they didn't have when they were younger, generally due to accident, illness, or disease. Younger people tend to be born with a disability, and statistically, that's the way it's developing. So they're in it for life, often, neurotypical, neurodiverse, or learning difficulties, things like that.
Thank you, Will.
So we are looking at the youth
time
and
for questions.
Yeah.
Councillors, any questions? Councillor Martin?
Yeah, we had another person from the disability in yesterday, and he asked if we could have our crossings for the lights so that you could do it remotely, because it's so difficult to manoeuvre up to the chair to push the button. And some of them are much more difficult than others. So, would you support that?
It's a
good idea.
Yeah, anything that the council is coming into applying universal design, which means accessibility for essentially the disabled. But if you design something for the disabled, you've designed it for everyone. It's going to be better for everyone, especially older people.
Councillor Peters?
During the time that you've been on the disability committee, has any council staff who are responsible for the pavements gone around with you with a member of the disability and checked them?
Yeah, according to some ex-members that were in the last iteration last year, there was a walk around, roll around, and
But they aren't frequent.
yeah, they aren't frequent. We don't often get feedback on what we're putting forward, and we don't get feedback on what's been done about it. So these are things that we'll internally, along with Councillor Jane, who's our liaison councillor. There are improvements we need to make, but we aren't doing that currently.
So what would help would be after a walk around and then a feedback
Always, yeah.
on what had happened.
I beg your pardon. Sorry, I'm conscious that we've got a lot of questions and we haven't had a break yet. Councillor Corlo?
Sorry. Just a quick question for you guys. Do you know about the engineering standards which are being reviewed at the moment?
In terms of?
This is all the roading standards, all the footpath standards. Are you aware of that?
I'm not fully. Sorry, I didn't know your name.
Cockerello.
I think we did have, is it Tony Gordon? Yes. So he did feedback to us based on our paper last year. We had to ask, but he did feedback, and we know things are improving, but yeah, they do need to, the spend needs to be on fixing and on auditing. Quite often we'll be asked to say, identify the problems. Is anyone going past that corner on the way home? Could you take a photo? That's not our job, that's council's job to audit the assets and fix them.
Excuse me, thank you for your submission. I wondered if you were picking up any issues still with any new work that's been done. I mean, we've picked up, as Councillor Martin said, the crossing button implemented, but are there other things that are you finding that the new work that we're doing is addressing the issues, and that the work you're looking at us doing is more the retrofitting, if you like?
I think some new features have been suggested by us for a fix, like kickboards on the boardwalk system down at Hatia, that if you don't have a kickboard, a chair can go over the edge. So I think those were installed immediately when it was raised. But again, the standard needs to be in place, and we shouldn't have to be doing the auditing. It should be a natural part of design. The design is not, the design in the build is not appreciably more to get it right.
Thank you both very much for your time today and for your work on our advisory group. She's ready. Councillors, our next submitter is David Lowry. David's submission is in volume 4, page 38. I'm going to take the final 2 submitters and then we will take a break. Welcome, David.
Hello, it's good to be here. Kia ora. There's three issues I'd like to raise. first two quite briefly. One is that the residential development on low-lying coastal areas. The annual ice melt globally is being measured in thousands of cubic metres currently. So the take-home message is don't build on coastal margins unless you want to sabotage the futures of the children. Vehicles on beaches, we've thrashed this one out. It's still ongoing. We've been in touch with the Commissioner for the Environment about it, the Minister of Transport to get the interpretation of roads sorted out, because the interpretation of road doesn't actually describe a road, it describes where the act applies, so we want that changed. But the main thing I'm going to go on about is stormwater. Is this working? Yeah, the issues with stormwater, we've had if you can just flip through those, we've sort of covered that. Up to the next one. That one there, just hang on that one. We had an algal bloom in waipu, and there's a major die-off of fish, and here's a photograph here of fish and eels that are struggling to get to the edge of the waterway to gasp for air. Just flick through on the next slide. That's dead fish and crabs and prawns. That's a drain coming from a property, which is the drain's fed down through Cullen Road through a property. This here doesn't show up very well, but those little dots you can see sort of in the upper part of it, that's the heads of fish, sort of pushing the way forward. Next one, please. And there's just a smattering of dead fish. Next one, please. And this gives an idea of the variety and the concentration of the dead fish. The Regional Council came down and tested the water quality there for oxygen levels. It was reading at 0.15 to 0.2% oxygen, and it should be 100%. The contributing factors, the main thing we can work on, can you flip through that one? That's the algae taking oxygen out of the water, dead fish on it. Next one, please. That's the algae rotting, and that we're doing the dead fish on top. The algae was also smothering seagrass and Johnson Point Road. What I'm trying to show here is, what the problem is. And if you go up to the next one, there's about 30 drains draining into the estuary there. It's probably the same right throughout the whole district. But one resident's using some initiative. On the left-hand side, you can see an unmanaged drain, and on the right-hand side, someone's actually putting in a stormwater reed bed swale. And that actually should be standard practice. The sediment and the nutrients are contributing factors. They're not the only things involved, but this is the low-hanging fruit, and this is something that we can do. And you can see it's not a horrendously expensive job. But where the council comes into this is, although the drains, the discharge points are on private property, the drains from the council roads like Cullen Road, McLean's Road, St Anne's Road, and other rights of ways, and all the properties draining down towards the coast along Cove Road, they go into road drains, and then the road drains pick that up, then they feed into drains that go into private property that discharge into the estuary. And where they actually discharge into the estuary is on a paper road. So the paper road is actually council land, so that does kind of make it easier for the council to operate. I would be suggesting that that reed beds, stormwater retention swales with reed beds should be a standard resource consent requirement for discharging drains into rivers, and it should also be applied retrospectively for drains that are already discharging. But I think the council has some liability there because of the road drains that eventually end up into the rivers and estuaries. And running ahead of myself. And having that paper road there gives the district council some agency to do something. But you know, it is an issue. Can you flip through another couple? This is a major retention pond in Millbrook, sort of Siltdale Way. That's where the water goes in, that's where it comes out. On a smaller scale, this is just further up the road from there. We've got these types of stormwater retention ponds around this district. There's one at Carmo that's very good. There's one at One Tree Point that I've seen that's very good. And it should be just standard for resource consents for subdivisions, for any type of development really. Try that as well. And so if we do want to avoid algal blooms, you know, the low-hanging fruit is stopping nutrients and sediments getting into the waterways. And it's a simple fix. What's in there I've just covered with
Thank you, David. David, councillors, any questions for David? Councillor Murphy?
Just briefly, I'll turn it into a question. Excitingly, did you know we had just adopted Wellington Water's water sensitive design as part of our infrastructure?
Okay.
And so I guess the question is, if you could give us some feedback on how maybe we could apply that into the rural areas, looking at those roadside drains.
Yeah, and is there a possibility of sort of retro fitting swales to existing drains? Because there's a hell of a lot of existing drains.
Thank you very much, David, for your submission and for coming to speak to it today. Councillors, our final submitted before our break is Karen Gilbert-Smith. Karen's submission is in volume 7, page 194 and 195. Welcome, Karen.
Kia mai tātou, tō mea te moaki o te kura tamato o Whangarei, ko Karen Gilbert-Smith te kongoa. Nice to see many familiar faces around the table. I'll keep my submission brief, given that you've got a break coming up. My submission is about the funds that are set aside and planned for a new auditorium in the city. My frustration, I suppose, is that there was an opportunity for the council to commit their $10 million that they had set aside for that in a joint venture with Whangarei Boys High School. Our project is now halfway through and will be completed on the 14th of December this year, yet there is a proposal on the table to borrow funds to build a smaller venue than what we have achieved. And I think it's fiscally irresponsible of the council to borrow further funds for a facility that they could have contributed towards and had a joint venture that would have been a benefit to everyone in the community. End of submission.
Councillors, questions? Councillor Golan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Karen, I was thinking about this yesterday. Does your auditorium have fly tower?
No, but it could have. Okay. So the Ministry of Education will only build a facility to within what their formula allows. Right. So we've managed to twist some of the rules to make sure that we've got an auditorium that fits our whole school, which is 1,300. But we could have used that $10 million to extend the stage space and have a fly tower as part of that.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, if I'm being unkind, I would say the short-sightedness of the councillors at the time have led to us now being in a situation where we're going to have multiple facilities that maybe don't meet the need in its entirety, and that's really frustrating for me and I guess for other people in the community.
Councillor Peters?
Is it possible to retrofit?
Absolutely not. We're well through construction now. That ship has sailed, given that the location of our auditorium is between other buildings. We simply don't have the capacity to do that, disappointingly.
Any further questions? Karen, you also spoke of the stormwater.
Yeah, sorry, I can't make it on Thursday to do that, but I can certainly talk about that now and talk with the previous speaker about stormwater. So as you'll be aware, there's a stormwater drain that runs directly through the middle of Whangarei Boys High School. That's an open drain that during the height of winter is certainly above an adult's head height. As part of our school redevelopment project, we are hard piping the section of that drain that is directly across from our main building so that we can get access to and ensure safety for students crossing that drain. We've had multiple conversations with council about coming to the party and helping us out with that issue so that there is no health and safety risk to students who are from Whangarei Primary School, the kindergarten up at the corner on Cross Road, our school, and Whangarei Intermediate, and we've had no joy from that. And quite frankly, the Ministry of Education are frustrated that money that should have gone into buildings for our students in this district is funding an asset that belongs to the council. So we've applied for resource consent to pipe the whole area from the bottom of Kent Road right down to the intermediate school, and we're funding a portion that's in the middle that will attend to the most that we can. And the submission from our Board of Trustees was about can the council invest some of their funds into their asset that will ensure not only good maintenance and health and safety of our students, but people who are using that cycleway. And I'm sure that many of you will be aware of reports of some untoward behaviour of individuals on that cycleway, and partly that's because of the overgrowth that occurs around the bottom of the site where the drain is, that we simply can't maintain because we don't have the equipment to be able to do that.
Thank you for speaking to that. I guess Don's going to speak on this as well.
Pardon me?
I think Don Robertson is also speaking to that section, I'm sure. Councillors, any other questions? Thank you very much for your time, for your section. Councillors, we will take a break, and we are running behind schedule, so I apologise to the submitters who have arrived for their time, but we are behind schedule, and we do need to take a break. I'm going to propose a 10-minute break, please, and be back at 10:50. It's 11 minutes. hopefully. First submitter after the break is Juanita Hall. Hopefully Juanita is...
She's here, she's still in the lobby.
We'll move to Nora Shire. Nora's submission is in volume 6, page 62. Welcome, Nora. Here you are.
I was here last year when the Whangarei District Council declared climate emergency, and I felt assured our council understands the urgency of the severe environmental crisis we're in. With that came an expectation that our council will be totally committed to mitigate the damage that we are causing to the environment and focus, plan and invest wisely into a future that is ethical in every way for future generations of people and the natural world. Our ecosystems are under threat. Degradation of our natural environment is reducing the ecosystems and humans' resilience to system shocks, which can radically affect the well-being of communities. Like many people, I'm outraged about the puny budget of $3.7 million that WDC is proposing for climate change and sustainability. Even $7.4 million doesn't cut it, and do less should not even be an option. Your preferred option 1 is indicative of council's bias towards the status quo, which means business as usual. And that is simply not acceptable. Don't get me wrong, I'm a big city girl. I used to work in film and theatre, and I would like nothing better than our town spruced up, or artsy and cultural. But now is not the time to spend millions of dollars on conference and event centers, especially in this uncertainty about future COVID restrictions. Many people don't have their most basic needs covered, like having a home and having healthy food on their tables. Your decisions should reflect the responsibility you have towards the well-being of our people. The RMA review panel stated in their recent report that many councils lack the economy of scale to properly resource compliance, monitoring and enforcement of the RMA regulations, and that there's evidence of bias and conflict of interest in implementation which undermines the rules and plans that protect the environment. Council seriously lacks capacity, capability and expertise, and for whichever one of these reasons you clearly do not adhere to your own environmental engineering standards. This is evident by recent actions of council such as the tragic vegetation losses we have seen, like the mangrove swamps in the town basin, the Kahuta cows in the town basin, and by the new civic centre. The toxic paint of the Loops boardwalk section is flaking into the water. The coating of the new improved town basin playground is getting washed into the drains by stormwater, and the playground itself has become a concrete heat sink. It is evident in the way council is constructing cycleways. Firstly, you should differentiate between cycle lanes to facilitate and promote cycling as a means of commuting, and cycleways as recreational facility. In many parts of the world, it has been recognized that mountain biking as a sport can have serious detrimental impacts on the environment. You upgraded the unformed stretch of Tetoiroa Road, a highly sensitive ecological area, to a shared cycleway inclusive of cars without an environmental risk assessment, a geotechnical engineer's report, nor an environmental engineering design as required by your own environmental engineering standards. This is a serious safety risk for all users, endangers the stability of the whole escarpment, the water catchment below, and the adjacent bush reserve and kiwi habitat. So what is my vision for the next 10 years? I see a total change in Whangarei District Council's paradigm. I see council investing in independent, top expert advice for all your projects, and always take the precautionary approach, meaning a careful evaluation of the risks and favouring caution and the protection of the environment. I see council always seeking the best outcome, not the cheapest for the environment, and adhere to your own regulations. I see all native trees and mature exotic trees protected, unless invasive, of course. I see trees and vegetation everywhere in town, creating landscapes such as living walls to mitigate man-made heat radiation into the atmosphere and counteract air pollution. Town planning policies should make it compulsory to have every parking lot shaded by trees, as well as at least 30% of the roads. I see WDC adjust all their land use policies to exclude any activity that has an adverse effect on the environment, wildlife, and people, especially one of the biggest polluters of the environment, pine forest plantations. I see WDC encourage and promote only regenerative land use activities and truly honour the Maori of Aotearoa.
Thank you, Nora. Nora, councillors, any questions for Nora on that submission? Councillor Peters?
Two questions, I've got them both at the same time. Firstly, how much do you think we should be investing in climate justice? Secondly, you didn't mention housing in the written report that you've mentioned.
No, housing is not my expertise, but it is very obvious that, you know, out on the coast there's so many people who don't have a home, who live in boats that aren't fit for human dwelling, and yeah, but that's not my expertise.
So my question is, what do you think council's role should be in housing? So there's a two questions.
Well, I realise that the 60 million that central government is offering us cannot be allocated, which personally I think is pretty scandalous. They should let us decide how we want to spend it. So, you know, millions of dollars. But the lion's share of our funding definitely needs to go into climate change and sustainability in every way. And, you know, creating housing that is designed to be low in emissions and warm and dry and safe and healthy is part of it. Everything is part of it. We have to have a holistic approach to the crisis we're in. It can't be separated. And as much as the conference centre would be a great idea, it's not that I don't like these ideas, it's just if we have so little money available, it needs to be focused on what is most essential, and a healthy environment is essential to all of us.
Thank you, Nora. Any other questions for Nora? Thank you very much for your submission and for speaking to it today.
Thank you.
Councillors, is Juanita in the room? Right, yeah. Welcome, Juanita. Juanita's submission is in volume 11, page 77.
Morena koutou, your worship, the Mayor Tina Tueshiro, and Morena councillors, kia ora. I'm here on behalf of the Takihiwa Rugby League Club, and in support I have Shane, who is the chairperson of that organisation. I also appear on the wider sporting community of ruakaka and Takihiwa. I'm going to sit down. So 5 minutes would be a long time if I had to hold my breath, but I appreciate that it's not going to be a long time in this forum. So I understand, you will understand if I have a more direct approach to my presentation. I'm here primarily to ask for the council's support to provide lights for the Ruakaka Sports Park, of which we reside. The club resides on that sports park and have done so for many years. We have not had lights supported from the council before, and we have 6 poles. We had 6 poles. We have 3 poles as a result of the storms last year, and real need of new lights. Our community is a club is predominantly Māori. We have junior and senior members, and we've operated, so the club itself has a history of 89 years of existence, and we've always operated out of ruakaka. So I would like to save some time for councillors to ask me some questions and take the opportunity while we are here to front that, and then I do have some questions at the end. This journey of ours hasn't been as recent as my turning up to the community consultation in February. In fact, we started this journey 5 years ago when we've participated in a number of council huis to try and get ourselves into the long-term plan, but also just to have our organisation and our sports code recognised out of Ruakaka. So we operate in a separate hub from the Ruakaka Recreation Centre, and we also operate in a separate hub from the Waipu Rugby Club. We do have club room facilities, and we do have a wonderful field that is maintained by recreational services. The problem that we have is we can't utilise it to its maximum, because once it gets to the time of the year where we operate, which is winter hours, it gets really dark early and we have trouble seeing the ball, basically. And in fact, I joke about it all the time. Probably the reason why we are so good, Takihiwai, is because we can catch the ball in the dark. So we can see the ball. And I'm not trying to make light of it at all. Again, good use of words. However, our need is dire, our need is relevant, and our need has been there for a wee while. So kia ora tātou, I'm going to try and stop there just to invite questions.
Kia ora Juanita, Councillor Denning.
Juanita, could I just get you to clarify how many age groups are actually, the age group of the users of the Takihiwai field and the club rooms, social piece?
So we have participated for the last 3 years with all of the junior age groups, and the senior competition at the moment is only one premier team. So for the last three to 5 years, we've operated with 7 teams coming out of the Takihiwai Rugby League.
Councillor Peters.
How much money will this cost?
Okay. I was advised that the council would figure that out for me, but I'm going to hazard a guess, because I appreciate funds are a real issue, right? Yeah. So when we started this journey with the council about 3 to 5 years ago, when the wonderful Whangarei was in charge, we were looking at 150,000 at that point. Now, I can only guess that that's increased significantly, because what I know about power and lights is that much. So although the efficiency of power and lights now has gotten so much greater, so the cost might not have been tenfold, it might be. Yeah. Sorry, and just the other thing I'd like to submit is we've also consulted with a couple of organisations, so that's the Ruakaka Ratepayers Association, which I did not bring back a letter, I apologise for that, but we've also consulted with the Rugby League Northland Board, which I have a letter of support for the club to attend and to progress this matter. Kia ora.
Any other questions for Juanita or Shane? I have one. If you get the lights, will you continue your winning streak? We don't want you to
We always strive for excellence, you know that, Cheryl, wherever we go, and in our social circles or in our sporting circles. The importance, though, is about supporting the health and well-being of our community, and that's what we have continued to do for at least as long as I have been alive. I mean, I've been a member of the committee for at least 30 years, and both of us are, what do you call those people? On the honours board. Not because we get paid a lot not because we get paid a lot, but because the kaupapa is actually bigger than just our organisation. It's about our whānau, it's about our tamariki, and it really is about keeping the winning streak going. Kia ora.
Juanita, you also mentioned that you would have a few questions at the end if there's time. How are we going to do it?
I only have the one question is, where to from here, folks? So when am I likely to get an understanding of, and what do I need to do next? And do I need to go out and see an electrician about how much lights cost? Because I'm as busy as each of us are here, but I'm certainly willing to do that.
So the process for everybody's interest is that we will be having a council briefing on the 29th of April, which will review the submissions and all the matters that have been raised from all of this consultation. Then we'll be having a council meeting on the 12th of May, which are our formal deliberations, and that is open to the public. It will be live streamed. We have another council briefing on the 2nd of June, and we're reviewing the LTP and supporting documents, again open to the public, and we'll be hoping to make a decision on adopting the long-term plan on the 24th of June. So what happens with all of the submissions that we've received, our staff will be beavering away as we speak on looking at the implications of the submissions that have been received. Councillor Cutforth.
If following all that, council still can't come up with $150,000, what would the club's feeling be about a loan that has to be paid off, but it may be an interest-free loan?
Look, at this point in time, we are open to having some thought and further discussions around that. I appreciate that that is a huge amount of money, and I am aware that some other club turned up here this morning to also request lights. We find it really difficult. So it is a bit of an urgent need, but we find it really difficult to operate in winter with very bad lights. And I should have brought a photo, but I did not. It would have been a dark photo, like the screen up here. However, certainly open to discussions and negotiations around that. We have had conversations with Stuart and Sue already, and there were some things that we were able to talk about that sounded promising, and I know this was part of the process. So it's not like we aren't trying to help ourselves in that space.
Councillor Peters?
Is there a likelihood that we get co-funding from another funding source to get it done?
Quite possibly, yes. We would certainly make that effort to go out there and do that.
Thank you very much for your submission, Juanita. Thank you for both coming here today. Good to see you. Councillor, our next submission is Gloria Bruni. Gloria's submission is in volume 9 on page 95. Welcome, Gloria.
Good morning, everyone. You're looking remarkably brighter after that coffee break. Lunch can't be that far away. The calls on your attention and for your support are incredibly diverse. If you've read my submission closely, you'll know that there are a number of really major points that I made very powerfully, but I'm not going to talk about all of them. You'll be happy to hear. What I want to do is to pull your 3 priorities together in concentrating on revitalizing the center city, but incorporate into that the other priorities. Do you suppose it was an intended effort at murdering downtown Whangarei to institute the Okara shopping area? Or was it just perhaps a case of culpable negligence? In any case, the victim did not die. The buildings, the beautiful old buildings, are still there, some of them in quite good nick, nestled nicely in a leafy environment that's been provided by a series of councils. Now this council, according to the LTP, wants to revitalize the city center, to restore its vitality, to bring life back into the city. You can spend a lot of money on stuff, design, buildings, etc. But you will get much more vitality by spending money on ideas and talent. You need a talent scout planner, someone working with the downtown community and the wider community to keep that central stage busy. Draw on North Tech, Hihiawa, the Youth Theater, various bands and dance groups. Preview scenes from upcoming plays. Put suitable North Tech classes on the stage for people to see. Keep the sound level moderate. That will draw the audience in and avoid irritating the shopkeepers. Imagination is the only limit here. This morning it occurred to me that all sorts of festivities and so forth could have their promotion spilling over into downtown. And the one that occurred to me was Garden Discovery. A week or so of volunteers from Garden Discovery giving out flowers, or an entrepreneurial group from the Samoan community selling flower crowns could do a lot to enliven downtown as well as support Garden Discovery. Now, you can also add wandering music to this. Quiet in the morning, an acoustic guitarist who just kind of ambles around amongst the tables and whatever. Someone playing Celtic guitar. What do you call it? Harp. Anyone remember Elizabeth Dripstein? Yeah. We miss her. I'm talking about good quality buskers subsidized by Whangarei District Council. In the later afternoon, we could have an acoustic trio or quartet wandering around amongst the tables, sort of Kiwi mariachis. Vitality means punters, means shoppers, more and better shops, rent that's small enough for entrepreneurial people to afford, creative people, quality goods that shoppers will value, not throw away junk from $2 shops. Transport is an issue here. The Okara precinct is grimly ugly, but shoppers shop there because they can park. So, what we need is a free shuttle bus every 20 minutes, going from outlying parking lots to the hospital. There are people leaving the hospital untreated because they can't find a parking place. So it should be a joint effort between WDC, Northern Regional Council, the DHB, and Transit. Between the hospital and the return trip to the parking lots, that bus should make one stop at the corner of Cameron Mall and James Street. I suggest you try that for a year and see what you get. We'd be using transport sustainably to benefit people needing the hospital and making it easy for shoppers to bring vital business back to the center city. Look at the city, buildings left empty, dirty. Council could use rate penalties to stop people sitting on their buildings. It would also be desirable to create incentives so that they would make good quality apartments available upstairs, apartments on which they could charge higher rents, which would allow them to lower their rents for the shops. And we could eliminate sad, sagging curtains dropping out of dirty upstairs windows. Insist on your right to use the reserve bank to fund our infrastructure, including that little bus. Eliminate the huge debt burden and lighten the rates load on a community with too many folk who are barely hanging on.
Thank you, Gloria. Councillors, questions for Gloria? Thank you for your comprehensive submission and for presenting it to us today.
No questions. How's that?
Thank you, Gloria. Councillors, our next submitter is Nora Shire-Begin for the Northland Toxin Awareness Group. This submission is in volume 5, page 69. Welcome again, Nora.
Yeah, my name is Nora Shire. I'm the coordinator of the Northland Toxin Awareness Group, and I'm speaking on behalf of 75 supporters of our submission. We ask Council to implement an immediate moratorium on all aerial and roadside spraying the toxic chemical pesticides to protect the health of our environment, waterways, air quality, human and animal health. A quick summary of the adverse effects of pesticides, pesticide being the umbrella term for herbicides, fungicides, insecticides, and other animal control poisons such as Brodifacoum 1080. For now, I'm focusing on blanket spraying, meaning area and roadside spraying of undesirable plants. This is proven to be not only dangerous and ineffective, but also financially inefficient, wasting our tax dollar. Weeds develop resistance to sprays and mutate into superweeds, requiring more and more spraying with no lasting results, other than poisoning our waterways, our air, creating severe erosion issues, and endangering the health of all living beings. Pesticide poisoning is linked to cancer, endocrine disruptions, reproductive effects such as sterility, neurotoxicity, kidney and liver damage, birth defects, development changes, and it harms the immune system, which is making us all more vulnerable to pathogens such as COVID-19. Since the 1920s, there has been strong scientific evidence about the adverse effects of pesticides on the environment and all life forms. Yet New Zealand is still using highly hazardous pesticides that have been banned in other countries. Reputable and independent international organizations such as the United Nations, the Pesticide Action Network, and the World Health Organizations have been warning about the health hazards associated with glyphosate and other highly hazardous pesticides for a long time. But New Zealand is relying on safety data provided by the very industry that is making billions of dollars in selling their products. New Zealand is holding some records that we cannot be proud of. We have one of the highest breast cancer rates in the world, and we are one of the highest ranking countries on the list of most polluted waterways. And that is not just because of our destructive animal farming practices, but also of our use of toxic agricultural chemicals like pesticides. The fact that Monsanto is by now paying billions of dollars in damages to glyphosate victims, and that Japan has recently rejected New Zealand honey on the basis of containing only traces of glyphosate, should be enough for you to wonder, are we missing something? Choosing to stay ignorant and denying the facts make you not only a bystander, but a participant in this ecocide. And one could also look at it as genocide that is happening in New Zealand. Pesticides are cumulative, building up in all systems over a period of time. So phasing out pesticide spraying over years will not save the lives of people that are already on the tipping point. It will not prevent the risk of children being born with birth defects. It will not stop the pollution of our waterways and soils. The continued and indiscriminate use of toxic pesticides is a breach of one of our most basic human rights, the right to health, and that includes a healthy environment. I would like to point out that our group is part of a nationwide and global movement. As I speak, people all around New Zealand are rallying to demand an end to the senseless poisoning. A People's Inquiry and a panel of independent commissioners is currently recording the testimonies of people from all over the country who have been negatively affected by pesticides. And I expect Northland will not look good. The good news, though, is Council already has all the ingredients to switch to integrated roadside and weed management. You don't have to invest much at all, if any more money. The contractors are already alternating between spraying and mowing the roadside, so all the equipment is there. The people are there. And what's even better, NRC Councillor Jane Craw, expert in this field of integrated roadside management, is prepared to hold workshops for WDC. You could also choose, of course, to offer the roadside management contracts to the individual communities as we proposed in our submission. So all you need to do now is say, okay, let's stop taking such high risks. Let's be the responsible leaders that our people want us to be. It's really easy. And you will save lives, and you will save us all money, that we can invest more constructively.
Thank you, Nora. Councillors, any questions for Nora? I know you also said that there were 75 signatures in support from...
That's right, yeah, and there's still more coming in. Some people didn't realise the deadline.
Thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you.
Councillors, our next submitter is Nick Che. Nick's submission is in volume 3, page 527, support group.
Welcome. Yep, I'm Nick Che. I'm the chairman of the Whangarei Mountain Restoration Society. With me today is David Berman, who is a tourism consultancy expert and policy analyst, and Wendy Bound, who's a photographer and filmmaker. And rather than try and explain it to you, we've got a video here today which will go a long way to describing what our group is about and what we hope to achieve. So, play that, please.
Excellent, thanks Nick. We'll get a heads up that we get the video of this may feature.
He's got a cameo, yeah.
Whangarei Mountain Farm is a 240 hectare property with over 1.5 kilometres of Pacific Ocean coastline, situated northeast of Whangarei in the far north. It's located between the protected 275 hectare Whangarei Mountain Forest in the north and the Department of Conservation's Scenic Reserve to the south, which runs along the length of Ocean Beach all the way to Greenhead Conservation Area. The coastal and lowland forests in this area are home to numerous native plants and animals. Some of these include North Island brown kiwi, banded cockapoo, spotless craks and fernbirds, Adam's daisy, elegant gecko, and large stands of ancient koa, one of New Zealand's most iconic trees, increasingly under threat from dieback disease. The beach at Whangarei Mountain is also one of the first landing sites of our most celebrated migrant, the bar-tailed godwit, following their 12,000 kilometre non-stop flight from the Alaskan tundra.
If this project were to go ahead, we would immediately double the size of protected reserve at Whangarei Mountain. Once regeneration is underway, we would increase the size of the forest substantially. As its habitat increases, we would see the return of birds from predator-free offshore islands. We would be providing a safe shoreline haven for important species such as the bar-tailed godwit. The farm itself is a key site as it connects up several important habitats from the mountain right to the sea. It's also the last piece of the puzzle that would link up roughly 20 kilometres of continuous protected coastline to act as an ecological corridor for migration of species such as kiwi. That would be a huge win.
So this project is really fundamental because it does bring us down to this concept of the life force of the Maori. And because the ecosystem is one, it's not two separate ecosystems, what we're really talking about is when the Maori of the land is affected, the Maori of the ocean is affected, and vice versa. So I'm incredibly excited about this particular project for a number of reasons. One is that is an ancient wetland area that hasn't been able to perform its ecological role now for a number of decades, and so the opportunity for that to be regenerated is hugely important for the health of that local coastal ecosystem.
Restoration Society is a society formed by a group of enthusiastic New Zealanders who believe there exists an unparalleled opportunity to purchase Kauri Mountain Farm. They aim to protect the land and convert it back to forest and wetland for the native plants and animals to thrive, and for the public to treasure for generations to come.
The Kauri Mountain Restoration Project provides many outcomes. The continuity of Breamhead, Ocean Beach, Kauri Mountain would be a national asset and needs to be supported. It has national, regional and local outcomes as it relates to restoration of the environment, but has strong community wellbeing as well.
With a bit of luck and with careful management, the source to sea habitats, the forests, the herblands, the wetlands, the estuary, will be a fully functioning ecosystem again. The idea is that one day, future generations can see and experience the area the way it used to be centuries before. Kauri Mountain, with its unique location and proximity to other protected areas, and its unparalleled natural beauty and ecological importance, is a property that deserves to be treasured and protected for generations to come. The opportunity to purchase, protect and restore a piece of coastal paradise like it may never arise again.
So we have a full outline of how we plan to achieve this in our kaupapa document, which goes along with our submission. So if you want to get any further information, it can be found in there. But I'll keep it brief for now, conscious of our 5 minutes here. We have an agreement with the landowner which allows us time to fundraise to purchase the farm and begin the process of establishing a reserve and parkland for public use. And that will link through to neighbouring dockland, as you saw in the video there. We have up to 20 kilometres of protected coastline right on the doorstep of Whangarei. We strongly believe this community-led project closely aligns with the 2021 to 2031 LTP focus of building a more inclusive, resilient and sustainable Whangarei that aligns with key well-beings and is heavily in the public interest. We've presented our plan to the MP, Emily Henderson, who's very enthusiastic, and we also look to utilise government support via the Nature Heritage Fund as well as private donation for the purchase of the land. The project will be economically self-sustaining through revenue streams, which you can see in our kaupapa. We're hopeful that Whangarei District Council can find it in its long-term budget to help us secure and protect a portion of this piece of important coastline. It's currently divided into 7 blocks, 7 titles, and we're hopeful that the council can look to purchase 1 or 2 of these blocks to assist us. Thanks.
Thank you, Nick. Councillors, any questions? Councillor Golan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just in your submission here, it's got the total purchase price for Kauri Mountain between 8 and 10 million.
Yeah.
Is that just for the 1 block?
That's for the whole kit and caboodle.
Oh, that's
for
the whole
all 7
thing.
blocks of land, 240 hectares.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. It's chicken feed.
Yeah.
For what it is. Yeah. No, really, it is.
Okay, yeah, awesome. Okay,
Councillor Murphy.
Thank you. I'm just wondering whether you've also made a submission to the regional council for
We
their
have,
support.
and we will be talking to that as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's all my question. Any other questions? Nick, Wendy and Dave, thank you so much for presenting today.
Thanks.
For speaking to your submission. Councillors, our next submitter is Janet Pitahata. Janet's submission is in volume 9, page 356. Welcome, Janet.
Thank you, Your Worship. Tēnā koutou katoa. I think you all know me. I'd just love to mihi to the Kauri Mountain people. That is stunning. God, we hope we can get it. It's something I would personally support. 820 million. Oh God. Can we go to the World Bank for that? 8. That's better.
That's much better.
We can do this. We can do this. Oh my goodness, my hearing.
By New Zealand.
And there's no mention of the Waitangi Tribunal in any of those negotiations. I haven't got anything fancy for you today because you've all seen it. We've presented to this, in this room several times about what Hihiawa is and wants to be. I'm here as an individual today, although I am Secretary of the Hihiawa Cultural Centre Trust. I'm a superannuitant, I'm retired. But I've served this community in Northland for more than 40 years now, as young as I might look. As a journalist, as a mediator, as a committee member and school board of trustees person, and on various causes. So I just stand here as an individual who's just saying it's time for change, it's time for some tangible change in this town. I see it is happening, I feel it's happening. We're seeing it nationally, we're seeing it politically, we're seeing it culturally and socially. And I'm very excited by that change. It's been a long time coming. And I come from stock from Scotland and England and the heart of Polynesia, who've sailed across vast oceans to be here. And we don't give up easily. What we lack in height, we make up for in broad shoulders. So I love this place and I love Whangarei and I love living here. My children, whakapapa here, my grandchildren and my great-grandchild. That we're not going anywhere, we're not uprooting and going to live in any other community. So we want to see things happen, and what we've seen with the development of the Hihiawa Cultural Centre so far has been beyond our expectations. I first became involved probably in the early 1990s with Stan Seminoff or even Joyce Ryan before him, talking about development of something at the town basin. And I know the vision then was for some little sort of bone carving outfit to be at the end of the peninsula. That changed with the turn of the century when we had the Whangarei wave sculpture there, and people said, wouldn't it be nice to see real waka back on the Hatia, on the harbour? And we have seen that happen. And I know that Hihiawa is very much a part of that. My son, in his submission, I noticed, has called it the little thing that could, the little engine that could. He's not here today to submit, so I'm not speaking for him on that. Hihiawa serves the people, all of the people, not just Māori people, not just the arts community, but all of us. Because we have no prejudice, really. I think that's the key, that it is open. We don't charge anybody to be there. Everyone who's there is there because they feel welcome. They want to be there. They come for various reasons. We've been very lucky at Hihiawa, even with the COVID pandemic, the global pandemic that we're still in. We haven't had to pivot. We had to lock down, yes, but we haven't had to pivot away from international tourist dollars because we're here for this community. Our focus is education, excellence, and cultural upliftment. And I think we've achieved that already. I think we've proven with stage one what we can do with very little. So what we're asking is the council to consider, and with great gratitude we thank you for the allocation of $5 million. That is absolutely stunning in our books. However, it would be remiss of me not to say that in the really big scheme of things, it's really not enough. And comparatively, it would be wonderful if we could have more. Not necessarily this year or next, but that would be great. But certainly within this 10-year plan. And I say the word comparatively for you to ponder upon, because we have to be compared with other competing interests. That there really is no comparison to Hihiawa. We're aware that there's great plans and we congratulate those who have raised much more money than we have been able to do. Whangarei Boys High School, I believe, is getting a fabulous auditorium, and that's great. The council itself, hopefully, will have its new theatre. The event centre at Semenos Stadium, is that what it's still called? Is needing constant upgrade. And just a suggestion for you, I think you should give the old lights from there to Takahiwa League Club and save 150 grand. Well, ask them good on how they got there. I drove through there last night and you can hardly see the highways of the lights. It's great.
You don't have to look really there. See them.
Yes. Yeah. So, Hikiawa has already, as I've said, given huge benefit to the Whangarei community, but also kudos to us as a district, which ultimately the council can take some pride in. We've won 4 architecture awards, including the Supreme Award of the New Zealand Institute of Architects, by winning the Northland Community section. And that was huge last year. And we recently were also winners of the Te Herenga Māori Business Award in the not-for-profit section for Northland. So we can add up the sums, we can come up with the designs, we can consult with our community, we can bring it all together, and we can stay afloat. But we do need your help. We are very, very grateful for what we do have. So I'll leave it at that. Any questions?
Councillors, any questions for Jimmy? Councillor Martin?
One quick question. Do you have all of the plans in place so that should funding become available from central government, you can just move?
Yes. We have resource consent already for stage 2.
Councillor Peters?
What is more?
More is a piece of string. It's anything, isn't it? At this stage, it's looking, because we haven't got the updated absolute QS on stage 2, and we may be, in fact, looking to, perhaps change things a little downwards, with, I don't know, between probably 8 million figure again would be fabulous. We have got 3 million promised from the Provincial Growth Fund, still to come.
So that's 8 above the 5. 8 above the 5 are already in the plan.
That would certainly let us start right now. 8 pass would be great.
Just to clarify, there's 5
that would give us 16 million all up, which we can certainly.
So 5 plus 8 plus 3.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
If you will.
Any other questions? Thank you, Janet.
Thank you very, very much for your time.
Very our next submitter is Bob Smith. Bob's submission is in volume 6, page 108. Is Bob here?
Yep.
Yes. Bob.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, councillors, officers of the council. Bob Smith from Whangarei Community Association. I'm going to sit down or stand?
Whichever you're comfortable with.
I'll stand. I'm young enough. I've been a member of the OCA at Whangarei since I've been here, 20 years, on and off. And what I would like to do is thank the council for all the work they're doing at the moment, and I envy you actually for all the work that you can do and the problems you've got to overcome. Right, so I came in the Community Association. I've had a copy of this and I've had it run off, so it's detailed. And if you like, I can run through and whatever. Is that okay, Madam Mayor? Right, so when we're coming into Whangarei, some of my ideas, some of what have been given to me by other people, but I've put them all together and put them down so you can see what I'm talking about, because many of you won't be really conversant with Whangarei. Okay, so when we're coming into the town, we'd like the 50k an hour sign moving back down to the bridge. which allows Clockworthy Crescent and Old Untitled Road proper access. Also, people will have to change down before going up the hill. I mean, I go up the hill at 80, but I live on Sorrento Street, which is at the top. When I come out and start going left, I have immediately somebody up my backside. Okay, so if we can go down to the 50k, down to the bridge, that would be ideal. Coming into Whangarei as well, there's a lot of concrete brick walls. Whether we can improve them, the outlook of them, but when you're coming up to my mind, they're an eyesore. So if we can hide them or do something about it, I don't know. It's up. The next thing is, forget me, when I'm getting old and I forget what is Whangarei Street, which is the road going down past the pub. There's a track at the bottom which comes through onto the Boswell track, Whangarei track. I think we'd like that up rating so that cyclists can use it, and it is really not really good for walking on. Now then, whether it's feasible or not, on the other side of Whangarei Street, whether we can make a track through to I forgot the name of the street, the one before Bar Road, and it'll join up with the cycleway, which is fantastic, really. You provided that. By the way, I have been here before and asked for the boulders to protect the erosion on. That was many years ago, so I have been here before. Coming on to Beach Road, it's the nearest place now for people from Whangarei to go down and have a swim. And what I love to swim down there myself, but when the tide's out, you can't do it. So some days you can't even have a swim at all. It depends on the time of the day of the tide. If the council can provide a sea pool, say at Carmacker Point, and so that people can go and swim all the year round. I think that I've pointed that out to many people and they say, well, that is a really good idea. So you've got, the only thing is that you'll have to improve the parking all along Beach Road. That's all what's not seen to. If we can provide photographs of Old Whangarei Road, how it used to be, or even the bird life, different bird life, so that children and adults can know what they're looking for. That's another thing. Another major thing is around the kiddies' playground, whether it's feasible or not, to kink the road so it goes further out, and you can provide a volleyball court or something for the children, maybe extra play equipment. That's another thing. I mean, it's all up to the councils what they want to provide and do. Also, when you're driving on, I think the council may have done it themselves. There's one big flat boulder which can be used as a picnic area and also stops the encroachment of cars onto the grassed area. If more boulders like that can be placed on it, to alleviate a lot of situations, if you get what I mean. What have we got now? If it provide a lot of people walk on and run on there, whether we can provide exercise equipment at various vantage points on Beach Road, that'd be another thing. I couldn't use it myself now, but I know the younger ones probably could.
Bob, what I will need to do is just thank you for giving us your map, which is...
Yes, if you can, yeah. Also, just to follow up, the footpaths at the bottom, at the south end of the beach road. Maybe you can improve them, going up Cliff Street and making a, you've done Ormond Street now. If you can provide a footpath through the copse of trees to link up with that and then back down on Beach Road. I know, it's all up to you.
I love your vision. Let's get moving, let's get improving. And thank you for this. So your submission is on behalf of the Whangarei Community Association?
Okay, and if the council would like to interact with something with the OCA, we'd appreciate it, wouldn't we, Nick?
Thank you very much for your
submission.
Okay. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, Bob. Thank you for your time.
Bye-bye.
Councillors, our next submitter is Richard Gardner. Richard's submission is in volume 2. Welcome, Richard. I know you've been waiting patiently in the back there. Page 108. Welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship and councillors, and good morning. Still good morning, so not that late. I'm Richard Gardner. I'm a Senior Policy Advisor with Federated Farmers here again, and so we read this submission on behalf of Federated Farmers rather than myself personally. And with me, Colin Hanna, who's the Deputy Chairman and Deputy President of Northern Federated Farmers. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to our submission. We basically here to I'll just run quickly through our form submission. We've filled out the form. Generally, the two big issues for Federated Farmers this year are the rate increases that a lot of councils have put on quite large rate increases. As a general principle, we've accepted around about what Whangarei has done, around about 5%. Normally we say anything in excess of inflation is a bit much, but on this occasion, given constraints that came in last year and the council, I know was restrained last year in its response to COVID-19. We're not resisting rate increases of around about 5%. I think yours is slightly over that, but that's one of the problems, or perhaps not a problem that we face, and I'm sure Councillor Martin and others in the rural industry, the rural sector will know is that the agricultural sector has come through COVID-19 reasonably sound shape, so we haven't been able to sort of come along for councils and plead poverty as we sometimes do on this occasion. So we're really leaving it up to the councils to work out what their rate increases should be. We think 5% is good enough, is around about right on this occasion. We wouldn't say that in the year, we normally look at about 2 or 3. So that's probably the big issue. The second issue is climate change. You'll see in our submission, we read through it, there is a section, quite a large section there on climate change, and I'll just come to that in a moment. Working through the responses. We think there is a case for the council to lead in the response and recovery from climate change. I think somewhere in the long-term plan says that Whangarei hasn't done too badly in terms of coming through with the council. There is a chance, so we don't think we should stop altogether in the response. We think we should go, but I think there's three spaces for gathering, 3 options. We've supported just picking one. I think the one that's coming through and all the other submissions in the long-term plans up here is the Roof and Landing Conference Centre. So we're generally suggesting just one project really is the way forward. Climate change and sustainability, we're not saying we're saying no new funding towards that. Really, the argument there, and I'll just run through it quickly, is that really it's central government's role to respond to climate change. The councils should restrict themselves to doing what they can within the requirements. So I think, let's turn to it quickly now on page 6 of the submission. Council should focus on ensuring that districts and regions can best adapt to the expected impacts of climate change and only seek to mitigate emissions which themselves they are directly responsible for. Without direct agreement with central government, local authorities should not seek to independently manage emissions that are already subject to management at central government level, and in particular as regards agricultural emissions are the subject of management by central government in partnership with the Maori and the agricultural sector under the Whangarei partnership approach. So, as I say, Mitigation would be run by the Climate Change Commission, central government ministries, big body, MCP bodies, NGOs all playing a part. Councils developing regional or district climate plans in isolation from these organisations would risk duplicating and undermining the processes. So we think that councils who wish to mitigate the greenhouse gas emissions should do so only in the areas which they have direct control, including by ensuring that council buildings are appropriately constructed and insulated, electrifying council vehicles, and providing affordable low emissions public transport, probably outside your domain, but those are really the three areas. So I mean the council can respond appropriately by electrifying vehicles, that's set favour, but not stepping in and saying, as they've got one of submitted earlier, saying they should take a direct action in terms of responding to climate change. So that's basically the position on climate change that we're putting forward this year. Revitalising the city centre, again, it's probably one of the things you probably just hold back on for the moment, and probably needs doing, I guess. Something to do, but might be a little bit early for that. So that's basically the essence of our submission, Your Worship, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Richard. Councillors, any questions? Councillor Connor.
Listening to you speaking about climate change and the fact that we shouldn't be doing things separately from others, but at the same time needing to address the issues that we have, a lot of it's on infrastructure. So with the money that would be going into it, would be investigating what we could do to mitigate the infrastructure is one of the large things.
Yes.
What's your feelings on that?
No, I agree with that. I mean, in buildings in particular, I think the council's been discussing, I'm not quite sure exactly what you've got to, but in terms of the new council buildings, they should be, I think, constructed to the highest possible standard. I mean, there's a lot of greenhouse gas goes into steel and concrete, steel and cement making, and also a lot of greenhouse gas is generated by heating as well. So all those fields, yes, we certainly support the council addressing those as appropriate to reduce the carbon footprint.
Any other questions? Thank you very much for your submission.
Well, thank you again for the opportunity, Your Worship, and good luck with your deliberations.
Thank you. Councillors, our next submitter is Fred Tickle. Fred's submission is in volume 7, page 39. Tēnā koe, Fred.
Tēnā koe. Good evening to everyone. I know I don't want the bell started for 5 minutes, but I'm going to try and jam up a few things. Today, we had to get Jai Kibuna, Kenya no te hōhuru, e kōia te tūna. We had to hoki ngā taonga e tukuna mai kia tā. Tūrua, we had to te kāhuiare ki te whānau te kuino ingarangi, te ingatanga o tana hoa ranga ki ra a Prince Te tuku ia tu rā te ngākau Kenya mātu te whānau te kāhuiare ki Whangarei. I just want to acknowledge passing, as everyone knows, of Prince Philip, and to send all our condolences from our side as well to the family. And then I'm te good. Now, tēnā koutou e te whaia e Cheryl, koutou hoki i ngā kaungi hera. We had tēnā koutou i te whare kia. I just want to acknowledge our VA and everyone that's here. I don't want to give out too many names because I might miss one out, and so I just like to acknowledge each and every one of you for taking time out to listen. Ko tuau ki te tautoko. Ki te tautoko ngā kōrero te tua i mea Jen. Pana kia ki hiaua. So I just want to stand here to strongly acknowledge and support the words of support for hiaua from the tua i New Janet. And I don't need to go on that because it'd be nice to get 13 million plus. Like that to help, because that benefits the whole of Whangarei. And the other part I wanted to speak to is the Matawa Pohe, the bridge itself. As many times I've been talking to some councillors about, and it's official, because otherwise people are going to still say it's like somebody giving the fingers, or it's a what you call it, like a hockey stick or something else. And the suggestion of, we've got beautiful beautiful, talented school people or graphic designers or artists in Whangarei to power shell it because it's official. And we know that power shell, really official of that colour, can attract fish. And that can attract people. In the sense of, the talent that we have in Whangarei is amazing. See it every day. And so I hope the council maybe are able to help resource our beautiful artists or graphic designers to do that, to make it look like it. And you know what? We hear about Hihiawa and the council giving awards of acknowledgement. We're going to get more because it complements the environment as, one day hopefully tourists will come back into Whangarei and suddenly they go, wow, man, we love it here in Whangarei. So not just us, but others will come in to acknowledge that. The other part of that, I'll try and hurry up with them, I know we're about 5 minutes left. The other part that can complement that is the beautiful, get our artists involved of putting something underneath the bridge as wakaama people or others, and then it opens that people will see this beautiful art leaping out on something, I don't know, 3D art. That'll complement and people go, wow, and you're going to get a lot of traffic jams and everything that people want to see there. And on the other side to complement that. It's about showcasing our arts and complementing a lot of our talent that we have in Whangarei. And the street arts, what they have done so far in Whangarei, really, wow, people love it. And other stuff that we can resource our artists, and 3D arts is beautiful. If you see it in other places around the world or even in New Zealand, if we have that talent and really bring out the uniqueness of Whangarei. Whangarei is a city of trees. It's a little it became a city of traffic lights and other stuff, but that's another corridor. But it'll be a place of beauty, not just for the city of trees, but also a creative place for people to enjoy. And support all other submissions that's been put forward, especially when it comes to environment, culture, and people, and the economy. So I just want to support all that as well. And now I'm waiting for the bell. I'm trying my best to get through it. One more other thing, if I know I haven't got it in here, I just want to speak on it very shortly, and it's about parihaka. And I'll try my best to go back maybe 20 years ago that there was a gathering at Kakapuru, and there was a few people that were mandated on a working committee, supported by council at that time for some impediment for up there up in Parihaka, restoring or doing that new platform and all that, and which that was achieved and having a podium, and that was achieved. The other thing that wasn't achieved, I see it toilet there, okay, but fast. There was nothing for disability. There was nothing for the elderly. And hearing some of the elderly, which who are not here now, wishing to see what everyone else get to see of the whole of Whangarei. And hoping to see that continue to resource that. And we have great minds, great inventors, great people on initiative for doing something like a lift of some sort that can be manned by using water, pressure of water. I know those who know Gary Supplement used to make a lot of lifts using water. People like that with that wild brain and that man take about 5 or I don't know, whatever it is, to actually achieve that goal of saying, yes, that's been achieved. So that's all I can say. Kia ora tātou, tēnā hote, remember, ihi awa, 30 million plus, and kapai, tēnā hote, tēnā o. What's happened about our tiriti, we've locked up, I want to acknowledge both sides of that beautiful document that our country came together to complement what's there and those beautiful people there. So next time, can that thing be up and everyone watch that one? Just to acknowledge our duty of it.
Any questions for Fred? Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Would, in the past, we've had these creative art, the mural that you put up around Whangarei. Would you envisage that potentially for the Mavapo with the flower show?
Within that can happen, that'd be awesome. But what I'd like to see if that when buildings are sold or being demolished, is that beautiful art gets destroyed as well. once we have it there, we will.
Thank you for your submission. Thank you, David. Councillors, our next submitter is Brent Eastwood. Brent's submission is in volume 6, page 140, speaking on behalf of Sport Fund. Welcome, Brent.
Kia koutou katoa. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to, I guess, just briefly touch on a few points in our written submission, and I really just wanted to focus on mainly the first one, and I'll maybe just touch on the second one as well. You've got that in front of you. And so the first one really is to reiterate the importance of a resource to implement the 46 recommendations in this document here, which I know you're very familiar with, as you approved it last year. And recommendation number 3 in there is exactly what we've submitted on, which is essentially to provide a resource that's being termed the District Facility Navigator role to develop, I guess, the rest of the recommendations in the plan. And so we've, I guess, had a little bit of experience in success in making this happen at a regional level, so you'll be familiar with, or a lot of you will be familiar with Stu Middleton in our facilities manager role, essentially acting as a navigator in a regional sense. So with Northern Regional Council Sports Facilities rate, he's been working with the projects that have got funding through that rate to apply, I guess, a good practice lens over those to ensure that those community groups are working in the proper way to get what is essentially some great ideas across the line. And so Sportsville, Dargaville, Whangarei Activity Zone is 2 really good examples that are completed in that process. Sportsville Kaikoui, the bike park obviously here in Whangarei, and Tahiku Sports Hub in Kaitaia are 3 other examples where they're well down the road of making that happen. That's what we'd love to see in this document. There's some great recommendations in here. We want to see them come to fruition just like you guys do. So we'd certainly support the funding for that district facility navigator role. And the other one, just to touch on, I guess, is play has become a big part of Sport New Zealand's strategy and Sport Northlands as well. So that kind of spontaneous, non-organised physical activity that's really important not only in young people but in adults like us as well. And we would certainly love to be able to work with all councils in Northland around, I guess, piloting some ideas to increase play through some of the spaces and places that you guys administer. And so we have a new fund, a relatively new fund through Sport New Zealand called Tūmanawa, which is $850,000 a year, which I know Council has already been successful in applying to for a play trailer, so that's fantastic and a really good example of the partnership I think that we could strike up to start increasing the play opportunities for our residents. So with that, happy to take any questions.
Councillors, any questions for Brent? Councillor Williams.
Brent, the district facility navigator role, are there skills around for if a position is there, there's enough skills to be able to attract someone
Absolutely.
For that role?
Yeah. So there's a little team in Sport Northland led by Stu that, as I said, is doing this work already. So it would make sense for whoever gets that role to sit alongside that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Murphy.
Thank you. Play trailer. I'm just Googling it. I've never heard of it. What is a play trailer?
So a play trailer, and Farnell's got one as well now, essentially a resource that the community can use to affect play in any kind of setting. So
Where can I find out more?
your chief executive will be able to provide you with information.
Okay, thank you.
We will give you an update on that. we're waiting on councillors to put their hand up and say, bring it to my committee.
Exactly.
Yeah. Any further questions for Brett? Thank you, Brett, for your support to speak to your submission. Councillors, our next submitter is Anne-Marie Florian. Anne-Marie's submission is in volume 2, page 185. Welcome, Anne-Marie.
Thank you all for this opportunity. I'd just like to talk to the gathering spaces part of the long-term plan. You are our representatives, and as our representatives, it's your job to think deeply and broadly about what is best for this community, this whole community, and this community as a whole. Through careful observation, you not only have to tell the difference between your intuitions and real data, but understand how to exploit what you see and how to know if you're being exploited in turn. That's why I commend the Council for commissioning an independent report to develop a high-level business case for a new theatre in Whangarei, including capacity, design requirements, estimated capital and operation costs, etc., etc. That was June 22. Community groups were consulted. Te Whangarei Advisory Group, representing 20 main hapu in Whangarei, Whangarei Theatre Company, etc., etc., plus 4 of your own high-level staff, your venues and events manager, your strategy manager, your community manager, and your development manager. That report clearly stated the preferred way forward: an actively managed live performance and event facility that has the capacity to service the broad artistic and cultural needs of Whangarei, that will also benefit the community economically and socially. And in addition, it noted that the existing Forum North facilities and site could be developed substantially to meet these major functional requirements. So I don't understand why that recommendation failed to find its way into the 10-year plan. That I do not commend you for. Perhaps you are unable to tell the difference between your intuitions and real data. Perhaps you've allowed that lapse in judgment to be exploited. Perhaps. Puzzlingly, the long-term plan sets out 3 supposed options without presenting those options from the same starting point. Compare these statements. This cost has been included within the proposed rates increase. Option 2. The rates increase would remain and the funding would be reallocated. Option 3. A potential rates increase of 4.4% may be required. So it's difficult for anybody having a look at your long-term plan to move from the same starting point and to really grasp what's at issue here. I'm talking just as a community member and just as an observer of what's happening. I tautoko Janet from the Hiawa Cultural Centre Charitable Trust, first established in 2008. I'm now seeking funding for a large performing arts and meeting centre. From my perspective, since opening in 2019, Hihiawa has become a central part of this community. There's that word again, community, the whole community. Recently winning the award for Best Non-Profit Enterprise at the 2021 Te Tokerau Māori Business Awards. Shouldn't we be enthusiastically and fully funding this trust? A charitable trust that has already proved its worth. What now? The other part of gathering spaces, I came to this community, when I came to this community, Forum North, this centre, was a thriving hub of activity, home to the Northland Youth Theatre, a place for large community events and educational opportunities with a buzzy restaurant and a bar in the foyer. I learned then that Whangarei City Council had approved plans for 2 theatres in this building. The larger one was never built. And in the early 90s, the council of the day saw fit to take it over, subsequently undermining its proactive, creative focus. It became a sad little venue for hire, pricing itself out of reach of most performance initiatives. But the community, remember them, the community has held fast to their original vision of including a larger theatre and revitalising the venue. Over the years, successive councils have commissioned various reports. Jazzmax is just the most recent of them. All of them recommending the addition of that larger theatre and to return to the successful charitable trust model. You yourselves agree that at various times in the past, the Whangarei District Council has turned its back and reneged on its responsibility to ratepayers to think deeply and broadly about what is best for this community. How it has in the past failed to maintain and invest in core community infrastructure. That's meant we now have to play catch up for the sake of our roads, our stormwater and wastewater upgrades, and our civic centre and cultural community. Please fund the Hihiawa and fund the Forum North Trust. The time is now. Amihi nui, kia koutou, kia koutou katoa.
Councillors, any questions for Andrew? Thank you for your submission and thank you for your time today. Councillors, our next submitter is Arana Hornsey. Arana's submission is on page 10, volume 10, page 38. Welcome.
My name is Arana Hornsey. I'm a local resident and ratepayer. I'm speaking as an individual and on behalf of the community here in Whangarei.
My name is Heidi Clark. I'm a manager for North America Theatre. I'm a local artist and I've been involved in events in Whangarei for over 20 years. With my North America Theatre hat on, I thank Anne-Marie for her words and I support what she said in her submission. I've been involved in the arts community, like I said, for 20 years, and for at least 15 of those, the Hihiawa Cultural Centre has been part of that local arts community conversation. But it seems to be consistently left out of local council conversation as a priority place of effort. Since the completion of stage 1, Hihiawa has over-delivered to the community, and completion of stage 2 is essential if the council actually wants to invest in our arts, culture and heritage. I cannot see the logic behind the council's preferred option to back the Brisbane Conference Centre, which will be an ongoing financial burden to taxpayers of $3 million a year and provide unproven benefit to the community. The Hihiawa Culture Centre is a living space that exists beyond bricks and mortar. It's a place for Māori and Pākehā, like myself, who are seeking connection to Te Ao Māori, to learn, gather, feel, celebrate and feel connected and experience cultural pride. Imagine how much benefit that $3 million per annum would have to the whole community if it was given to the Hihiawa Culture Centre and wasn't taken up to cover the overheads of the conference centre that will only have those who have financial backing at their heart. Hihiawa Culture Centre is a community at heart, and it's a place where we all feel connected.
Hello, Hayley. I'm Melanie Continua Cordial. First I want to acknowledge that the last time I was here I left in about half an hour to sing. So I feel very humbled to be able to stand here and actually have my voice heard. So thank you all for that. And Vince, if you want to interrupt and I deserve it. And I also want to acknowledge Janet and her kōrero, he mihi atu ki aia, and acknowledge the mana that Janet and Te Warihi hold in our community. They are steadfast leaders. They hold such generosity and humbleness of heart and aroha for so many of us. And I've written in my written submission how much it means to me personally, so I'm going to talk about that again, that it's a place of sustenance for me on a physical, emotional and wider level. And it's a place of safety, self-expression, friendship, whakawhanaungatanga, sharing of experience, learning of mātauranga, and a wide variety of mātauranga. So there's a skill such as carving, weaving, increasing my knowledge of te reo and tikanga. It provides a place where I can understand and live and be Māori in a Māori world. There aren't many places that are providing that sustenance. And not just for me as someone who is Māori and Pākehā, but for all people. It is a place where everybody is welcomed, no matter who and no matter from where, no matter what your background is. The people at Hihiaurua show great manaakitanga and care, and it's not something that I've experienced in other places. On a business level, Hihiaurua provided an income for my small business, Real Choice Foods, so I cater for events. And through that networking, it has made my business grow, and it has provided financial security and more opportunities for myself and my family. And on a community level, the carving shed, which is led by Te Warihi, is a treasure for our community. Te Warihi was given the wero to take carving, the knowledge and skills of carving back to Ngāpuhi, and this is what he is doing, and this is growing, and it is increasing in our community. It's a treasure of knowledge, the language of Whakairo, and it provides a carved language of our whakapapa, our history, and place in the world. This facility enables Whakairo to be present in Te Tai Tokerau again through our many marae, wahitapu, and places of significance. It gives Ngāpuhi a voice in our own rohe. The placement next to the hātia is a significant connection to the awa and the moana. It strengthens our connection as a community, and it enlivens it with the presence of carved waka and the skills of being a kaihui. These are ancient skills, and they're living here now because of Hihiaurua. On a worldwide level, Hihiaurua is a place that brings the Māori world to the world, and it is there for anyone who wants to access this. So it's a major draw card for those who want to see and be with the authenticity of cultural expression. I do not at all support the Oruku Convention Centre. None of the value that I've mentioned above is present in the project. It is empty promise that I see having little worth for our local community. As a local ratepayer, I'm very concerned that 23 million and ongoing 3 million and the depreciation value of the building is carried by us as ratepayers. I do not support a private commercial venture being funded by the council. This is our money that we want you to use well in our community, and Hihiaurua is already a positive living being that deserves to grow. Imagine the possibilities. I suggest 16 million is a good number. It will provide a larger platform for larger gatherings, concerts, events, the kapahaka facility. Currently we're looking at hosting kapahaka nationals. How are we going to have a facility for this? And it has already been acknowledged as a first-class architecturally well-designed project that has all of the plans ready and it has resource consent.
I don't know, I'll need to stop you there, we've gone over time.
Okay.
Tēnā kōrua.
Ngā
Councillor Cutforth.
Thank you. Great submission, thank you. I'm just interested, you've obviously really supported Hiawa and made some comments about Oruku that you're not supportive of.
Yeah.
You've been silent about the idea of a new theatre or a revamp of Forum North. I just wondered what your views were, particularly Hayley, in terms of the theatre.
Northern New Theatre has sort of formally signed a letter of support for Stage 2 Performing Arts Centre at Hiawa. So that's where we stand with that.
Okay.
Any further questions? Thank you, councillors, and thank you both for your speaking to this submission.
Thank you.
Councillors, our next submitters are Chris Leach and Jan Kenny. Their submission is in volume 2, page 261. Welcome to both of you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm the president of Grey Power here in Whangarei. You've got our submission, I presume
We
you're
do.
looking at it. And my name is Jan Kinney. I'm the president of Grey Power here in Whangarei. We have nearly 1,000 members and 70,000 members throughout New Zealand. Grey Power, I'm just giving you a little bit of background. Grey Power began nearly 40 years ago when the government of the day was going to means test superannuation, much to the horror of the ordinary Kiwi, who rose up in their thousands. It was from that successful lobbying that Grey Power emerged. Now we are here today to advocate for all our ratepayers, and particularly those on fixed incomes, about raising the rates that you have got in your ongoing. So, I'm not sure, I'm going to pass this over to Chris in a moment. I'm not sure where you think the ongoing rates rises are going to come from for those on fixed incomes living in their own homes that go on and on and on and on. This has happened for years. We've got people in our community, in our committee, in our organisation who are terribly worried. And do you know how many people are ratepayers and living in their own homes that are on fixed incomes? Do you have a figure for that? No? Someone might, I don't know, we don't know. It could be a very small amount, but it could be an awful lot of people. And so I'm going to pass you on now to our Vice President Chris Leach to speak to the submission.
Thank you very much. Just in that vein, I noticed there is a small smattering of superannuitants sitting around the tables here. So I just want to answer Jan's question because none of you at least voiced the answer. So the question is, the answer is there are 20,000 superannuitants living in the Whangarei District Council area. That's roughly 22% of your population, and that percentage is increasing every census. In addition to that, of people 15 years and over, 36% of males and 45% of females are not currently in employment. That means they are either unemployed or looking for work or on very small part-time jobs because they're not considered to be in full-time employment, or they are stay-at-home mums and dads. So if you take that percentage of superannuitants and those percentages of men and women, there are a very, very large percentage of Whangarei's residents who are on fixed incomes. Because if you're a superannuitant, you're on a fixed income unless you were lucky enough to be able to put away a small nest egg. If you are out of employment, not currently working, then the majority of those people are either on a benefit of some kind or other, whether that's unemployment or some kind of benefit. So when we look at the percentage rates increase that the Council is proposing, over the 10 years of the plan, with the cumulative effect of those rates increases, you're proposing a 51% increase in rates a 51% impost on the fixed incomes of that large percentage of Whangarei residents. And that's if you take the percentage increase that you've projected as being the likely event. We would submit that it's not, because part of the rates increase is based on the local government cost index. The 2.5% of the rates increase of 4.5% that you're proposing. Of course, you've got to take into consideration that that increase in rates is also going to increase inflation, because the increase in rates is putting an increase into the costs of businesses and the general economy. So that local government cost index is most unlikely to be staying at 2.5%, and we would suggest it's going to be substantially more than that. So if you add the reality of that onto the rates increases that you're talking about, you're asking those on fixed incomes to take a dramatic drop in their standard of living, their quality of life, in order to fund the rates increases that you're proposing. Rates increases that to a large extent are being spent on grandiose projects, which may, in another economic situation, be perfectly lovely to have, and I wouldn't criticise any of them in that situation, but they're not the kind of projects that this substantial block of your ratepayers that we're representing can afford at this time.
Thank you, Chris and Jan. Councillors, any questions for Jan or Chris? Being no questions, thank you very much for your submission and for being with us today. Councillors, our next submitter is Leslie Adcock. Leslie's submission is in volume 1, page 7. Welcome, Leslie.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity to present today. I'll just start with a disclaimer. As some of you might guess, I am Alan's sister. I just want to make it very clear he had no role whatsoever.
Don't even look the same.
Okay, my submission covers 3 issues, and I think I'll be able to be fairly brief. I would just say they're not my only issues of interest, but they were the 3 that I chose to focus on. They are climate change and sustainability, the Uruku development, and housing. Taking climate change and sustainability first, again I can be pretty brief. I think there is no doubt whatsoever that climate change is going to pose increasing challenges for us over the next 10 years. In recent months, we've already had the extreme weather event for once in 500-year storm. Let's hope it was. I doubt that it was. We all experienced the drought last summer. In my opinion, those kinds of events are only going to accelerate over the next 10 years. So I support option 2 of the higher spend of 4.7 million on climate change and sustainability as a minimum over this next 10 years. Turning to the second topic, the Uruku development, echoing an earlier speaker, I am strongly opposed to this development as it is currently put forward in the plan. First of all, if a convention centre is economic, why on earth does it require over $80 million of central and local government spending to get it off the ground? Second thing, demand. Based on future demand for a convention centre, I don't see the case having been made that there will be sufficient demand for a convention centre this far north in the current economic climate and the likely economic climate over the next 10 years, which I think is going to be challenging as everybody around the world rebuilds from COVID-19. Huge uncertainties out there. It also poses a very significant risk to ratepayers, with the council being responsible for liability and cost overruns, and I think that is unacceptable. The other point I'd make is that the $60 million from central government is not free if it entails the required $23.5 million in debt from this council. And bottom line is, I think there is much higher or are much higher priority projects and issues facing us as a community than this Uruku development. Which brings me to my third topic, which I suspect I may be alone in speaking to in these submissions. I have to say that I was shocked to get to the end of the long-term plan to have seen housing identified as a key issue for this community over the next 10 years and have the only mention of it really being the money that's being allocated to pensioner housing. I agree that it's a key issue. It's a huge social issue, not only for this district but for the whole of New Zealand. I don't think there's any doubt that action so far by central government has been both too slow and inadequate. We are simply not addressing the housing issues that we have as a community. I don't have time to go over all of the negative impacts of substandard housing and homelessness on people, but they are highly pervasive. I am particularly concerned about the negative impacts on children of those issues as it affects their social and educational achievement, and those impacts have lifelong consequences. So, as a minimum, I would like to see the long-term plan spell out what the supporting role is that Council intends to play with central government. I don't see any explanation of it in the long-term plan, despite this being a key issue. Personally, I would support Council playing a leading role, not simply a supporting role, reacting to whatever central government comes up with. I would like to see Council working proactively with community groups to try to facilitate the provision in a speedy fashion of social and emergency housing in this community. For example, you have $23.5 million of proposed debt that could be much better spent in this area, in my opinion. Bottom line for me is, if it's a key issue for this community, we should be doing something about it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Lizzie. Councillor Murphy.
I've got a question. Have you thought about running for council?
My brother knows what to say about that.
Can't we just swap them out?
Sorry, Councillors, any other questions for Councillor Cuthell?
Easily. Just on housing, one of the issues that comes up often and around this table is that housing is a core role for central government, and that local government doesn't really have a role in direct provision. And I wondered what your response would be to that.
Well, I would
say...
say...
have another 2 minutes? No.
Okay, just because it's a status quo doesn't mean it has to remain a status quo. If there's a need that this community thinks needs to be addressed, then it should be addressed. I don't think there's anything that stops local government from getting involved in this. We have permissive laws. It's not like if you're not specifically told you can do it, you can do it. It's only if we're told we can't do it that we can't. There's nothing whatsoever to stop council getting involved in this area that I can see. And we should be the leaders in New Zealand.
Thank you, Lizzie. Thank you for your submission and your time today. This is our next submitter is John Zora. John's submission is in volume 8,
Thank you.
Page 72. Welcome.
Firstly, some context for my submission. I've worked in public financial management for over 40 years, the last 20 years overseas, and I'm still working full-time remotely. One of the things that has hit me is the importance of the quality of institutions, of public institutions. In one of the countries, I won't name, a friend of mine said to me, "John, we'll never have democracy in our country until people stop thinking a vote is something to sell." So your process here, your transparency, you're inviting us to come and give submissions for the good of the community is extremely important, and I'm here to try and play a small role in giving you the benefit of some of my experience. So to sum up my submission, it is about risks, because that is what I've been involved in professionally for a long time. And I've selected 2 risks I want to focus on. One is climate change. Now, the Federated Farmers submission, as I heard it, was arguing that the policy on reducing emissions is central government responsibility, not local government. I didn't address this. What I'm saying is that local government has a role as improving transparency at the local level. I'm not arguing against the Federated Farmers' view. I think there's a real transparency issue. And to put it in perspective, I was reading the other day that in 1979 in the United States, the scientific consensus was established that human behaviour was causing significant climate change. If you think that is over 40 years, and if you look at documents here about the assessment of physical risks and other risks, the information available is quite limited. I mean, I spent some time trying to figure out, what sea level rise in my part of the coast, Helena Bay, and what sort of mitigation, what property owners could do, and there's basically no information, and certainly no information that is kept up to date. And I think this would be an extremely worthwhile area for the council to do for the community. Just transparency. And I understand that there is going to be a law passed, hopefully within the next year or 2, as a successor to the Resource Management Act on managed retreat, and obviously that's going to be very important. But I still think transparency is a very powerful tool. The second risk what I focused on in my submission is the financial strategy set out in the long-term plan. Now, it's really good that the long-term plan is linked to resources. Many strategic plans around the world are just wish lists and are not put in resource context. But if you look at the development of financial management globally and in New Zealand, and New Zealand is one of the leading countries, increasingly it's important to have your risk tolerance part of your long-term strategic planning. Now, there's some discussion of risks in your plan. I'm not arguing that it is necessarily too risky. But, it is the doubling of the proposed doubling of the debt burden, the ratio of debt to revenue. It is surprising. There should be, in my submission, stronger justification for how that might affect the credit rating, which I think is very important. I'm not trying to second guess it. It may be that the strategy set up is the right one. I'm just saying, on the face of it, it looks quite risky, and I would, at the minimum, urge you to, in the final version of the plan, elaborate more the risks and justify in that context. And I'd just like to close by one impassioned comment. We have so far come through the pandemic for a number of reasons. One is very good public institutions, but also we have a fairly strong fiscal position. I work with countries which could not afford to go into lockdown. And people have died prematurely as a result, and the suffering has been enormous. Financial prudence is not just a numbers game, it's about protecting the community in the future. And I urge you to think about that when you think about the financial strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Councillors, any questions for John? Thank you very much for your submission and for coming to present to us today. Councillors, our next speaker is Nick Keane. We then have Chris and also Christine Summer, so I'm going to say that we will have all of those before we take a break. So Nick, welcome. Nick's submission is in volume 3, page 545.
Your Worship, councillors, thank you very much for your time this afternoon. I'll be quite brief. A wee bit of background. I'm a local business operator. I've got 2 restaurants in the district. And I also sit on the National Board for Hospitality New Zealand as Vice President. So I've submitted on a few things, but what I'd like to really touch on is our local alcohol policy. I would petition you to consider adopting the national default as outlined in the Sale of Liquor Act 2012. It will eliminate a lot of probably internal pontifications at council. It will also mean that, as detailed in the submission, it will eliminate a lot of the work that WDC and therefore cost that WDC and ratepayers have to incur. I would also mention that the local alcohol policy will be that we have in place is currently, in terms of cost to operators, around about an average about 84% higher than the national default level. I've given out a little resource there that says that, just as an example, the medium risk application fee for an on licence, which is pretty much every restaurant that you have, is that medium risk is around $1,456, whereas at the national default it would be $710. So it doesn't sound like much, but in terms of savings to ratepayers and supporting hospitality operators, I think it would be a step in the right direction. I'd also like to just bring up that we would, as an association, as an industry, once again move towards a closer relationship with WDC. I'll put in there that we need a nightmare, or we need a conduit for information. Nightmare with a Y. We need a conduit for information between industry and WDC. It's, the nighttime economy generates massive amounts in terms of benefits. Like the buzz at the moment is the war for talent. Creating a living environment that caters to all sorts of lifestyles and interests. And the nighttime economy, the central city population, they're all great things, and they've all been outlined in great pieces of work by yourselves. I'd point you in the direction of Sonia Suter, I think it was in 2014, that she did a fantastic piece of work about population in the city, and the safety, the cultural well-being, the social well-being that can bring to the fore. So a close relationship with hospitality and WDC is really what we're looking for. I would also like to voice support for the Oruku Landing project. I feel that it will offer jobs. I feel that it will create a positive infrastructure and the ability for us to grow as a city. I think it's exciting, and I think it's future focused. Also, for my sins, I sit on the Glass Packaging Forum of New Zealand on the steering committee, and what is going to come out probably into your crosshairs in the near future is the container return scheme, whereby you get a deposit for the bottles that you return. On the face of it, it's a really attractive prospect. The Glass Packaging Forum are in favour of what we call an extended producer responsibility scheme, which means that the producer takes the responsibility and therefore reducing use rather than encouraging recycling. The reduction of use is the target, for positive environmental outputs and outcomes. And in terms of how that means for the hospitality industry is that we can effectively get returns and increase the amount of recycling that we do. We're really happy to talk with you further on that. I understand that time is limited, so thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councillor Beers.
Yeah, make the number at the end, but
Thanks, Jeff.
so the licensing piece. So I know I'm aware that Hospitality New Zealand has lobbied this WDC previously about that.
Yeah.
What was the response at that time? And why? Do you know, briefly?
Well, I think it'd be fair to say the response was around the ratepayer can't incur the cost. And I absolutely understand that. I don't think that we're asking for that, but you know yourself as a business owner, you know when you can't meet the costs, or when it's not effective, then those are the first things that you address rather than increasing your ticket price. You've got to address your costs and bringing in outside contractors and creating a system that's not effective or efficient. It just doesn't make sense. So if you adopt somewhat of a business model and say, you know, how do we reduce the costs? I think that, you know, returning to the national default, rather than doing that massive amount of work that you did in 2014, 2015, creating a local alcohol policy that's sort of backfired on the CBD, I've got to say. There's been, you know, some operators in council-owned areas have flourished the CBD. You know, for all its sins, Vine Street served the purpose where it was an interesting place to go. It created a social fabric. It might have been in a bit of an underbelly, but my take on it is that everywhere needs a bit of a K road. You know, it's a heartbeat. It's a heartbeat, and I feel like we missed the boat with our LAP, and the national default would create it would make it easier for you. It would make it easier for your licensing team, and it would make it easier for operators, and it would reduce cost to ratepayers.
Thanks, Nat. Just really briefly, I was surprised to see the Ruakaka trailer park in your submission, because are you referring to the land that's been subdivided? Or?
I think that's the way forward, and that's sort of tagging on to my friend out there and to his submission, is that, you know, is recognising that Ruakaka's been choked by improved amenities, and that's, you know, with a fantastic boat rental facility out there, you know, the downtown Ruakaka on a decent weekend with flat weather, even in the winter, it's just choked with boat trailers. I think we missed a window on across the road, which we submitted on also, which is now being developed as a residential area. But there's opportunities coming up in the future, and I think the trailer park refers to across the road, possibly at the campground, or maintaining the integrity of the green as a green and that being as an overflow boat trailer park.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that.
Just a quick, simple question. Something you highlighted and said was the relationship between council and the hospitality industry is not great. Where do you see that's the best way to go forward?
Well, as I say, you know, I think a nightmare is a bit of a throwaway term, but it's been employed in other cities around the world, and we've talked about it before. What we need is like I say, a conduit of information from WDC and from industry, and create a balance. I feel that in the past, that if we've engaged with alcohol accords or you know, some form of meeting along the same, it's and I know this is true for other operators. We've given council a bit of rope to hang us, and it hasn't worked for us. It's been a gathering of agencies to basically say what we can't do. I think you know, we had a meeting upstairs at Heaven a few years ago where the area commander for the police told us that we were basically drug dealers, you know, and that sort of removes the appetite to attend those sort of meetings. I think in a positive arena, we can achieve great things for the CBD. You know, if you're talking about central city population, if you're talking about vibrancy, if you're talking about jobs, and being future focused with the great things that are happening. You know, kudos to what's happening around the loop. You know, kudos for your support of great projects. Let's grab the impetus and let's run with it. I think it's an exciting time. We've got to win the war for talent. We've got to bring people to the district. We've got to bring, you know, ratepayers. You know, so rather than sort of cost cutting and being careful, let's let's be future focused and let's run with it. Let's bring people with great initiative, great ideas and great skills to the district.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you for your submission. Councillors, our next submitter is Chris Leach. Chris, Chris's submission, it is Chris Leach. Sorry, I'm taking them in sequence. Chris's submission is volume 6, page 126 and 129. Welcome again, Chris. Are you speaking on behalf of your submission for social care?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I apologise more or less for inflicting myself twice on you in such a short space of time that the scheduling was not my making. So, those of you who've sat around this table for a number of years will have heard my previous submission where I said that almost every submitter who comes before you is asking you to spend money on things or to find more money to spend on things. And I was the only one that I was aware of that was showing you a way to find it. And the written submission does provide a way for you to find the money to do a lot more in the way of projects or to do the projects that you are going to do without the increases in rates. The submission also had an attachment which was our submission to the productivities investigation into funding and financing of local government. So you've seen both of those, I'm sure you've read them. I'm not going to say anything more about the submissions. I'm going to ask you what questions you have in relation to those submissions.
Thank you, Chris. Councillors, questions?
Okay, well I have some. So my first question is, has there been a report commissioned from officers or your financial section in relation to the proposals that are made in my submission and that Productivity Commission submission?
So Chris, the purpose of the hearings is for you to present to us and for us to be asking you questions. I know that sounds a roundabout way, and I appreciate your question.
Well, Your Worship, that's part of my submission because I would submit that given the information that is in those two submissions, then the Council should have requested from its financial department a report on the viability of the proposals. So I'll ask another couple. Has there been any approach to the Local Government Association to consider putting this proposal in front of other councils with maybe a view to getting a number of other local councils together to put a remit to the Local Government Association conference to support the concept? The answer to that is obviously no. So I would submit that that's something this council should consider doing because the proposal itself is not going to go anywhere with only one council supporting it, but it has every possibility of going somewhere if a number of councils were to support it and to approach the government to provide councils with this line of funding that's being suggested to be able to do the kind of projects that you want to do. There's been no requests from any councillor or no approaches to me for a more in-depth explanation or any further discussion about it to gain a better understanding. And so the thought that occurs to me with that is that either this council is not interested in saving the $108 million in interest that it's going to be paying on its borrowing over the next 10 years, or it doesn't really care about that it's not taking its responsibility to provide the best financial outcome that it can for its ratepayers. And if that's the case, and in regard to the earlier questions that I asked, my submission is that every councillor around this table should be resigning. Because if you're not interested in saving your ratepayers $108 million over the next 10 years, then you shouldn't be sitting in these seats. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Councillor Platform.
Thank you, Chris. I'm just interested in the any response you had from the Productivity Commission to your submission, or whether you feel that your submission was incorporated into their report.
No, it wasn't incorporated into their report at all. They provided a report which went down basically the same road that funding for councils has been available from, and that was finding new taxes to impose on ratepayers, such as petrol taxes and numerous other taxes, and borrowing more from the private sector.
So did you have any response from them to your submission?
No.
Councillor Murphy?
Thank you. Because I'm just wondering, do you know of any other councils in New Zealand who borrow in this way from the Reserve Bank? Is that precedent?
No, I'm not aware. I'm not aware of any that do. I am aware of several who have taken a proposal like this and investigated, but none that have actually gone down the road of trying to obtain this kind of funding.
And so my question would be, it would be interesting to know who the other councils who have looked into it, who they were, if you could maybe at a later time share that with us.
I'd be happy to do that.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Chris, thank you very much for your submission and for your challenge to us today. Our final submitter before lunch is Dr. Christine Sumner. Welcome, Dr. Christine. Speaking to the SPCA submission, it's volume 11, page 61.
Thank you. I'm really excited to be up here today, and we welcome the opportunity to speak about our submission. I'm going to keep it brief because I know I'm battling the lunchtime and fatigue maybe. You have our submission, so I don't want to belabor too many details. It's there, but I want to just briefly walk through it. So I'm a science officer with the National Office, SPCA, and I have the fortunate opportunity to deal a lot with cat management in New Zealand. Quite a controversial space to be in, however, the good news is I'm here today to talk to you about desexing, which is the least controversial thing in the cat management space. So we look at this as an opportunity to do something very positive with multiple stakeholders. Cats are incredibly important to New Zealanders. There's over 1.2 million owned cats in this country. Estimates on stray cats is a couple 100,000, and then feral cats, we don't really have good estimates. So there's these different types of cats in this country, but the focus of desexing is on the companion cat animal owner. So we think of this as responsible ownership, but the problem is one of the biggest barriers to getting your cat or dog desexed is cost. Some people don't think it's necessary, we disagree. Some people just haven't gotten around to doing it. However, cost is a type of barrier that is fairly straightforward to address. And one of the ways that we do it as an organization is our national desexing program, which is Snip and Chip. We offer subsidized desexing for cats and dogs, and of course we microchip them because desexing and microchip go hand in hand. We target the owner, the owned cat, who can with this type of program. It relies on somebody bringing their cat in or having help to bring their cat in. We work with veterinarians in all our communities. Sometimes our centers desex cats, but the key issue is we subsidize the cost. Now, the reason desexing is really important to SPCA as well is it is top of the cliff work. We get lots of cats into our centers, and it's not a good thing from our point of view. We are at the bottom of the cliff when we are taking animals into our centers. What we want to do is stem that flow. We want to reduce that number of cats that come in. Desexing is a key method and practice in that space of being atop the cliff. We also know, and coming up to Northland, I'm quite cognizant, stray cats are an issue in Northland. We have to stem the flow of cats into the stray cat communities or populations from the owned cat communities. There's very few things you can actually do around the stray cat space. One of them is cutting the flow into these populations. Stray cats are also quite difficult to manage because there's a lot of different ethical concerns, and frankly, no one owns them. It's hard to target an owner to say, get that cat desexed, or maybe keep the kitty in at night. However, we know that targeting the companion owner with desexing can at least cut off the flow. Additionally, we also know cats are a nuisance in communities. Not everybody wants cats roaming neighborhoods, and when we desex cats, it reduces some of those desires to roam, whether it be they're looking to breed, whether they're fighting. We know that desexing can reduce some of that nuisance, and we do get nuisance calls. We know it also can positively impact the overall unwanted cat population. And in doing so, this can benefit the environment, which is incredibly important in New Zealand. We know we do want to see cats at home. We want to see fewer cats that aren't owned, and this has implications for our native wildlife. It also is important for the welfare of the cat. Desexing can really help with managing disease, and this is true in particular for dogs as well. It can keep cats more at home. We know they're at less reduced risk to harms when they're not roaming. And overall, reducing nuisance in communities is important. So, our ask today is to further engage in an MOU with SPCA. We know we can run the show with Snip and Chip. In fact, this year alone, Northland, we made a concerted effort to ramp up our program in Northland, because this is a high priority area for us. We know it's an issue. In December 2020, we launched our largest standalone Snip and Chip campaign to date in Northland. And it's going well. Snip and Chip has no problem selling out. We advertise it, it goes off like crazy. People love this program. And we're on target to desex about 4,000 cats by the end of this June. So we know this is popular because when you give people support in reducing that cost barrier, they take you up on it. So that is our ask, is to further engage with SPCA in supporting the funding of the Snip and Chip campaign. An MOU would detail out specifics. We have worked with Auckland Council, not on a Snip and Chip campaign with the council itself. So we are working in this space. We want to work more with local council. We know this is key to cat management in New Zealand. So any details and further questions, we would negotiate in the MOU. Does anyone have any questions?
Councillor Lewis?
Thank you. Do you look at piloting? If you went into a district, would you look at a certain area and
our Snip and Chips target our highest areas of intake. And because for us, we want to stem the flow of animals coming into our shelters, and that's an indicator we can actually measure. Because this is also a trickier space on measurement. We can measure how many cats are desexed, but we also want to see these ripple effects. So highest areas of intake. However, with Auckland Council, we have different criteria. So they have their own, and we're willing to work on that as well.
So would a criteria be where there's a population that is buying into the program in terms of sort of the predator-free?
Yeah, I think increasingly conservation-minded folks are realizing desexing is key to their activities and their goals as well. So absolutely happy to work with anybody who wants to desex cats and dogs, we should say. This is also an ask for dogs, because dogs need desexing as well.
Thank you.
Councillor Couple?
Thank you. Thank you for your submission. Just a few questions actually. How much is it normally for a desex?
Oh, that ranges. It ranges. Just give me oh gosh, I know. I think a normal desex for the males will be cheaper than the females, and the cats I think can be up to $150 for a female, $75 to $100 for a male. But it is quite variable, so I hesitate to give you.
And that's okay. Mine costs $150,
yeah.
So I just wondered if other councils do that. Really.
And I should say sorry. It's not free. It's subsidised. So we do currently ask for a small.
Right, so that's my next question, is how much, if it's normally, say, around the 150, how much is the Snip and Chip?
Yeah, I think in some cases it's been $10 or $20.
And are you able to give us, you've got the Northland stats, are you able at some point to give us a breakdown of Whangarei District?
Absolutely.
Okay,
I don't have those right now, but
that would be useful, I think. And my last question, I think, is I know you started it in December and you're running it till June. Have you got any idea what sort of cost it is to the organisation? I mean, it's $10 to the person, but how much is the actual cost?
I don't off the top of my head, but I absolutely can follow it up.
That would be useful. And my final question, sorry, I'm kind of quick with questions, is I understood that the reason that the SPCA was doing it was because they received a bequest. Am I correct, or did the SPCA just decide that they were going to do this and they put the money aside?
Oh, it's probably all over the place with what we decide. So a lot of that reflects, we've been a national organization for about 3.5, 4 years now. So we still have local flavors to how our SPCA centers run. So it could be, I don't know those details, but we run Snip and Chip as part of our regular programming. So if we get a bequest saying, I want this to go to Snip and Chip, then that could be possible in a certain case. But we're running Snip and Chip as part of our operational.
Oh, okay, I didn't realise that. Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Murphy?
Thank you. Just briefly, thank you for coming today. I'm just wondering about relationships because we've got a new manager of the SPCA in Whangarei. I'm not sure, have you personally built a relationship with our staff at any level yet, or would it be more appropriate for the local manager to do that
Yeah, absolutely. We have a new area manager as well. So we have an area and then the local. So there's actually several different operational levels where this relationship building has been occurring to some degree. I don't know what extent specifically they're doing, but absolutely this is important for us. So we would be willing to engage locally, area, and nationally as well.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Chris, thank you very much for speaking to your submission and for the submission itself. There is a final one before a lunch break. Councillors, can I ask, can we have an abbreviated break and come back at 1:30? Yes.
Yep.
Thank you. So I'll adjourn the meeting until 1:30 and we'll be back on our documents. see there's the bill. Our first submitter is Tony Davies Colley. Welcome, Tony. Tony's submission is in volume 5, page 199. Please come forward, Tony. And I apologise that I'm late to receive the beginning. All yours.
Councillors, thank you for the opportunity to submit. On behalf of Port Nikau, my submission is about the commercial industrial variation to the category 5 wording of that. Obviously, you're aware the wording has been modified slightly, and it adds, instead of just use and zone, the category also includes rating units which are not being used but on their own or in the context of the surrounding land have been created or developed for commercial industrial use or mixed use, etc. This definition introduces a highly subjective criteria. Is the way we view this when you have in the context of the surrounding land. And so it gives council the ability to make those subjective decision onto what category that land goes. So I think it affects quite a few different things from a planning point of view. When council's obliged to obviously provide sufficient industrial land in future, then that exposes the owner of that land to not want to hold it, whereas the council needs to have that industrial land in future held for future planning. And also with the planning process of mixed, or the trend of mixed use to redevelop the likes of Den Street, Central Whangarei, whatever with residential, that also of course affects that considerably from a zoning point of view. Now, throughout the rest of New Zealand, this is not an issue, but in Whangarei, this is an issue because your differential rating on industrial category compared with residential is over 6+ times. And so that's why it is an issue in Whangarei, is how the category is assessed. So the other point here is that the Rating Act states that zoning, use and the land value or find to use, but this definition that's been proposed in the LTP, my legal advice suggests it doesn't abide by the Act because it states clearly zoning and use. The Act, two parts of the Act said it's if the zone is permitted, controlled or discretionary, and then the second part is if it's not allowed if it's under appeal or submission or whatever. So it's pretty clear it's use or zone. So we find this variation in contrary to the Act. But I think the crucial point here is because the category value is so different for commercial compared with residential, that's why it becomes an issue. I'd also like to clarify that Port Nikau is under the district council plan change that's happening at the moment is now PNDA, which is a development area. So it's not a traditional zone; it's a development area. So therefore, there's no. It can be very subjective as to how council describes it from a category point of view. And we'd have sought clarification on that, but it's quite hard to do because they have discretion in this variation. Also, you might be well aware that the council staff are using this methodology and have been using this methodology to categorise rating on Port Nikau and perhaps other areas historically. So obviously they're trying to legitimise with this variation in the LTP what they've been doing historically as well, because the Port Nikau environment is zoned Port Nikau environment, and the land is being used
has been used for silage and maize for farming, but it's been categorised as industrial. So they're already using this, and the value methodology of having surrounding land in context. So they've historically been doing this already. So we ask that this is removed from the proposed COTP. So, and I also make the point that the crucial point is that the differential in the category and value between residential and industrial of over six times is the key cause of concern here that's created this anomaly. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Is there any questions for Tony? Thank you very much for your submission and for coming to speak to us today. Our next submitter is Paul McDonald, speaking to the Ruakaka Recreation Centre submission, and there are multiple of them. Welcome.
Hi councillors, try and get through as much as I can, as quick as I can. So if you have a look at this slide above you, so Christine from the committee is next to me here. This is an indication of the park that we're talking about, Ruakaka Park. Can't read those labels at all. Let's keep a big picture. The yellow items are items that are being built new. The two fields, the larger rectangles, are being constructed by council at the present. The bottom right is where the proposed gymnasium and health and wellbeing centre is, and also the large car park. On the left-hand side, you see a grey area of a new supermarket. So that's the context that we're talking about, and the real reason that that diagram is there is showing that there aren't any car parks on this sports park. You'll see a list there of the other sports parks in town here, with an approximate number of how many they have. Ruakaka has 0 single car parks. We have heard discussions around putting car parks on both the new supermarket access road and Sign Road. Neither of those options are really either safe or practical, which really only leaves you with Peterson Drive, and we believe that there's an area there that is prime for a car park. Council staff, maybe next slide please. So, have I got that control, right?
You're in control.
Sorry, it's a bit small. So this is really, we're now at that stage where we're culminating in 10 years worth of planning. That's not just from Ruakaka's point of view. That's been working with the council, with the staff. Hopefully, aside from the new councillors here, this is a reasonably well-known project. There was an interim development plan done some time ago, which indicated the types of things that were needed out there. The community themselves went out and fundraised and built the skate park. The field's being built by council at the moment. The Ruakaka Rec Centre have gone out and fundraised $2.5 million through the CIP EBIE grants. That's underway. And the car park, which is just beyond the dark blue arrow that we're talking about, that's what we're here making a submission about today. We have been working with council staff on this project for some time. Last year we were told that there was money there for a car park. We went into negotiations with MB, we went into negotiations with Foundation North and Lottery Grants on the basis that the funding made up in part from council. Having it not in the LTP has caused us some problems from the horse's mouth in terms of those funding agencies. They'd like to see the support around the car park. You appreciate when you apply for money, you categorise what you want the money for. We haven't applied to those other agencies at this stage for the car park because at the time we were told there was money to do that. So it does leave us in a difficult position. We would have to go and find money from somewhere else to build what would effectively be a public car park on this park. So that's the crux of our issues. However, since that time, we've also partnered with the Regional Volleyball Association. So we've got support now from the National Volleyball Association, Sport New Zealand, Sport Northland, and the Regional Volleyball Association. So I've got to let our architects take up a little bit of my time, so I'm going to shoot through this one. So overall, very briefly, we're looking at 3 new jobs once it's completed and 105 construction jobs while we're building. We have this new partnership with the Regional Volleyball, which includes 6 outdoor beach volleyball courts. It'll be the hub of volleyball for Northland. If you like, call them an anchor tenant, so they will be the main tenant in that building. Recreation Centre will also have their waipu, and the remainder will be available for use by the general community. Basketball, very supportive of it. Netball, very supportive of it. You would have seen the submissions and the letters of support. It's pretty well supported. In terms of the importance of having that regional organisation on board, it means we do qualify for further funding in a much bigger pool of funding. And obviously it brings in regional and national level competitions. So it's very good for ruakaka in the district. So there is our bottom line, that we're requesting that budget be put in or re-established in terms of the LTP for assisting with this development. Not only will a public car park come out of that, but a contribution towards the overall development, which enables us to leverage into about $7 million. As I've said in the last few words there, we can stage that. So if council's a bit hard up and they want to support it, we can split that down into however many car parks park needs in parts. So the crazy loop in that scenario is that council dictates how many we need by virtue of the consenting processes. So we're kind of at mercy here. So we think we've got some solutions around that. We'll also say, if we could just, do that. So up on that graph there, there are the 2 areas marked in red, which we're not quite sure where it was at, but we understood that was being sold to Ken Orr for the development around the supermarket there. There's an existing agreement around allocating the developments, a private developer agreement with Ken Orr around that large supermarket site in terms of where those DCs should be applied. So I'm not sure how concrete any of those arrangements are. It's a private agreement, we don't know. But we see that there is perhaps a little bit of flux in some of the existing finances around being able to help fund this. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Councillors, questions for Paul or Christine? Councillor Martin?
Just with the car park, are you suggesting that it may be a metal car park for a start with a plan to...
If we could get agreement to do that through the consenting process, that would be a development engineer's thing, but in terms of local use, I think that would be okay. Yeah. Unfortunately, we can't decide that.
No.
Any further questions? Thank you very much for your multiple submissions. Thanks for your attendance today. Councillors, our next submitter is Justin Evatt, also speaking to the Ruakaka Recreation Centre bulk submissions. Welcome.
Thank you, councillors, for having us here today. I'm Justin Evatt. This is Neil Martin. We're architects here at Martin. We've been working on this project to the point of a design which is relative to obtaining a resource consent. So what you're going to be seeing today, bulk and location, general form of the building, how it sits on the site, and the functionality and so forth within the building. It's not a developed design, it's still in fairly early stages of the design development. And I'm just going to present that reasonably quickly because I know time is of the essence. This plan here is your planning mix, and you can see the green comes through, that's your recreation area, and this site sits on a band of recreation zoning which connects the foreshore of Green Bay back to the designated town centre. So it's in quite a pivotal position as far as being a link and connector and back into the sort of central Ruakaka. I won't talk to this too long, but this is just context. There's the existing centre, there's a skate park that's been recently built right next door to the site. You can see that there in the panorama on both sides of a 180 degree. And there's views obviously out to Breamhead and Manaia and so forth that are quite important. And we've got some industrial edges to sort of deal with. There's the local library, the local school, and there's, if you just go up a little bit, there's up a bit, sorry, you're going down. Scroll it up.
You scroll down.
More.
You scroll down, sorry. And then you've got the shopping centre and the existing sort of ruakaka hub that this is addressing. Next one. These are just views from the street views. The site's sitting up here. This is where the skate park is. It's slightly elevated from the township. It's actually on the back dunes in a slightly elevated position, which is quite good for many reasons. The skate park road, Snell Drive, sort of comes up and rises around the corner. Next one. Again, these are just the key sort of landforms that sort of start to inform the context. Takahiwai Ranges sitting in behind the town centre, which is here, which we're looking back towards, and then off in the distance you've got Breamhead and Manaia and so forth. This is actually taken from the recreation zone park. Next one. This side sort of brings a lot of those kind of concepts and thinking together, just sort of shows you how this development sits within this zone. You've got the green open space zone connecting through, sports fields, the main retail shopping centre development that's occurring in that area. You've got the school, and you've got the kura on the school, and you've also got the, this green space connecting right through to the dunes. And the proposal is for this centre to be sitting right in this location. Next slide. This is a schematic showing the traffic and the nature of that car park and how that car park is engaged with the wider context. Ticket Place, Peter Snell, it can be utilised for multi-purposes and not just for the centre itself, but it's obviously located in support of the centre as well. The facility includes the regional volleyball, beach volleyball. So that's all part of the landscape proposal. This is where the skate park is, and we've created an outdoor green and a pavilion building that addresses that green. Next one. This is a bit more detailed now. These are the general masses and forms. So we've got the pavilion building, which runs through that single story. There's an entrance to that building that addresses the street and arrival, pick up and drop off, and car parking, which we've sort of developed in nodes, allows that to be sort of addressed at stages if need be. And then we've got the rec centre general usage in here, and we've also got the big gym, gymnasium, sports hall, which is a double court sports hall, and the outdoor space to the north, protected from the winds and viewing back towards some of those land features that we were talking about earlier, with the idea that there's a pedestrian link through the park, through that green space, so we're kind of using this as a green space connection. Next one. That's the same drawing at a bigger scale. There's some beach volleyball equipment sheds and the pavilion, sports hall, the big court. That's a multi-purpose court that can be used for outdoor football and so forth as well. And then if you come down, please. You see the nature of that car park again, pick up, drop off, turn around. It's all been put through the traffic engineering for this level of design as well, so that's all conforming. Next one. This is just to give an idea of the functions inside the building so that people can understand the operations that are being contained within. If you can just go down a little bit further. Thank you. You've got the main entrance, shared foyer lobby, one point of management, gym for cardiovascular, weights training and so forth, male, female. You've got a community lounge or a big community function room, supporting kitchen, meeting room, toilets and storage. Does that mean? I can stop there if you like.
Thanks, Justin.
Yeah.
Councillors, any questions? Just keep scrolling through those so we can see everything. Just in case. Any questions for the team? Just figuring it's good seeing you've done it when I was on it.
You can see the images now.
Councillor Murphy.
I will just ask one, and this is something that's come up this morning, and I know that obviously the cost of the car park is, the community will be looking at ways to reduce the cost of that, but with best practice and looking at stormwater treatments, has there been any thought to stormwater collection?
At the moment, the civil engineers looking at sort of swale designs and sort of surface water treatment that works in that kind of manner. The site sort of falls away quite naturally to one side, which sort of really allows for all that. So yeah, the water treatments will be sort of on site generally, and making sure the water's being cleaned up before it gets anywhere near the river, because it basically goes straight to the river.
Yeah, sounds great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any further questions? Thank you both for your presentation today.
Yep.
And come to speak to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next submitter is Shane Nola. Shane's submission is in volume 6, page 200.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, councillors. My name is Shane Nola, and with my colleague Linda Donaldson here. We represent the Northland Regional Trust of Te Aroha. Te Aroha is New Zealand's national walking trail. Some of you may be familiar with it. Te Aroha runs about 3,000 kilometres from Cape Reinga to Bluff in Whangarei District. It comes down through Russell Forest towards Helena Bay, the Whanganui Coastal Track, to Sandy Bay, down to Nungaroo, across the Nungaroo Estuary, Tairuru, Horora, Tairuru, down Ocean Beach, and then to Riatahi, across the harbour to Marsden Point there somewhere, and then along past ruakaka and down towards Manawhai. We're on the interim Northland Regional Trust, which has really just been set up in the last 12 months or so. Our role is to champion and to steward the Te Aroha Trail within the Northland region. We are a completely volunteer group. Te Aroha nationally has only one full-time employee, which is conjoint with the Walking Access Commission, which some of you may be aware of. Te Aroha, the route in most areas follows either dockland or other public land. In many areas it crosses private land with the consent of the landowners, and council land in some areas. To give you some idea of how much Te Aroha is used in the last year pre-COVID, so that was sort of 2019, there was about 1,300 registered walkers to do pretty much the whole 3,000 kilometre route in New Zealand in 1 year. So that's sort of an idea of the number of people that do the whole route. However, we estimate tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people that just do small sections of it. And that might just be a couple of hours hike or the whole of Northland. As you'll imagine, some people would prefer to do sort of one section a year just over a longer period. Others prefer to do it all in one go. Linda here has done the whole 3,000 kilometres, so she's very familiar with the route.
Just once.
We believe that Te Aroha brings a lot of benefit to the community. It's a very low ecological impact tourism. These people are on their feet. They are using local services, particularly accommodation, cafes, restaurants, shops, staying usually in campgrounds or public camping areas. To give you an idea, I mentioned 1,300 walkers sort of do the whole, or registered to do the whole route each year approximately. To give you some idea, in Spain, the Camino de Santiago has something like 300,000 walkers doing that similar length route across the northern part of Spain each year. So we believe there's a lot of potential for more people to come into the district, into the region, if we can promote and steward and support Te Aroha through this region and other regions in New Zealand. In the interest of time, our asks are fairly sort of broad because we've just really sort of come into formation in the last few months. You'll see that we're asking for council support in terms of perhaps signage, improvement of the trail in certain areas, perhaps cooperation with weed clearance and improving the route in some areas. We're also requesting a modest $10,000 a year over the next 10 years to contribute to hard assets such as perhaps signage or improvements to bridges and boardwalks and trails and things like that. Anything you want to add, Linda? Otherwise we'll over to questions.
Thank you, Shane. Thank you, Linda. Councillor Innes.
Thank you, Worship. Shane, in terms of looking forward, are you going to be the lead agency to bring together others such as Whangarei District, Northern Regional Council and other public agencies to put together an overall plan or strategy?
We certainly are cooperating very closely or interfacing very much with the Regional Council and the other district councils. There's also Northland Inc., which we need to get closer to. So we have only been in operation for coming up for a year now, so we're still sort of establishing the landscape of who we need to build relationships with. In terms of, sort of we see ourselves as sort of coordinating and stewarding, championing the Te Aroha route, leveraging people like DOC and the Northern Regional Council and the District Councils. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Yeah, just if I can go. The Tourism Infrastructure Fund is very much there that Council can apply for, and that would be in terms of projects, I would suggest, along that route. And it really requires a plan, I thought, in terms of your facilitation or the lead agency to facilitate that. In our district, Whangarei District, do you see the council taking a lead role in that?
I'm not necessarily a lead role. I would see that we would interface and leverage council initiatives in different aspects of the route.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cutler.
Thank you, Shane, and well done on the walk. Do you know what the situation is with other councils in other areas in terms of support?
It varies enormously. For instance, in around the Wellington region, you may have heard of the Paikakariki Escarpment Trail. So that was a very major enhancement of part of Te Aroha, which was very heavily supported by Parirua District Council, I believe. And that was several $1 million of quite intense trail building and bridges, swing bridges, all that sort of thing. So it does vary council by council, where councils have perhaps been more in tune with, or maybe historically some councils have been more in tune with building sort of walkways and establishing sort of trails through the areas. And also we've had a regional trust in that Greater Wellington area for longer. So they've been sort of they've been doing their role longer than we have been doing.
Councillor Peters.
Yes, very interesting presentation, thank you. Are you connecting with the storytelling app, Jane Hill, or had something to do with it?
I'm not immediately familiar with the app, but we do see Te Aroha, one of Te Aroha's strengths and one of the areas we want to develop the route is around the story of the regions. So not in Whangarei at the moment, but we are talking to some of the iwi around the Kawakawa area about how we might integrate the story of the ruakaka history and culture into people's experience of Te Ara Rail Trail. So we like the idea of storytelling, so people get that experience as they do part of the route. They learn about New Zealand, they learn about the history, they learn about the culture, they learn about the communities. So I'll do some more research about it, but in broad terms, yes, we very much.
So, Creative Northland is interested in that for the Whangarei.
Right. Okay, thanks.
Quick question. Does that mean you're going to take like an oversight over the whole length of the track? The reason I ask is we maintain some of it now. And clearly, like the longest walk bridge in the southern hemisphere needs some work doing. Yeah, those kinds of things. We need to have a good plan where everybody is pulling in the right direction so that what we think is happening. Is that how you envisage it?
We have very limited resources. We're all volunteers and we have no funding at all, which is why we're asking each of the councils and the local authorities for a lot of contribution on an annual basis. So we don't see ourselves as owning any assets. That's not our role, it's not our function, it's not our resource. We don't have the resource base to own assets. We do see ourselves more as sort of champion and coordinating and working with authorities around those physical assets.
So do you believe that TIF should be funding you so that you can do that job thoroughly?
My immediate answer is we are not physical asset experts or owners. There's all sorts of health and safety and environmental issues around that. So we feel that broadly the owners of those assets, be they private landowners or DOC or councils, are probably best placed to continue to own those assets. Our role is more to wave the Te Ara Rail flag around those assets.
Is there any further questions for Shane and Linda? Thank you for your submission. It certainly makes us aware of who you are and what you're up to.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillors, our next submitter is Robin Leefring. Robin is first speaking to the submission in volume 4, page 27. Welcome, Robin.
And I have with me Rachel, who's just joined our Positive Ageing Advisory Group, Rachel Sullivan. So good afternoon to you, Madam Chair and councillors. Thank you again for being able to come in here and address those things. You've given us a responsibility to come back to you and talk to you
Robin,
about what we do.
Just briefly, are you speaking to the Positive Ageing Advisory? So that, councillors, that's volume 10, page 383.
We'll do that first because the next one's a little bit more visceral. Visceral.
So volume 10, page 383.
The PAAG submission has again concentrated on the housing needs of older people. I would refer to the Ministry of Seniors in their Better Later Life strategy, Hei Orara Kaumatua, where they focus on 3 areas specifically, and one of these is housing. They are seeking more community partnerships. Currently, only 68% of people over 65 own their own homes. That's surprising, I think. And 14% of those still have mortgages. Both of these figures are increasing rapidly. Similarly, the World Health Organization has promoted diversity in housing for older people. Today, I want to focus on the proposition we had made when we were preparing your LTP to adopt the need for private-public partnership housing. The following reasons are anecdotal but very real. We have increasing numbers of mainly women, widows, living on a pension in the family home, who cannot afford to paint the roof, or indeed the house, are not managing a garden, or able to renew the fence. As a result, if they can sell, they do not get a value that puts them in a position to buy back into the market. This month in the property press, a nice 2-bed unit in a row of 3 was on the market, $569,000. Further, there is a great shortage of small units and houses. What happens to this person is they're called into the very high rental market, if they can find anything, which chips rapidly away at their capital. Positive Ageing Advisory Group has in the past provided detailed costings to achieve small house, small village builds, with each unit costing at around 220,000 each. And that included the cost of a 700 square metre plot out in Totoro Parklands. Council may even have available land now to make this possible. Such units would be covenanted for only the elderly, not for rent, the owner must occupy. The percentage of investment from both parties would not necessarily be 50-50. This may be 30 council, 70 private. This would need to be explored, and the Auckland City has such properties and has done for many, many years, would probably advise you on this kind of breakdown. Ultimately, with council investment to build units being high at the start, the repay by owners of their share would give council a return to reinvest in more units with no top-ups annually. We ask that you reconsider this option and give a number of our older residents and ratepayers hope into the future that they can once again own their own home, create their own garden and live proudly in the community. The only other matter I wish to touch on is the request for older people activity centres. We have brought this up, preferably alongside children's playgrounds and easily accessible for those with walking frames, etc. There is a huge range of wonderful equipment designed for the elderly for council to purchase. Thank you.
Rachel, did you have anything? Thank you, Your Worship. Councillors, any questions for Councillor Couple?
Just could we have a copy of Robin's notes, please?
Yeah. Yes, I'm waiting for that.
Any other questions? Robin, the Positive Ageing Advisory Group. Thank you. Councillor Cochran?
Yeah, just one. Have you guys been asked to be involved in the engineering standards of Whangarei? The new engineering standards, they're looking at changing them. Have you been asked to be involved in that?
No, we haven't, no. But, you know, I mean, we've got a councillor here who supports us. She can probably do that for us on behalf. We are very grateful that we are included in so much of what council is doing and gives us an opportunity for input.
Any further questions? Thank you for your submission and for being with us today. Did you want to segue into your personal, visceral?
Yes, visceral. You know, I have the greatest respect. I know what you go through in putting this LTP together. Hours and hours of work and discussions and best of intentions. But I'm going to hack into this a bit. Okay. In those matters I supported, there was the space for gathering, and I chose option 1C, which is Forum North. I am concerned that in the case of the ambitious conference and event centre down at Uruku Landing, there has not been any statistics and clear evidence to the public of certainty in the success of such a project. And with the failure of the existing event centre to meet the same ambitions, it leaves me unable to support this proposal. In light of other projects of necessity, this one should not proceed. Forum North I chose. It is somewhat of a surprise to me that in making the move to build a new civic centre, which I wholly support, there has been no attempt to inform the community of the proposed use of the current building. I find this exasperating. I would have expected the future use of Forum North to have been fully explored, alternatives considered, and a good resolution before us now. This remains a major building in the civic complex and needs to be fully utilised for the public benefit of the city. A theatre, 55 million, maybe. It's been talked about for 20 years and no convincing resolution seems to be arrived at. Or something called upgrades for 12 million later in the LTP. Is it going to become a neglected building falling into disrepair? What does upgrades mean? My biggest concern is around housing for the elderly. You are familiar with this from your PAAG's request to address this. I wish to take this further. There is 24 million for more skate parks and sports fields. There's 37 million for extended shared cycleways. Total, 61 million. These are facilities for the young and active. Recently, 3.3 million spent on lighting for the rugby stadium and 450,000 coming up for a big screen, 1.3 million to upgrade the Riverside skate park, 2 million for pensioner housing, really? Sliding the housing off to central government is a real callous and uncaring attitude. This long-term plan is all about grandeur with proposed projects suitable for a very large city. We could move from a mayoral-led governorship to one of an emperor or sultan, and I will look into that during the revision process. If there is 2.15 million coming into the coffers from the demolition of Dead Street flats, this would cover the first 2 million for older people housing, and more or less should go to this. This is the property portfolio doing its job. 2 million equals 8 small house units in public-private partnerships with a minimum of 50% return, needing a 1 million top-up to repeat this the following year. If this is not demolished, and I really hope it is not, then please upgrade it for older people housing. Maybe all of you sitting at the table are looking at a comfortable retirement and are just out of touch with the realities of the less fortunate. Where is your fellow feeling? Where is the city's kindness? Are the elderly, soon 25% of your population, detritus? I see nothing in this LTP providing for our ageing population. Any idea of moving to an age-friendly city looks like a lost cause. I could call this ageism discrimination or ethical failure, harsh words, but I feel I need to use them. Think about shared humanity, equal rights, because we're equally human. Please reconsider your position on this critical matter, and I promise endless letters and praise to our local paper. Rates relief for residents in Papakainga, I see. Then rates relief for all elderly living in small communities or in hardship. And that's on top of what is now. You're going Papakainga, they're not just older people, they're families. Finally, and this is really bad, sleep-outs and minor dwellings for HUE assessments, household unit, what's it?
Equivalent. Household unit equivalent.
That's it. People are trying to manage the shortage of housing in a variety of ways, and this may lead to including family members on a family site in sleep-outs or small cabins. This is a healthier way than cramming into bedrooms to the point of being unhealthy. Ultimately, I do not see this as putting more draw on services and ask that these be excluded from the HUE charges. Thank you. Harsh words, but I feel them.
Councillors, any questions for Robert on the submission? Councillor Murphy.
Thank you. Thank you for your thoughtful submission. I'm quite interested in whether PAG has, with our pension housing stock as is, whether PAG has ever kind of done an audit or made recommendations or given feedback on the usability or the whether the layout, for example, and I know our pension housing stock is probably all very varied, but just when you raised the uncourt flats, I thought about whether, whether they could be upgraded for older people or whether actually the needs of older people, such as with more accessible bathrooms, possibly wider corridors, ramps, whether it's we need to build new.
Okay, no, we haven't done an audit, in the short answer. We don't have facilities for that. We could request the council does it, of course. What I do notice, though, is that the 5 million that you show in the LTP for pensioner housing, etc., and upgrades of the existing ones, and they're mostly from the 70s, actually doesn't come out of ratepays, it comes out of rent. When you look into the funding that is behind all this, the maintenance, which is the 3 million you've got in there for the pensioner housing to upgrade, whatever that may be, actually comes out of rent. It's not coming out of rate funds. And so this is what I'm saying, please think bigger than saying housing is central government. It's not asking a lot for you to help a growing number of people who, in the first case, have too much money to get into a pensioner house and not enough money to get into the market.
Any further questions? Robin, thank you for your submission. Thank you for presenting today. Next submitter is Tia Lord and Connor Pullman, and their submission is in volume 10, page 128. Robin.
Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Connor Pullman. I'm here today speaking on behalf of North Coast Board Riders to present our submission regarding the funding allocated for a seawall at Sandy Bay, which is earmarked for construction between 2021 and 2026. Firstly, some background on myself. I'm the current president of North Coast Board Riders. I am myself Tia, fifth generation Sandy Bay residents. And I am a senior engineering geologist with direct experience in coastal engineering around Northland. And I should also note that Tia is our Vice President for North Coast Board Riders. At this time, I'd like to provide some historical context. Sandy Bay's middle or main creek over the last 100 years has moved around significantly with the building up and washing away of the beach. Dune systems have formed and migrated across the beach, often remaining for years at a time. This shifting, dynamic environment was abruptly changed and unnaturally restricted and constrained by several anthropogenic interactions, most significant of which involves the rock armouring of the creek bed beginning somewhere around the year 2000. Over time, the gradual increase in arm and string length has resulted in the channelizing of the creek's flood vents and subsequently the erosion issue which we currently have. There have been multiple attempts at solving the erosion issue at Sandy Bay, none of which have worked, several of which have ended up producing bad publicity for the council within the media, and all of which were obvious to have not appropriately consulted with very people who enjoy Sandy Bay. Arguably, the largest group of stakeholders are the surfing community. Sandy Bay is considered one of the top 10 regionally significant surf breaks within Northland, as outlined by the Northland Regional Council. Sandy Bay has significant surfing history, has produced multiple national champions, held countless high-level national events, and even one international surfing event. Sandy Bay is the home of North Coast Board Riders, a club of over 30 years of proud history. It seems, however, that although Sandy Bay is listed as a regionally significant surf break, it does indeed have a long history of surfing success, that this has not been taken into consideration at all. North Coast Board Riders has had no forthcoming explanation to date as to why Council would consider implementing a seawall which will clearly have a drastic effect on the beach without a thorough and complete assessment of the potential effects to this regionally significant surf break. North Coast Board Riders and many local coastal residents were shocked to see the proposed rock wall following the previous failed attempts to halt the erosion occurring at the beach. We were even more surprised that the wall was being proposed under emergency works and that this was taking away the right of the coastal and surfing communities to have their input. We were horrified to learn that there was a specific proposal to implement a $1.5 million wall project at Sandy Bay within the LTP. There has been no direct consultation regarding this. To be blunt, North Coast Board Riders and the majority of the surfing community see this as a blindside, as an extreme misuse of ratepayers' money, and we feel deliberately deceived and misled, having previously been kept within the loop by the Parks Department, of course. Unfortunately, North Coast Board Riders and the wider surfing community now find ourselves preparing for a legal battle, which seems inevitable and has seemingly played out multiple times before at surf breaks across New Zealand. Thankfully, we have behind us the expertise of the Surf Break Protection Society, their coastal erosion experts and legal team who are well practiced in fighting and indeed winning these battles. However, I am not here to point fingers at the causes of this erosion. This time is past. I am here to instead provide an alternative solution to hopefully avoid any potential legal battles, allow the consultation and science to properly take place. This solution will at least in the interim reduce the risk that erosion poses to Sandy Bay's infrastructure. It is clear that constructing the $1.5 million wall will only hold off climate change and erosion for so long. Therefore, we propose to move the facilities to the council-owned property known as Kitty Vane Reserve. This exists across the road and is significantly elevated above the beach and any erosion issue. This will provide a long-term solution and would provide a valuable opportunity to upgrade and modernise the dated and neglected facilities which we are currently seeing extremely overused. This gives the community a chance to get what they require, and additionally it is unlikely to use the full amount of funding allocated to the wall currently, as significant amounts of this could likely be fundraised. We at North Coast Board Riders envisage a mixed-use community building which could serve partly as a home for the North Coast Board Riders, providing training facilities, event venue and a home for all of our history. However, the building could also allow a surf lifesaving club or similar such enterprise with the potential to host children's water safety training and high performance sport camps. Let's not forget that surfing is now an Olympic sport. We would also propose to move the existing toilet block to this new location and a demolition of the North Coast Board Riders club rooms, which consists the old, horrible looking concrete block toilets. This will provide significant additional breathing room to allow the appropriate surf break assessment of effects and a community adaptation plan regarding climate change, which could be undertaken without the need to rush. As part of this interim managed retreat, we consider that sand replenishment and dune planting could be funded from the seawall budget at relatively low cost to be implemented by the North Coast Board Riders and the wider coastal and surfing communities. To reiterate, North Coast Board Riders and the wider surfing community calls on the Council to halt all works on the proposed seawall in Sandy Bay without the appropriate scientific assessments and consultation, which we argue is an essential and integral part of this process. We view the current lack of surf break assessment of effects as negligent, considering Sandy Bay's regionally significant status and history. Thank you.
Councillors, any questions for Connor or Tia?
Too many to ask now.
I have one. Your submission speaks specifically about page 121 of the draft OTP. I'm struggling to find the relevant
Not sure on page number, but it's in the capital projects and parks and recreation, significant capital project.
Excellent.
So the table there. It's in
It is supporting documents.
Mm.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you.
Councillors, our next submitter is Mark Rasmussen. Mark's submission is in volume 11, page 8. Welcome, Mark.
Thank you, Madam Chair and council members. I'd firstly like to thank the council staff who really have been waiting to enable me to speak to my submission. I hand delivered this on the 31st of March, and I understand it was missed from some of the early publications, but you should all have a copy of it now. So perhaps it's too controversial to talk about what many consider the COVID-19 scandal and the climate change hoax. Since my submission was made, further developments worldwide have happened that will impact on all district communities and their governing councils. A few days ago, a Vienna court in Austria ruled the PCR test, which our government has taken for the basis of its COVID action, was unfit for purpose. This follows the court ruling in Portugal from the 11th of November last year that had the same ruling. The USA Centre for Disease Control Vaccine Adverse Events Registration System has now reported an increasing number of deaths from this messenger RNA jab, incorrectly termed a vaccine. A growing worldwide group of doctors, virologists, epidemiologists and psychologists are gathering evidence in support of a group of lawyers led by one Dr. Rainer Fjellman. Rainer is well known for his success in securing convictions against Volkswagen for its diesel catalytic converter fraud, Deutsche Bank for criminal corruption, and the shipping giant Kuhn-Nagel for bribery. It is likely that this class action will lead to a trial which will surpass the Nuremberg trials that followed World War II. Councillors elected democratically by the public have a duty to make themselves aware of these developments concerning crimes against humanity, irrespective of the official mainstream media narrative bought and paid for by a government hell-bent on following the Agenda 21, United Nations Agenda 21, 2030 and 2050. Ignorance is no legal excuse. With regard to the climate change mitigation and adaptation planning by Council, I feel this must be separated from waste minimisation and care for the environment. We all want to reduce waste and protect the environment, but the illogical pursuit of zero carbon targets by this government does not take into account the dependency of all life on this planet on carbon dioxide. I recently asked a public meeting of those seeking to stand for our government if they knew the percentage of CO2 in the atmosphere. None of them did. Currently, our atmosphere has 0.04% of carbon dioxide. Scientists agree that 95% of CO2 is formed by volcanoes and natural decay. Humans, therefore, contribute less than 5% of 0.04%. The more CO2, the more plant growth. We all learned about the carbon cycle in the third form when I was at school. Now we take our science lessons from a Greta Thunberg, a 16-year-old wanting to encourage students to strike, rather than a group of 1,200 competent earth and climate scientists who presented their concerns that the crisis was being overplayed by the United Nations International Panel on Climate Change. It seems councils around New Zealand are being forced into a corner to get the UN agenda completed for central government before the whistle is blown. Rush the water management issues so that the district health boards can fluoridate the masses. Entrench the carbon crisis extinction agenda. Induce the COVID fear to get the people to take this experimental mRNA shot, incorrectly referred to as a vaccine. I'm asking Council to have the moral competence to ask and discuss the many questions, not just follow the official narrative. Do your own research on the matters raised in my submission. Too often, I believe Council is providing misinformation to support the official narrative. It is time to choose your lane. You are serving the public who pay your salaries, or are you serving the globalist corporations? It's time to talk about the elephant in the room. I feel that is more important than 1,008 submissions. Cats. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Councillors, any questions? Absolutely.
Thanks, Mark. I was interested to see in your submission, so climate change aside, but you said you are interested in waste minimisation.
Absolutely.
So I was just wondering, for example, for your local community, would you support extra funding going into, say, new initiatives like composting or... you would be in support of that?
I have an organic garden myself, and my family run organic farms as well.
So you're a compost expert. That's good, thank you. I was just
Composting
wondering-
makes a lot of CO2. Be careful, they may ban it. They're going to ban LPG.
Thanks, Mark.
Our cement works will be the next one they announce the closure of. After all, cement makes more CO2 than any of our other industries that we're closing.
Any further questions for Mark? Thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you.
Councillors, our next submitter is Ellen Agnew. Oh, beg your pardon, Justine Rowe. Justine's submission is in volume 3, page 414. Welcome, Justine.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and Councillors. Thank you for your time today. I'm speaking on behalf of an organisation, the members of the Whangarei Swamp Scheme, farmers who are pocket reps across the 5,600 hectares in the swamp. Philip Bailey with me today is one of those farmers. The Whangarei Swamp Scheme has a long history of conflict, which has made it difficult at times to progress the scheme. In the recent years, with some landowners changing and a new collaborative approach amongst the members, we've shown that we can work in unity. This was represented last year with a successful submission that we put in and further demonstrated today with regards to our letters of support across 10 of our reps. The swamp scheme is abiding to the current conditions of the resource consent. It is well known that there are recent issues with the swamp in regards to tuna migrations and the swamp pumps. As scheme members, we will and we have continued to work with the Council and iwi to reduce these occurrences and participate in solutions to reduce the tuna deaths. We have a workshop tomorrow which we're attending as well. The scheme is fully paid for by a targeted rate by ratepayers in the catchment area. The scheme debt has been repaid ahead of schedule, and our submission requests that before further capital funding is collected and applied, a new working model is developed to assess the scheme improvements or changes, meeting the following minimum criteria. We would like to see a reduction of operational cost, reduction of resource cost, an example being the power that's used to run the pumps at the moment, to protect and preserve the tuna life, to protect the land pastures from floodwaters for the farmers, for sustainability of the environment, and to continue to satisfy the existing resource consent conditions. New modelling is currently being produced of the swamp at the request of WDC so that this can be used for the basis for any capital projects. The previous modelling is out of date and so it doesn't have very long life expectancy. The proposed long-term plan, as it currently stands, is to systematically replace the existing pumps over the next 10 years. This did not have detailed consultation with the farmers or with the local iwi. There is a valuable opportunity to assess the scheme now the debt is repaid and create a working group in addition to the regular group that meets for the Whangarei scheme to investigate and determine outcomes which achieve the outlined criteria, both using historical knowledge and the new updated data. We strongly ask that you do not return the scheme to a debt position by upgrading pumps that can harm the tuna and do not protect the farm pastures from the increased rainfall floods that the climate change has brought about. We seek support for 3 points for an amendment to the long-term plan. The first being years 1 and 2 as they're proposed, to suspend the replacement of the pump stations and the assets for 24 months, and to endorse that we create a steering committee working group with the terms of reference and decision rights so that we can have a common goal together in how we operate with representatives of iwi, farmers, DOC, NRC, WDC and some scheme experts such as Andrew Cavell, who's been involved for a long time, and tasked to developing initiatives which are sustainable strategies for the scheme for the further 3 to 10 years. Second, we are asking for support to remove the proposed budget items for year 1 and year 2, which currently forecast for capital reserve to be gathered for the pump replacements. And I do note that the scheme, as it is positioned for this year, currently holds a capital reserve of 521,000, so there would be a nest egg there available should something need to be replaced under an urgent situation. And thirdly, we request to reduce the targeted rates proposed for year 1, which are currently 1,161,000 down to 537, and year 2 from 1,190,000 down to 555. This would therefore only be collecting the operational funding costs which are currently forecast, as opposed to additionally collecting capital funding, because we would be asking for that to be suspended for year 1 and 2. It would be very satisfying to bring about a point of change that can be written about in the next edition of the Swamp Scheme history. along with delivering the Council's goals of the scheme to protect the farming productivity of the land and deliver positive environmental, cultural and economic results. Thank you.
Thank you, Justine. Councillors, just to reinforce, the page 79 of the document has those points as opposed to the number that we have at the top. Councillors, any questions for Justine? Councillor Murphy?
Thanks, Justine. Thank you for putting in the historical document. That was
took a long time to scan it.
I'm just wondering if we did reduce rates to just cover the operational functions.
Yes.
Because you do refer to the fact that we would like to be a plan for sustainable improvements. So I'm just wondering if we're not accumulating any capital, how would we pay for those improvements, whether it was planting or fencing?
So one's obviously the next thing that said that's already been accumulated, so that would be available for decisioning to use. And then from there, once we've got through the first 1 to 2 years, it's 521,000 is a lot of money that if we needed to fall back on it those first 24 months. But beyond then, the goal would be prior to the end of the 24 months when we develop and seek approval through the committee for capital improvements, we would come back with forecasts around those to discuss amending the rates to allow for that funding. Potentially, we may also look at finance solutions, so actually taking loans to needing to build up capital prior to the work being carried out. So finance would be part of the solutions we'd be looking to obviously achieve. Thank you.
Any other questions? Again, Councillor Peters?
Thank you. The reading was fabulous. It's really interesting. I'm interested in what you put forward, and I'm wondering whether part of leaving that 24 months is to look at what the climate is doing in that period. Is that part of that?
Yes, yeah. Yes, definitely. I mean, at the moment, the floods that have been sustained on our farms, it's been beyond the capacity of the scheme. So there's money going towards something that actually has not really helped the pasture. I appreciate no one's got control over the weather, and we certainly do like the rain as well. But yes, we would.
Thank you.
Thank you for your submission.
Thank you.
Councillors, our next submitter is Alan Agnew, and his first submission is in volume 1, page 15. Welcome, Alan. You need some help here, Alan?
No, I'm all right. Just a bit clumsy, that's all.
Switching glasses.
I'll start off with disability. The council has done nothing for the elderly and disabled people. I put in admissions for the last few years. Nothing's been done. And the old down building, I took my tractor up there and protested. And then we got the police out and gave me a I'll go back there, trespass notice. And the thing is, I've been back there 3 or 4 times. The blades are inside the here. So I do all that. And the other thing is, we've got, you probably know what I've done in the past. And And I see you're thinking about the airport out in our area, and that means our last lot of cows will be off our road. We had 26 herds between my place and Carver. Now they can all go and disappear. And that's feeding, that land is feeding people, like with milk and all that sort of stuff. And the thing is that I have a house on top of the hill, and I used to sleep on the other side of the house. It's my operation, and now I sleep on the other side of the house. And every morning, most mornings, that area is full of fog, because the fog comes off the smoke. And I've been told that they were going to put an airport there years ago, but they couldn't put an airport there years ago because of the fog. So why they spend all that money on that land when you're not doing anything for the disabled and the elderly? But when it comes to the elderly and the disabled, you've something got done Monday. And Indoor Bowls has been trying to get a facility since 2006, and nothing has happened. All they did was took us down the track. Everything was going to be right at Kensington, and all of a sudden the council said, oh, we'll take you down to the stadium, football stadium, and you'll be in there in 1 year's time. So we stayed at Kensington, you've got to wait 10 years, and we're still waiting. And Indoor Bowls was bought in the 1950s to stop people suiciding, especially after the war. And now we're getting people suiciding because of, one of the reasons is because of daylight saving, is because I've seen what you do, well, people don't realise that you're killing, daylight saving is killing the bees. That's why the miners are on, why the birds are on the road, because they get a good feed of bees. And when daylight saving finishes, you'll see there's hardly any miners on the road. And another thing that upsets me is you're starving the dainty birds in their nests by bringing daylight saving forward in the springtime. Because the birds are crossing the road and all that sort of stuff, and if you drive a tractor like I do, which goes slower with a car, you're going that fast to kill the bees, you can't even see what you're doing. And these are the sort of things that I see and I've observed. But the trouble is the world thinks that the world people's attitude is what is all about me. Me. It should be about us. What I've described about the elderly and the disabled. That's about us. And nothing's been done. And another thing is the hall. The hall, we had been, before Stan came along, we had everybody in the district paid $20 towards the hall. As soon as Stan came along, boom, nothing. And now we have to be like little kids, come to the council and plead. Well, we the district hate doing that. Asking when we can help ourselves. And if we'd had that $20 back then carried on, we wouldn't have come to you, crawling to you, council. And the thing is, we could have reduced that to $10 or even $5 now. Not like the rates going up and up and up. And this year.
And that's the time allocated for your first submission.
Yeah.
So I'll just ask if there are any questions on the submission, which is in volume 1. Answers, any questions for Alan? So the second one is in our supplementary agenda for council rules. So in your documents, our submission is...
Christy put that all in for me like last year.
Yes.
And another thing is that comes down the road, the culvert I complained about, they haven't even extended it. And the grader goes along there, and grader goes along there and covers the end of the pipe, and the next minute it got flooded. And then the regional council comes along, Mr. Whangarei, he used to be on the council, came along, talked about trees, and I told him that pine trees along my boundary, which are dangerous. And all I do is come along and do that sort of thing, and don't do anything about it. It's all talk. Like my old saying is, it's all talk and no action. And I went to the annual same meeting at Ruakaka, and I said to Mr. Weston, the council, don't even listen to what I put into the committee. And he said, you tell them so. So that's what I'm doing. And another thing that I don't agree with is fire bans. And last year I had 3 fire bans, 3 fires during the night, and 2 of them got reported, and the other one I never even saw it. Because when you light fires in the summer, everything is dry, hardly any smoke, no pollution. That's what a lot of people don't realise. And even this year I had, the other day on Friday, I had a nice big fire, and the next day, and we get a lot of rain. And a few weeks before, they predicted rain and all this sort of stuff. And when I had that fire, one of those fires, the fire truck was brought out a fire engine and a tank load of water. They didn't even put it out properly. And 2 hours later, it poured down. And Mr. Martin here, he said, hey, Alan, you got the grass. There might be some animals over the road. So I've survived the drought. Both droughts don't even worry me. Haven't even worried me. But the next door neighbours, you can see the boundary lines, they're just brown. Because I put on the new one and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. And at the moment, the council is going to have a discussion with them. I've been letting the council put dirt on my property for the last, since when Stan was in power. And now they're coming and telling me that I need to source consent and all this rubbish. And I'm actually doing a service for the council. Most of your stuff has come from the walkway and from Carmo Road up to Carmo, all that came to my place. And that, as far as I was concerned, that should have been inspected by the council before it even started the work. Because we had there was even little teddy bears and all that for kids way back. I don't know how long they were, got buried, and even the bath came out. Someone even bought a bath. And there was other people just chucked it over fences, so that they bought it out, and I didn't see half of the stuff that got buried. You know what I mean? Buried it pretty quickly. It was only that I was passing that I saw some of these things. So I have to keep control of them. And what I've done when the council came, the regional council came out as well. So yeah, so those are the sort of things that I've been talking about. Yeah. And I think most of the stuff is in the submissions last year. And like I said, nothing's been done.
Thank you, Alan.
Yeah.
Councillors, any questions for Alan? No further questions. Thank you very much for your submissions and for the time you've taken to come and present to us today.
And about the light, you were supposed to tell me about the light.
It is definitely in your submission.
Remember it. I don't know if you have remembered it.
Absolutely.
And you suggest, when you suggested that the whole committee should have lights on the hall, so they come on and all that sort of stuff. Well, people don't realise when they're low down, like on the hall, they'll get damaged by vandalism and that sort of stuff. Like I showed you, it was on that power pole. Nobody could reach that unless they used a gun or something else. It would be safe. That's the safest way. But like you saw the other night, you said, "Where's the light?" I said, "Over there." I said, the old light was far better than that. And you understood what I was talking about.
Do indeed. Thank you, Alan.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Councillors, our next submitter is Jan Boyce. Jan's submission is in volume 9, page 64. Welcome, Jan. Welcome. 64.
For a while I thought I was the last one again. I'm not. This is my own personal submission. Thank you for listening to all the submissions. I come here occasionally these days to do one, and I always plan to sit around a little bit longer to hear what other people are taking the trouble to submit about. And I still think about some of them. The people with the road up the hill in the Waipu Cove area whose road was ruined by dust and problems from a developer who sold off sections which became a function centre and accommodation. What happened to them? Anybody know? I still wonder why the developer didn't have to build a sealed road up there. They caused the problems. What I want to say to you is, please take back control. You hear the people, and lots of them. You can tell the staff what's important. Why do the community so often say that nothing happens? I and lots of Whangarei people do not like our new subdivision rules. We were promised controls of subdivision that would allay some of our fears, but in practice, from the first development we see after big meetings a couple of years ago, allows 3 small sections and a front boundary infringement, which allows a deck to 1 metre from the front road boundary. We're not short of sections. Our openness is part of the beauty, and we often garden to the footpath if we're lucky enough to have one. Do you have a planning meeting that looks at issues like this? Will this upset the locals? And no surprises warning for the local councillors. Thanks, Greg. Our openness is a part of that beauty. And, we value our environment. Please allow no more front boundary infringements. Roading. Our Whangarei Heads Road is under pressure. We don't expect a miracle. A few areas need a major improvement as patches don't work. Mostly we want a cheap solution for the traffic travelling on it to unbunch occasionally and to travel at the right but legal speed for them. You don't have to go to Central Otago to see how the pullover let traffic pass signs work these days. I've been sent a photograph recently of Auckland to Piha Road, where every couple of kilometres there's this low traffic bay sign posted, and they vary from 25-minute bit of metal, 25-metre bit of metal, to a 250 tar seal section. Try telling the roading department to put a few signs up. They already have information on suitable sites, and we don't even need to build some, we just need a sign. Other clever roading solutions are asked for in my submission. T3 lane, park and ride. The roundabout near the BP station needs a straight lane under the trees, at least. Possibly make it a slow roundabout, a double-lane one, so 2 cars can be on it at once. We do need serious plans for a bypass road, not a big bypass for Whangarei. I know it will skirt the Kings Curry Reserve, Councillor Connor, and I was going to drive up there today and see it, but in the end I had to take a neighbour to A&E. Actually, more people might see those trees if they had to drive past them. Please start the plans. I hear Kamo businesses love their life after the bypass. And sewerage. Your documents say the Whangarei Heads area is going to get 12.2 million spent on the sewerage between 2021 and 2029. Is that enough for a lot of new development or just to improve what we have?
If we can only have 100 new houses on the system, let's choose where they go. In comparison, I see 63 million is needed for the new system for Matapuri, about 400 houses. And sometimes asking for local opinion can be a win-win situation. My little patch, Tarakura, did not need a new little playground. Just arrived the other day. It's shiny and nice, but no one complained about the old one. Apparently it had some rust. It was basic, but so are we out there. Thank you for it, but would have been put into a pullover someone or something else. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jen. Councillors, any questions for Jen? Thank you very much for your submission and for taking the time to come and speak to it today. Councillors, our next submitter is Claire Drake. Claire's submission is in volume 2, page 104. Welcome, Claire.
Thank you very much for hearing me. I filled out the form online relating to the district, the long-term plan, and I live on McLean Road in Waipu, and I'm particularly concerned about the sea. So unless you have any other questions you wish to ask me regarding my submission online, I'll just speak to that. McLean Road is the main alternative to Cove Road to travel to Lang's Beach and Mawhai, and some vehicles, of course, can only go via South Road and McLean Road because they're too wide for the one-way bridge coming out of Waipu. In the last 4 or 5 years, there's been a lot more houses built, plus subdivisions along South Road, and the population in Waipu is rapidly expanding as it's the main way to the beaches if you don't use Cove Road. There are 2 through roads in the area. There's Glenmore Road that runs from State Highway 1 through to a junction of South Road, and then there is McLean Road that runs from South Road to Cove Road. Approximately 86% of Glenmore Road is sealed, but it's not as busy a road, while only 45% of McLean Road is sealed. It's constantly corrugated. The grading helps for a few days, but there has been a really large increase in traffic. We see mobile cranes going up, Fonterra trucks, a lot of trucks. And interestingly enough, just recently when the tsunami warning was promulgated by Civil Defence, we had about 80 people outside our house on McLean Road, because that's one of the places they use regularly to get away from the beach. So I do understand that the road was originally scheduled for sealing in the early 2000s. It came on the schedule following the financial crisis. Totally understand that, but it would be very nice if it was put back on the schedule. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Councillors, any questions for Claire? Thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you.
Take the time to come and see us today. Councillors, our next submitter is Ryan Welch. Ryan's submission is in volume 7, page 167. Welcome, Ryan.
Sure. Kia ora everyone. I'm here as I am the chair of Hikiawa, and it's what I'm intending to speak to. I made a submission on my own behalf, and we have also got a organisational submission to just give you a procedure. But I just wanted to reiterate some of the information which you're already well aware of in terms of Hikiawa, but really just to speak to the successes of that and also why stage 2 is so important.
Just to quickly cap on the success to date with stage 1, which hopefully you've all seen now, is some of the awards that we've won through the architectural awards from both the regional, the national, and also one of the highest and most prestigious awards granted from the New Zealand Architectural Society, which is a huge accolade to not just us but also to Whangarei City itself. And just to highlight the success of that, we've just had the Auckland Architectural School students come through and visit Hikiawa as a site of significance for their learning. So you can see that that's actually bringing quite a lot of kudos to the region. The other area too where Hikiawa has been very successful is we've won just recently in the Māori Business Awards for Northland, the not-for-profit. And I guess the other success, the measure of success too, is the fact that Hikiawa has had a huge uptake by the community. Now I don't want to understate that because it has been beyond our expectations. And to be honest with you, for the amount of money that was spent on completing the building, I don't know if you're all familiar with how much it cost, but the total cost was $2 million to build what is down there. So for what it's produced and the success that it's had, it's punching well above its weight. Now, the other thing too with stage 2, which is now on our agenda at Hikiawa, some of the things which reinforce why this can be successful too is basically we did incredibly well with stage 1. So the fiscal competencies, I suppose, are there. We also have a strong desire also to make sure down to the last nail that what we build in stage 2 is properly costed and evaluated before it's built. Now, we've all learned from all of us, we all kind of know what costs can do in terms of building and how they can create lots of risk and exposure to organisations and those that support them as well. You can end up a lot deeper in it than you originally wanted to be. The other thing too, just about Hikiawa and stage 2 and stage 1 is just the focus of which Hikiawa puts in terms of who it serves. Now, it's got a youth focus, a Whangarei indeed, and a Northland focus. Now, the other thing which I think is vitally important, and I think everyone's learning through this new era of COVID, is just how important the community is and how to work from the community outwards rather than looking offshore and just hoping it's going to rain diamonds from some other source. We've focused purely on what happens here in Whangarei, in Northland, and that has been an incredibly successful way in which to, we always thought to manage, but has actually fitted perfectly with how things have unravelled with COVID-19. So as a consequence, we've not had to push for engagement from the community. In fact, our problem has been that the demand for Hikiawa, everything that it does, has exceeded what we're able to actually supply. The other thing too, I guess, is which comes back to this community's centric view of Hikiawa, is also the frequency of use which the place has. Now, that to me has been an eye-opener, because when I look at facilities, as you all are in your positions as councillors, about how facilities get used, that's one of the biggest problems. Nobody wants to have something which is built, which is just sitting there and not getting used. I mean, it doesn't make any economic sense. It looks great, it can look great, and it's lovely to show off, but
in reality, and if you're going to be pragmatic about what you're going to build, then it needs to be something which is driven from the community itself upwards, not from the top down. And that's the way Hikiawa is operating. The other thing too, which I do think about Hikiawa as well, is that it fits in with stage 2 as well. It fits in with Whangarei and how it views itself and the development of that area and how it fits in with that whole loop and experience which is being developed by the council, and the council has done a marvellous job, of course, in what they've done so far. Does that mean I have to stop?
Thank you, Ryan.
No.
Councillors, any questions for Ryan? Thank you. Councillor Cuffle?
Sorry, Ryan. How much money are you wanting from council?
Yeah, well, it's public knowledge, but we're there at around 8 million, which includes the that already 5 million from council, but another 8 would be nice.
18 to 8.5 or 8.5?
Whichever of those combinations gives us the most.
8.5, is it just?
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Ryan. We've had lots of submissions and support of Hikiawa, really fantastic submissions. And pardon me, but I can't find, I've been looking for, so stage 2, yep, know about it. But where, in none of the submissions, I can't find like a detailed breakdown of what the plan is, even on the website.
Yep.
Where do we go, like, to, if we want to look, for example, like Councillor Cutforth was just asking about that.
Yeah.
You know, like, where's the go-to place?
Yeah, we do have that information ourselves. We have had, based on preliminary drawings, a QS give us details of costings and all that sort of stuff. The one thing, like I spoke about, in terms of being prudent about exactly what we build, we'd like to drill down into the detail, getting detailed drawings, and of course that then entails engineers and all those sorts of things to make sure nobody likes surprises, so we just want to make sure that all the costings that we get beyond this point are done properly. But I can give you what we do have to this point in time. No problem.
It might just be that we want to give you, so much money that...
Councillor Murphy.
So yeah, that detail would be good. Was it a question?
Ryan, just to be clear for all of us, what is your current costing for stage 2 total?
It's probably close to 18 to 20 mil, but as you would appreciate, just in terms of the current situation with costings, we're in an area of where materials are in short supply, where labour is in short supply in terms of expertise, builders, engineers. So hence why we do have costings done, because we had to do that for other organisations we've been dealing with. But I never like to give people to say, look, this is what it's going to cost. I like to be able to say with a fair degree of confidence that this is what it's going to cost. So the figures that I've given you are probably the best guess, based on what we knew 12 months ago as to what we know now.
My other question is, with a new capital build, where's your business case around being able to sustain that ongoing?
Yep. We have done some work on that. Of course, that's always work in progress. That also has changed in this current environment because, as you will know, the use of technology for a lot of events which were previously done in big event centres and those sorts of things have now sort of dropped back. People are less inclined to entertain those sorts of things. Now, that goes probably with any overseas sort of use as well. So it's work in progress.
Thank you. Councillor Cuthbert?
At the moment, council has the option of $5 million in the long-term plan. If council were to do that, what would it mean in terms of the shortfall? Given
Well,
what you're saying now about the escalation, I mean, is it almost not enough to be useful? You see what I mean? Or would it still be really useful?
It would still be really useful. But we've got a strategic planning meeting coming up. It's just next week. And of course, we also aren't stuck in the sand in terms of we're pragmatists about what needs to be, what's affordable and what possibly will work. And I guess that's the way that we should be, and that we shift and are flexible with what we need to build there. Now, having said that about the shortfall that you're talking about in terms of what we want to build, based on the plans that we have and the budgets that we have, there is a shortfall. That money is incredibly useful towards leveraging off to get more money. But that price that I gave of 18 does have some price escalation as well, building into what's happening in terms of inflation.
Thank you. Thank you, Ryan. I'm conscious that Oriel will also be speaking to this, so just
Yes. Could it be staged? Could it be a modular building, or is it just a complete building?
The way it's designed, it's probably a complete building.
Thank you.
But it's not to say none of it can't be.
Just a quick question. So the uptake of if it's decided to give you the 5 million, the uptake of it could be flexible. So you use it when you need to.
Yeah.
Because sometimes it fits in the budget better if it's. That's the answer. Yeah. That's good.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. Councillors, our next submitter is Oriel Wilcock. Oriel's submission on behalf of the Hikiawa Cultural Centre and Jeremy is in volume 3, page 71.
Tēnā koe, tēnā koe katoa, te mea tuatahi o mihi anau ki a koutou katoa. Nā pai koe ni hira o te rohe a o te Whangarei Terenga Parawa. Nō reira tēnā koutou. Ko mai I tū te uri a tātou, he uri ahau, he uri māua ko Jeremy, no Ngāti Hine, Ngāti Manu, te Parawhau, nā hapu katoa, he uri hoki o te iwi o Ngāpuhi, te iwi o Ngāti Tūwharetua. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa. Just briefly, my name is Oriel Ruka, and I'm introducing myself because kia ora, there are some very familiar faces that I know, and there are some new faces. So I'm going to take a moment just to say who I am in this, and assume that the submission is read. So I can take 2 minutes really quickly. Firstly, yes, I'm a trustee of Hikiawa, being one of the new trustees, a new kid on the block for probably about 1.5 to 2 years now. We're part of the succession plan. The other part of my role, I've been living in Whangarei for 30 years now. For my sins, I'm the Māori Relationships Manager at the Northern Regional Council. I'm also an avid person, have had huge experience in housing, and an avid advocate for housing in Whangarei that suits our people. I'm also what we would say is a mokopuna o Kākā Puruwini. You would all know him, and so is Jeremy. So yes, we're all related in one way or another. I'm also too a huge advocate for business, Māori business. We run Māori business, and just a plug for Common Grounds Fitness on 49A, Cameron Street. Our mayor has visited us. The other part of that is I'm currently writing a thesis for AUT for my Masters around young Māori women's aspirations in Māori business in Te Whangarei. There's not a lot of our footprint and a narrative being shared. And I'm happy to say, as an older Māori woman, I'm here to advocate for that as well too. The other part of that is I want to acknowledge that there's been rigorous and diligent conversations about Māori constituencies across Te Whangarei. Although there has been some tension here for Whangarei District Council, I want to acknowledge all of you for that rigorous conversation, but also too, am very supportive of the fact that you voted for Māori wards. That's me. So, Ryan's come in. I want to just say one thing. Business case. What does business case look like? It's important to say that we've been working with the Crown and we're pushing buttons there. We've got a contract ready to be written and signed. It's the details again about us being asked for a business case. But I also want to say for Māori economics, business case can look very different. Why do we say that? Because there's some inequity around what business case looks like. Right. And it's really important to note that when Ōruku, Handawasa, Waido have all been big investments for our communities, and we certainly support them in principle, sometimes that means we're under the umbrella of an economic base that doesn't work when you're asking for business cases. Let me take a breather. So, what we know is we've got $3 million ready to sign off with the Crown. Jeremy and I have been pushing that button very hard, and it's just minor details now. We gave them information about the business case in December and the PGF and what the big picture looks like. What I want to say is we're happy for Hihiawa Cultural Centre governance and key members to sit with members of your council to go over those details, or supply those details so that as you'll be able to understand in your deliberations where we're at. But what we know is Hihiawa will continue whether we have funding or not. Kia ora. For 20 years our queer kaumātua have done that. That's the unfortunate part of Māori economics. We do it anyway. And sometimes we're discounted. I sat in Ōruku's presentation yesterday, and the other businesses in economic development that are quoting $200 million. I could tell you $1 billion in cultural expertise that we have access to across the world. Let me take another breather. We also have a great succession plan because we are generationally ready. We've got people like Justice Hitaraka who are driving Māori development and advancement that could be the bastion of why Whangarei city is different. Right. And so the point in here is we appreciate the support that we're getting from Ōruku and them to work together. What we prefer is they put money on the table for us to work together. Because our cultural expertise is often for sale and people expect it to be for free. Final point that I just want to get across. Happy to work with Council because Council has supported us to get here. The submission you have in front of me, but in front of you, was sanitised by our kaumātua queer, and I did that respectfully. But it is a time for change, and it is a time for us to look at what the next 20 years will look like. Imagine a Hihiawa Cultural Centre where there's grass, where we can sit with picnic tables, with hangi being served to our communities, with all of our mokopuna being able to do kapahaka together in an open space. Because we are pan-tribal, we represent that, and as a result we've had a multitude of cultures that will support and submit in support of this. So I'm going to go quiet here because I did bring Jeremy to support any questions that came, because he's the financial man. All right, so I'm going to leave questions, but my other trustee who helps us make sure the numbers are right and we manage relationships with our Crown, but also to respectfully bring our challenges here.
Over to you. Kia ora.
1 minute?
We'll just check if there are any he pātai.
Do I have 1 minute?
Councillors, any questions?
Good.
I will allow you 1 minute, Jeremy.
Thank you, Kia ora tātou katoa. Thank you. Just want to acknowledge all the support that's come for Hihiawa through the submission process. Thank you to Your Worship, the Mayor and Councillors. My name is Jeremy Toby, trustee of the Hihiawa Cultural Centre. Now I do have prepared something, so I am going to read it. I do wonder about our council. I wonder about where you came from and what shaped you to take this role, and I admire and respect the complexity of decisions you need to consider. The conclusion for me is that you are leaders in our community wanting to make a difference and do the right thing by you and your constituency. This is generally beyond all the numbers, opinions, and all the noise. This is what I think is your kopa. The interesting thing for me is sitting back to see that amongst the events happening at what is currently the carving shed at Hihiawa, the events such as Hamlet, Tuia 250, ministers and agency meetings, and exhibitions, that we begin to see the next generation of leaders transpiring from this place. Te Kauri Nui, a young carver who's been on TV with his knowledge, who's also been assisting with the whales. Justice Hetaraka, who, along with some of her other young friends, I guess, have been pushing the history of Aotearoa and presented to the Prime Minister recently. This is all done from a safe place of Hihiawa, and there are many more examples of leaders transpiring from this place. This is an investment into a building, the Culture Centre Stage 2, local jobs infrastructure. But it is an investment into building a stronger whangarei, local investment, and an investment into the future leadership potential we can nurture through this initiative.
Thank you both for presenting to us today and for your submission. Next submitter is Margaret Hicks, and Margaret's submission is in the supplementary agenda, page 159. Very warm welcome to you, Margaret.
Good afternoon, everybody. Well, as you must have gathered from my submission, I have in fact rejected most of it. I'm afraid this is because there has not been one single mention of climate change, which surely should have been the defining issue. Nowhere can I find any attempt to reduce our carbon footprint. Quite the reverse. All the proposed projects are set to increase it, and in my opinion, should therefore be cancelled. Take the Uruku plan. How do we know how much sea level is going to rise and going to flood it out? Our historic record tells us that it will be far more than any walls or raising levels of land will protect it. So I'm sorry, you're being completely unrealistic. You're in cloud cuckoo land if you think you can develop satisfactorily on coastal land. The effects of COVID-19 on personal finances of residents is likewise ignored. Surely you realise many people are in no position to pay large rent increases, especially when they have lost their employment or are low fixed incomes. And if that was not enough, surely you realise that we are in the midst of the sixth extinction, as it is our species, Homo sapiens, that are the principal destroyers of wildlife. Yes, and it does include Whangarei in Northland, as well as the rest of the planet. We need to learn to share with other forms of life, not keep on developing and think we can do as we like, destroying their habitat. You should see what has already happened in Ruakaka alone. And that is why I call it toxic ruakaka, the environmental vandal's paradise. You've never seen so much destruction by residents of subdivisions. It's been absolutely appalling. However, I'd like to know what the council is doing to protect our environment. Why? You've even cut down polluter in the town basin, as well as trees in the new Forum North site. That's a very poor example, you know, to people. You should be ashamed of yourselves. Because it's not an immediate solution. Trees absorb carbon dioxide. Having a replanting program isn't going to happen overnight. So, opportunities are lost. Indeed, your own Parks and Recreation Department needs a wake-up call and needs to take notice of climate change in its decision-making. Your own bylaws certainly need enforcing because none of them were enforced in ruakaka. The problem is that you are all elected councillors for only 3 years at a time. And so only think short term. At least that's the impression I get. No wonder you have failed to identify all those low coastal areas. All those low coastal areas should be identified and we should be having development there. And yet I can see development still going ahead now. What are you trying to do? Ensure that we're going to have future disasters because you're not looking to the future. Because that's, again, the impression I'm getting. Flooding and the effects of drought are looming on the horizon, but you are not adequately planning for these. It seems none of you have studied the escalating problems in Antarctica. None of you are preparing for increasing loss of water in the aquifers due to lack of rain, and none of you are appreciating the future growing demands on our electricity supply to recharge electric car batteries. Because we will be having electric cars. Okay, they're too expensive at the moment, but they're not going to be like that all the time. And I think this is the problem. You are thinking too short term. You're not looking to the future. I can't make you do that. All I can do is urge you to think again. I mean, whether you take any notice of what I'm saying, in many ways it doesn't really matter. Because you're not going to make the decision anyway. It's the natural world that's going to make the decision. Unlike you, I have travelled the world. I've seen climate change in many forms, in action, so I have absolutely no doubt that it's underway. We've only seen a smidgen of it. We've only seen drought at the moment, but we will see flooding with sea level rise. It's just a matter of time. I can't tell you when it's going to happen. I'm not a fortune teller. It would be nice if I was. But unfortunately, I can't tell you when this is actually going to happen because we're working in a totally different time frame. Our time frame is very different to geological time. Your plan is just a smidgen. It's nothing compared to the whole time frame that climate takes. And that's the problem. How do you cope with this? I am telling you now that the time to start preparing for climate change is now, not sometime in the future. And I regret to say, I think some councillors, it's never. They don't want to actually have to face it. But I maintain you need a wake-up call. You need to make climate emergency a reality. And so you need to redraft your plan. You need to rethink how you're going to go about it. We only had 5 minutes, and I wasn't sure I could get through all the things I would like to say. But it seems to me, you seem to think that we are planning as usual. But it's not usual anymore. We're in a different time frame. And we need to take climate change far more seriously than we are at present.
Thank you, Margaret. Councillors, any questions for Margaret? Thank you very much for your submission. Great to see you, as always.
Well, I'm on the warpath this afternoon. You see, I've travelled around the world. I've actually seen climate change. I know it's happening. I don't need any convincing. And I think that makes a difference.
Thank you very much for your submission. Thank you. Councillors, our next submitter is Kelvin Green. Kelvin's submission is in volume 2, page 250. Welcome, Kelvin.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Kelvin Green, and I hope that you've had an opportunity to read the submission. I'm here as an individual rather than a representative of any group. I previously held the position of co-chair of the Forum North Trust 2013. I guess I've said most of the things that I wanted to say with some passion in my submission, and I guess I just wanted to add to it to say that the commercial development, in my opinion, of Whangarei Landing is in fact just that, a commercial development, and that it should not be set up to use ratepayer money or national taxpayer money either. I think that it's just a problem that is being foisted on the council to make a decision between a rock and a hard place to say, do you take the bag of gold, the money, or run? And I think it is a difficult position for you to be in. But my opinion as a ratepayer is to say you don't have to take that money, and indeed you shouldn't. I think you're buying a problem down the road. But what has bothered me as well about this is that the lack of information that I can actually make a fair decision on. Where is Northland Inc.'s report that supported this proposal? It might be around, but it's not referenced in any documents that I can find. Where is the consultation document that Whangarei Landing has done with the community? And they've been doing it over 3 years. Where do I find that document that would inform my choice as to whether or not this is indeed a good project, well supported by the community? Where are the documents that support a $10 million buyback of council previously owned land? What are the lease and the decisions on that private piece of land that you're going to buy back? How do you expect your ratepayers to make a decision when we don't have the information? And it's your preferred option. I'm not so sure that it's our preferred option. So I think it leaves a little bit to be desired, and yes, I was perhaps somewhat vociferous in my comments in my submission, and some of it was tongue-in-cheek, but sometimes you say, how does one wake up an audience to say, we've got to sit down and have a look at this more carefully. Okay. And this $100 million package, by the way, is uncontested funding. This is a bag of taxpayer money that goes on the table, and you've got one option. If you took that option and said, we've got $100 million to set up a hotel in Whangarei, I bet you there'd be more than one five-star taker who said, here's $100 million, and by the way, if you put it in the CBD on John Street, we'll tar out the street for $13 million. And oh, we've got $10 million that we were going to buy the land back, we'll give you that. And by the way, if you set up an event center, we'll pay you another $3 million annual operating costs. And if you don't think you can get takers of 5 or 6, 7-star hotels that would buy that deal, I'd be surprised. Hi'iawa. It seems to me that the choices that you've given in your document do a disservice to Hi'iawa. You have mixed it in with all other proposals rather than a unique proposal that says, I want Hi'iawa, and for my money, I'd say that should be number 1 on your list, and it should be funded in year 1 to 2. There's no question. I heard the submissions. I know what they've done for the community. We have a 32% Maori population in Whangarei, and yet it gets lumped in with a commercial project. It does not stand on its own, and it should stand on its own. The staff have done a disservice to the councillors and to the ratepayers by lumping it. So I'm all in favor of this council using our ratepayers' money to progress Hi'iawa sooner rather than later. And by the way, it's on page 17. The money's there, there's no rate increases. So just go ahead and do it. The Forum North Theatre, as you know, I've been a long-time advocate of the Forum North and the theatre development, I think, again, the information that was presented in your documents is ridiculously misleading. And it's only because, and I've checked with the audit office, that you're able to get away with it because it's going to be your asset. So you can claim that the amount that's posted on it can be anything that you feel like. But sadly, you preceded the entire discussion by saying it's a Forum North project. Nowhere did Forum North suggest that they were going to ask for $55 million. Nowhere. Nor did they say they're going to be a $4 million operating cost. It's fiction. And it's a disservice to you and the community for us to try to make decisions on this. So the Forum North project, I think, is quite an important development. It reuses an important facility, and I think it should be funded in year 3. And they will have the money at that stage, and it will not cost the council $55 million unless you do it yourself. The CBD, I've also commented upon the $13 million in CBD. Initially, I thought it's going to be a redevelopment that's needed. I've since changed my mind. I don't think that you can keep throwing good money after bad. The CBD is not changing. It's a universal problem. You have a different substantial problem that you need to sit back. Somebody needs to do some thinking as to what is causing this and allocate the money accordingly. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Answers questions for Kelvin. Councillor Cutforth.
Kelvin, what would you say to people who say to councillors, how can we possibly look $60 million of free money, government money, in the face and turn it down? What would your response be to that?
It's not free money to start with. Part of that money comes from me as a ratepayer, because you're hooking, this is a hook-in for a ratepayer's money. It's a $100 million project costing upwards of $135,000 per seat, with an ongoing cost to ratepayers of $4 million a year, or $3 million by the documents. It's not free money. And nor should it be used in a way that makes it look like it's free money. It has fishhooks and long-term costs involved in it, and I just don't think it's fair to this community, and it's not going to create the jobs that it says it will. And those jobs that it will create by the Callahan Fund, the latest are called Callahan, they're low-value tourism jobs. They're not high-quality jobs. So there's many arguments, in my opinion, that would say to the people that you can turn it down. I think you can turn it down. And morally, I think you have to turn it down. And as Shakespeare would say, all that glitters is not gold. You've got a problem. Thank you.
Any further questions?
Yeah, just one for clarification. You made a change in your statement before saying what you'd written was wrong for your CBD. You're actually asking for no funding for the CBD. Is that correct?
At this stage, yes.
Thank you. I just need to make sure
clarification. That is what I said. Yeah. Thank you.
Questions? Tom, thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you very much.
Good
luck to you.
Councillors, our next submitter is Donald Spice. Don's submission is in volume 7, page 32. And I bet you'll be about to take one up.
Kia ora tātou, tēnā koe te whaia, te kaiwhakamari o tēnei oku, me ngā kaimahi o tēnei karauna, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Ko te kaiwhakahaere o te karapo o te kiponga, me te tahi atu pōtai. My concern or desire is that the car park that is proposed opposite the Whangarei Falls not be moved further back in terms of the plan. The Tikipunga Football Club, in connection with Northland Football Club and also NRF, have just put in the consent now to upgrade the club rooms at the Tikipunga Sports Park with the support of the council, which is fantastic. And part of the submission we understand that in terms of funding, that's all we're going to get from the council. So we then have to go to other funders to fund this. Part of that is the leverage that you provide in terms of what the amount of money that the council is putting into that car park is part of the leverage that we can then go to other funders saying, we've got this amount of money coming from the council, this is the amount of money the council's already put in about 295,000 for the process to get to where we are. And so we really need that to be in the next 1 to 3 years so that we can then go to the other funders to apply for that funding. That's the first part. The second part is, put on my hat as the chairperson of Tiki Pride. We obviously look after the Whangarei Falls, it's in the Summer Safe program, and there is always parking issues at the Whangarei Falls over that time, particularly campervans. Campervans, we're trying to encourage tourists to come to our wonderful place and then create problems by doing that. And by having the car park opposite the falls, where we can park these big things without any problem, would be fantastic. It's also the beginning of the cycle track, which has already been established by the New Zealand Transport Association. I sort of had a chance to chat to Stuart. We sowed the seeds and he managed to find some funding with another direction, which is fantastic. So that's now nearly completed. We're just waiting for a bridge to be built over a little section of the river. And then there'll be a clear path all the way to Vinegar Hill Road. And so that car park again becomes really vital for that part of the service. The funny thing is that half of it's already completed. If you go and have a look, the staging area that they created to then put all the machinery there to build the path, they've had to scrape back most of the soil. They've already got a bed rock of gravel, so half of it's built. In fact, the worst case scenario is why can't we just continue to do that, put a gravel patch in, still park cars there, won't cost millions of dollars, and then maybe later on, once the pennies become more available, put it into a tar sealed car. But it makes sense to do that. Football is becoming more and more intense. We're now having festivals, so on the 8th of May, there'll be all the 9th grade teams from all of Whangarei will be coming to Tiki Punga. All the 10th graders will be going to Kensington, and we're using all the resources within the Whangarei city. And so we need that car park. We currently work in relationship with Mumuru, and it's a wonderful spot for them to park in that car park, coming from Mumuru, and then walk to the fields and then carry on. It just takes sort of stress off our car parks. So my plea is, please don't push it further back. Please can you retain it in this position in the next 1 to 3 years. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Don. Part-time. Questions?
My one question, have you all got sore bottoms from sitting down?
That's the back.
See our brains.
Right. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, John. Councillors, our next submitter is Tim Howard. Tim's submission is in volume 4, page 34. Welcome, Tim.
Thank you for the space. Appreciate you've had a full day. We pushed people back, so good to be here. Thank you for the space. We say the notes I'm speaking to are circulating. I want to briefly touch base on some issues, but primarily I'd like to talk about the concept of a housing action plan for Whangarei, and I'd be interested in some discussion around that, if possible. And I'll try and get within my time as the points that I'd like to make very briefly. I'm speaking not for myself, but for Northern Urban Rural Mission. We strongly support the Whangarei Cultural Centre development, stage 2 development, council support for that. We're asking for that to be strengthened, but we actually acknowledge the role the council's played in stage 1 and stage 2. But I do take the point of one of the previous oral submitters a minute ago around it would be important that from our perspective, that Hihio is prioritised by itself, that it stands out and it had a chance for not being put in the same basket as private sector initiated operations. comes from a different base. Secondly, climate change action, we strongly endorse the 7.4 new funding option. There's plenty to be done in this area. There's a need for specialist skills in-house within council. We're also, and particularly resourcing for Tangawhenua community initiatives working in this territory. There's some work going on already that could well do with council support. And as well, we're interested in an advisory group, a consultative group, actually a process with focus on the implementation of the climate action plan. We do support increasing rates in order for the council to carry out your role in implementing the 4 well-beings as according to your empowering legislation. And we strongly support Council's proposed LTP funding to leverage further pension housing. I'm saying leveraging in the sense that your contribution will attract, or arguably should attract, central government funding in this territory. And look at the opportunities too for the Armoured Court becoming available, so to speak, in the territory, serious consideration for that use. I really want to prioritise our call for a housing plan for this district. I should say more accurately, a Whangarei community-based housing action plan. It is long overdue and would actually, and this doesn't just come from us, it comes from conversations within a number of Tangawhenua community housing providers. It comes from conversations, including yesterday at Whangarei Community Networkers Forum, and with very strong support for such a concept that we are asking council to adopt. As you know, there's considerable community concern around housing, and we ask that we adopt the process of an action plan as a way of bringing those concerns together. By way of context, I acknowledge that housing is one of the 5 priorities of council, so really acknowledge you placing that up there. So this is, in the context of this submission, is to roll that out. And we do acknowledge that council is carrying on proactive conversations with other agencies around the housing territory. We note the widely noted shortage of housing for low-income whānau, and that has huge implications across the board, whether it's emergency housing facilities chopping up because there's no transition housing, whether it's the high numbers of people, 70, 80 people applying for private rentals, that there's a definite shortage and a further projected shortage of housing. Part of the context is the majority of new building developments in this district are going to a larger, wealthier housing projects. And there's a perfect storm of the elements I've got in there, that a lot of the new houses are being built here, but they're actually within a limited class area. And what we're coming from is from a community action base that we should be looking for more broadly and facilitating more adequate, affordable, accessible housing in the district. Just want to make one point, and I do refer down below, and I really hope you check it out, not that it's the final answer, but the Whangarei District Council's Housing Action Plan, the references there. I do want to say that, contrary to some people's assertions, housing is not just a limited private good, a commodified saleable item that stays within certain narrow confines. Adequate housing to meet needs is a public good, a community good, and our mutual well-being depends on that. And a housing plan is really focused on developing that. I just want to quote from the Whangarei District Council's Housing Action Plan. Central to all this, they say, and to having strong communities are our homes, whether they be emergency, transitional, social, rented, assisted, affordable, market homes, personally owned homes. A home should be a place of shelter, warmth, safety and care where individuals, families and whānau can grow strong and I would say can engage in the community. Housing is a community public good, not just a narrow, ring-fenced private good. So on that context, we also want to note there's no existing housing needs assessment that has been done in this district ever. I repeat, there's no housing needs assessment being done. And that's why we're entering into this process. It's not about demand for housing, supply-demand things, not just about that. Demand is an issue of population, and there is information available in that territory. There is nothing on needs assessment of housing in this district. So we ask you to take a clear role in facilitating and taking different roles, not for council to pay for the whole thing, but facilitating, take a clear role as per the notes at the bottom and allocate 500,000 in year one for that needs assessment to start off the housing action process. Thank you.
Councillors, any questions for Tim?
Yeah.
Councillor Murphy?
Thank you. Just on that 500,000 for housing assessment, just wondering where that figure is at to get a consultant to do that work? Like, where did you get that figure from?
There's two elements to it. One is it's trying to be a reasonable guess, looking at some of the other options you have in your proposed LTP. So it's trying to be pitching to what's needed. More is needed than that. But if you put 500,000 into that, you would leverage other central government funding from MSD, from HUD. There are other agencies that are actually quite keen and moving alongside, but it does try to take a leadership role for the council to get to that point. Thank you.
Any further questions? Tim, thank you for your submission and for coming to speak to us.
Thanks for having us. Cheers, folks.
Councillors, our next submitter is Arve Armstrong Reid. She's coming via Teams, and Arve's submission is page 49.
We need to ensure that any new development is supported by transport. Any development in the Whangarei area that is not connected to efficient public transport system will add more congestion to our roads, which is not sustainable. Without the successful transition towards other transport options, future issues with road congestion, travel time, safety, and
sorry, everyone. Kia ora, everyone. My apologies. I was just zooming into the on live session. Kia ora koutou. It's nice to be here. Thank you for your time. My presentation to you this afternoon will be brief. And I want to speak specifically in relation to the long-term plan that has been presented. Particularly my submission today is in relation to the lack of equity that is presented within this plan. Are you happy for me to proceed?
Aye.
Thank you. In presenting the submission, I want to firstly acknowledge the work that has gone into the document, and I recognise that there is some work that is being pursued in terms of consultation with tangata whenua. Having perused this document, I'm familiar that within the 52 pages of this document, there are two particular short examples which show and demonstrate your commitment to equity for Māori. Particularly those are mentioned in my submission. I don't want to directly quote those because I understand you've perused this document previously. What I do want to draw to your attention in my submission today is that if we are wanting to pursue a long-term strategic plan, then it is necessary that that approach is woven through the entirety of your plan, rather than in the very brief summaries that are provided on two of those pages. In presenting this argument, I was able to review the document in its entirety, and I was convinced that there was thoughtful execution of strategies in terms of an economic focus But when I came to review that in terms of equity for Māori, there was very little that I could see or little evidence that demonstrates that. Hence, my discussion and my submission to you is to, in proposing further long-term plans, that this is a paramount discussion, and that for future plans, given that this plan goes from 2021 to 2031, I have to wait 10 years to be able to see that being executed. So my thinking about that is that will take it a whole another 10 years for me to wait until that happens. And I don't think it's unreasonable for me to bring that to submission today in terms of this council and in terms of your relationship with tangata whenua and the manner in which that is written into your long-term plan. Hence, my discussion is that the points I have raised have been summarised, they're clear, and I would like to see sooner than in the next 10 years that something is written into your long-term plan that is more evidence, is more strategic, which allows Māori to understand the direction that will be followed within the next 10 years. That is my presentation to you this afternoon. It is brief. My points have been summarised. I thank you for your time. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Kia ora, Ade. Councillors, any questions for Ade? Thank you very much for your submission. I can assure you that our 10-year plan will be reviewed in 3 years. You'll be relieved to know, despite the fact it's 10 years. But thank you very much for your submission and for joining us today to speak to it.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Sorry,
there is a question.
When you're talking about equity for Māori, are you talking about equity in funding of projects? And are you talking about equity of employment? Are you talking about, what else are you talking about?
Sorry, the sound is a little muffled, so it's a little bit unclear. I just caught briefly your questions, Councillor Peters. My question is indirect. In my submission, I stated there are some clear areas I would like some further clarity around, in particular, that's in relation to papakainga for Māori, rating, housing, well-being. I would expect that to be written into the plans. In my perusal of other documents regarding councils, there have been significant work that has been done in those plans to be able to demonstrate equity for Māori.
Thank you. Kia ora.
Thank you.
No further.
Well, actually, it's not a question. Well, I can make it a question. Just one brief thing, and that is that we do have funding allocated. We've got funding from MB, did you know, to do an audit of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, I believe later this year. But we can talk about that. You might not have heard me. We'll catch up.
Thank you. I would love to do that.
Kia ora,
Thank you very much for your time, everyone.
Thank you. Councillors, that does bring to an end the submitters. You'll note there are some submitters on our list. Di Morgan, Colin Twyman have been deferred to our Thursday session, and we've been trying to get hold of Rupert for the Marsden City Limited Partnership submission, so hopefully they will be able to come on Thursday also. So that does bring us to a conclusion for the people who wish to be heard today. I will need somebody to move a procedural motion that the meeting adjourn and reconvene at 1 p.m. on Thursday, the 15th of April in the council chambers. Councillor Peters is moving, Councillor Cocorello is seconding. Those in favour, aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. That brings us to a close of our session today. Thank you to our members of our community who've come to speak to us. Lovely to see you, Alan and Tim. Councillors, I will ask if we can just have a jiggle of our bodies. We'll stop the live stream and just give us a chance to